Has it really been 10 years at Freddy's? Playing over a dozen games, going through thousands of pages of reading material, and even watching a full on movie. Has it all been over the span of 3,500 days? Well, yes, actually. It has indeed been 120 months at Freddy's. So, to celebrate that, I thought I'd get a bunch of my fellow YouTubers to help out with this mega FNAF project, where you'll get to enjoy a plethora of different types of presentations and styles, thanks to the various creators present here. It really would not have been possible to get this project done without everyone's help, and I cannot emphasize on that fact enough. So, with all that said, that's enough from me. Let's dive into 10 Years at Freddy's, the complete retrospective. Oh, and I'd just like to clear up that this won't contain things released this anniversary, since obviously we won't have the time to include all those in. So I hope this video acts more as a recap of sorts, or something new fans can use to catch up on the series. So with that context, we can get back into the video. Let's dive into 10 Years at Freddy's, the complete retrospective.
In 2013, Scott Cawthon released a mobile variant of Chipper & Sons Lumber Company. The game consists of the player performing certain actions, such as talking to characters, collecting material, building furniture, and playing mini-games. Despite being modest at launch, the release was met with negativity and was deemed an overall failure. Many players stated the animalistic characters were unsettling and resembled lifeless animatronics. Though Scott was deterred, he used the negative feedback to shape what he thought would be his last game in his already failing game career, to make Five Nights at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's was released to Desert on August 8, 2014, and later to Steam of August 18th of the same year. The game was extremely well received, sparking its fame off of YouTube and its Let's Play YouTubers. This was the start of a soon-to-be exploding franchise that would branch off into many more game installments, spin-offs, books, fan dubs of said books, merchandise, and eventually its own theatrical release. Welcome to your new job at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where you are hired to be the new security guard. The place is a bit of a fixer-upper with 4-age animatronics: Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Bunny, Foxy the Pirate, and the main entertainer himself, Freddy Fazbear. Five Nights at Freddy's is a point-and-click survival horror game. The goal of your game is to work your shift from 12 AM to 6 AM without dying. The game heavily relies on visual and audio cues. Most of the cues are disguised with the use of background noise, which keep the player struggling to process important details. Though these features might have been primitive here, they would be expanded upon much further in future titles. Furthermore, the hectic nature of multitasking aids in masking these subtle details. The office you are assigned to is accompanied with 2 doorways leading to the main stage, one on each side of the office. You are given access to cameras that are set up inside the building. The only camera you cannot see through is the kitchen, with only the audio working. At the start of the first night, you receive a phone call from a speculated colleague.
Hello? Hello? I wanted to record a message for you. They're left in some kind of free roaming mode at night. Something about their servos locking up if they get turned off for too long. They used to be allowed to walk around during the day too, but then there was the bite of 87. Yeah. It's amazing that the human body can live without the frontal lobe, you know? If they happen to see you after hours, probably won't recognize you as a person. Probably try to forcefully stuff you inside a Freddy Fazbear suit. Now that wouldn't be so bad if the suits themselves weren't filled with crossbeams, wires, and animatronic devices, especially around the facial area. The only parts of you that would likely see the light of day again would be your eyeballs and teeth when they pop out the front of the mask.
You easily begin to see that something isn't right within this children's entertainment center. The man speaks of the robots being able to roam at night, and, if caught, they will put you within one of the mascot costumes. They were already turned off during the day because of previous incidents, such as the bite of 87. You are now there to fight for your survival. When accessing the cameras, you can see animatronics moving from up on the stage: Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica. Meanwhile, Foxy has his own corner in Pirate's Cove. You can often hear him singing. On the cameras, you witness animatronics getting closer to you. And your only way to defend is to keep track of them with the cameras and lock them out with doors. As soon as night 1, you start experiencing hallucinations. It's Me will appear, and various animatronics will look at the cameras, as if they can see through it, glancing at you. This is just a look at what is to come for the following nights. The chime of bells tells you that 6 a.m. has arrived. You will live to see another day before you return to the nightmare once again. When you don't get to experience the chime, you end up getting jump scared by one of the pizzeria's residents. You then end up getting stuffed into a Freddy costume. All that can see the light of day again is your eyeballs and your teeth. Night 1 is relatively simple. The only worries are the animatronics Vanny and Chica. Your job is to keep them from getting inside the office by utilizing both security doors. Near the doors are windows, which allow the player to view the connected hallways by utilizing a nearby light switch. The cameras can also be viewed when animatronics are in areas you can't see within the office. Unfortunately, with all these tools comes with the con: limited power. Full power is given to you at the beginning of the night, which will be used up every time you turn on the lights, close doors, or open up the cameras. The easiest way to make it through the night is to just watch the left door and keep it closed when anything is outside. There is nothing much to know on night 2. You get another call telling you that Freddy and friends will become more active as the week progresses. Night 1 is mostly a tutorial for the game, while night 2 has animatronics become more aggressive. You are forced to check the cameras and hallway lights more often. Foxy can knock on the door twice, causing the power to drain more quickly. If the power goes out, Freddy makes an appearance, letting you know that he's the star of the show. Another call begins night 3. During night 3, the best way to avoid getting caught is to keep tabs on both Foxy and Freddy, since Freddy will now roam around. Freddy will laugh every time he enters a new room. He can only catch you when you are watching the cameras for a different animatronic. Once Foxy leaves from behind the curtain, he'll show up in the West Hall, leaving your only option to close the left door, but draining your power in the process. At this point, I have left out one member of the animatronic crew: Golden Freddy. Golden Freddy is a yellow bear with empty eyes. He'll make an appearance in the West Hall corner, replacing the poster that appears there. Once spotted, Golden Freddy will then appear in the office. To get rid of him, prop up the camera and lower it again.
Hey, wow, day 4. I knew you could do it. Hey, listen, I may not be around to send you a message tomorrow. It's been a bad night here for me. Hey, do me a favor. Maybe sometime you could check inside those suits in the back room. I'm going to try to hold out until someone checks. Maybe it won't be so bad. Yeah, I always wondered what was in all those empty heads back there. Oh no.
Though in a great deal of trouble, Phone Guy stays positive throughout his recording. We can assume that Phone Guy is no longer alive, as this is the last time we hear from him. Hallucinations will continue to pop up, again, saying it's me. Tactics from Night 3 can be applied to both Night 4 and 5. Check on Freddy and Foxy using the cameras. They'll start appearing more often than the previous night. If constantly checking the show stage and Pirates Cove cameras, Freddy will not move and Foxy will move at a slower pace. Check both left and right hall lights as well. Cycle through those 4 to keep the peace temporarily. It's a simple tactic, but be aware that this might kill your power easily. There is no standard call from Phone Guy on Night 5. Instead, you get various garbled noises, as if something otherworldly is talking through the other end. Continue the same plan of attack from Night 4. Stage cam, Pirate's Cove, left hall, right hall, watch for power. If power decreases too easily, take a listen to Freddy's laugh. It'll tell you he's moving from room to room. When completing your 5th night, you get a check for $150, or $4 per hour. You finally see your name, Mike Schmidt. Returning to the main menu shows you earned a star. You also have access to a 6th night. The 6th night has no phone call to start off your night. To complete this night, apply the same techniques from night 5. When completing the night, you earn a check for $120. Good job, sport. You've earned some overtime. On the main menu, you will obtain a secondary star and unlock Custom Night. Custom Night is the 7th and final night. The player can now set the difficulty of the 4 animatronics from 0 to 20. Putting all animatronics at 0000 will not deactivate them. Alternatively, all animatronics set to 1987 will cause a Golden Freddy jumpscare and crash the game. 20-20-20-20 mode was stated by the creator Scott Cawthon as an impossible level. Because of this, he did not add any special ending. When completing 420 mode, you will gain a 3rd and final star from the main menu. Unlike the previous 2 nights, you do not receive a check. Instead, you receive a pink termination slip that reads, "You're fired. Reason: tampering with animatronics, general unprofessionalism, and odor. Thanks, management." Through the storytelling, you obtain information through the newspaper clippings in the East Hall corner. The newspaper explains there were 5 children who went missing at Freddy's, and that someone had been convicted in the incident. The man was assumed to have been dressed as one of the mascots and lured them to the back room, where the kids were never seen again. The bodies of the children were never found, and were presumed to be dead. Following this incident, the animatronics all started having a foul odor coming from within them. Because of the missing children's incident, and the questionable blood and odor coming from the mascots, Freddy's was being shut down from the health department and lost customers due to the murder incident. Freddy's was stated to close by the end of the year. During 2014, many people had started theorizing about the bite of 87, as mentioned in Phone Guy's message. A handprint had been found on Freddy's face, so it was assumed Freddy had bitten off the frontal lobe of a child. Another theory was based on the "It's Me" writings. Because so many of the "It's Me" messages were scrawled across the restaurant, people came to the assumption that you, the player, were the murderer, coming back again because of the guilt you had faced. Overall, once 5 Nights at Freddy's started gaining popularity, Scott realized that maybe his games did have potential, and immediately started working on a sequel.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the second installment in the FNAF series, was released to the reception by most as being basically FNAF 1 again, but with 10 times more crap to worry about, which doesn't sound good on paper, but come on, this is Five Nights at Freddy's we're talking about here. Honestly, going back to those days reminds me that this was the real FNAF hype train. When the first teaser came out, people were hyped. And then we got more teasers and more teasers and even more teasers, which even led to the birth of brightness and contrast image tradition. Then a few weeks later, the trailer was released. People loved it and got scared of it. Not because of the jump scares alone, no. It's not so simple anymore, but rather, it was because there would be no doors. Oh, and I forgot to mention that in FNAF 2 teaser, it said that the game was slated for a 2015 release. Well, the game came out on November 11th, 2014, a little over half a month before 2014 would end. Yeah, Scott wasn't very good at release dates. Classic Scott. Okay. The game starts with a cutscene. It looks like the player sees the FNAF 1 location from Freddy's perspective. What the player sees from their point of view is the dining area, and the game plays a very creepy and unsettling noise, all things considered. One could even say almost too unsettling. The player can move their mouse to the left and right sides of the screen. To the left we see FNAF 1 Chica, and to the right we see FNAF 1 Vanny. At the end of the cutscene, we get this. And then immediately sends you to the main menu. The game doesn't have just one cutscene. Every time you complete a night, you get the same cutscene, but something very spooky will happen, which I will explain later. Upon starting a new game, it will show a newspaper article about the new pizzeria that wants to hire a security guard. And of course, the player will have that role. The game starts and you are in a security office. The security office has a large, dark entrance in front of the player, with vents on both left and right walls. But then we got a phone call. None that other, Phone Guy.
Hello?
Also, just letting you know, this game is a prequel. Yeah. Well, I mean, how would Phone Guy be alive in the first place then, huh? He tells you everything you need to know, this and that, blah blah blah. I'm not gonna tell you everything what Phone Guy says, because this will take forever. I forgot to mention that this game has 11 animatronics. Like, you know, like in the first game, this game had like, I don't know, 4 animatronics plus 1 secret character. So it wasn't that big of a deal if you're good at this game. But this game has a lot of animatronics. We have Toy Freddy, Toy Bonnie, Toy Chica, Mangle, Balloon Boy, the Puppet, Wither Freddy, Wither Bonnie, Wither Chica, Wither Foxy, and Golden Freddy. So your main goal is to check the camera so that the animatronics can get to you and survive until 6 AM. But there's more. First, you have a Freddy mask so you can put it on anytime the animatronics are close to you. Sounds simple, right? No. There is a music box on the price counter that slowly winds down over time. You must frequently open the cameras, find cam 11, and rewind the music box. But if it fully unwinds, well, you're dead. Okay, so here's the plan. I'm going to explain every single mechanic on every single character they have. Toy Freddy will show up in the dark entrance in front of us, and he will get closer and closer until he's right in front of you. Once he's in front of you, put on the mask as quickly as you can to make him go away. Toy Bonnie will show up in the right vent, and if you see him, put him on the mask until he's finished with his long animation. Toy Chica will show up in the left vent, and if you see her, put on the mask and she will not do the long animation, she will just straight up leave. If you hear a radio frequency sound, that's Mangle. You can hear it from the cameras in the dark hallway, but don't worry, Mangle won't kill you from the dark hallway. But if you hear it from the right side of the vent, put on the mask and you have to wait for Mangle to leave. How do you know Mangle will leave? Well, if you don't hear any radio frequency sound, Mangle just left. But if Mangle comes into your office, it will be on the ceiling and randomly killing you if you go into cams again.
Was that the bite of 87?
Puppet, well, I already explained it to you. God fuck. Wither Bonnie and Wither Chica will be also going to the vent. Bonnie on the left, Chica on the right, just like in Five Nights 1. If one of them shows up into your office, put on your mask as quickly as you can. They will kill you if you put on a mask too slowly, and they will kill you if you don't put on the mask at all. Golden Freddy's in the game too, in a withered state, of course. If you see him in the office, don't look at him too much, just put on your mask as quickly as possible to make him go away. Very easy. Wither Foxy, however, has a different mechanic. The Freddy mask trick thing will not work on him. Therefore, you have a flashlight. Limited flashlight, of course. Foxy doesn't like being flashed. If you see him in a dark hallway, just flash at him until he's gone. Sounds easy enough, but wait. There is one animatronic that will ruin your day. Balloon Boy. The most annoying little shit ever. Do you want to know what he does? Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. Balloon Boy will start laughing every time he gets closer. If you see him in the left vent, put on the mask and wait him to go away. But if you don't, he will stand in the office and take your sweet, succulent AA batteries. To explain it easier, he'll disable your flashlight so that you can't use it so that Foxy can kill you. There's no way to get rid of that Balloon Boy. It's game over. And also, Wither Freddy works the same as Toy Freddy. He gets closer to you and then you have to put on a mask quickly as you can to make him go away. And also, one last thing. There's actually some few secret characters in the game too. That is Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie that has a weird ass name. I don't know how do you say that? Huh? There's also another character called JJ, but it's just basically Balloon Boy and have different color changes. And there's also an endoskeleton, but more in line with an older endo design, comparatively speaking. Well, that's all the gameplay mechanics for the most part. Let's move on and talk about the 8-bit Atari-styled death minigames. The death minigames are fundamentally designed to be random, and rare events that could happen when the player is killed by any of the animatronics. And this is where the lore kicks in, and the lore is trying to convey quite disturbing imagery in all honesty and retrospect. It has 4 minigames called Save Them, Give Gifts, Give Life, Take Care to the Children, and Foxy Go Go Go. All of them gives us answers as to what is really going on, and I think this was a genius move by Scott to convey these events in a 8-bit style, and rightfully so, since it has been now become a staple point of the series, as every FNAF game going forward has this one form and another, even going as far as to appear in the intro segment for the movie of all things. It doesn't answer all of the questions in a complete direct sense though, instead it helps to give character and build the very world where these haunted animatronics are forced to reside in, and how it all came to this to begin with. Questions like, why are the kids missing? Why there's a purple man standing in the corner for some reason? I mean, no reason at all. So okay, let's start with the first minigame. The minigame takes place at the 1987 Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the game's main setting, where another killing incident took place before the events of the second game. You control as Freddy with WASD controls. While you're walking around, letters can be heard out at regular intervals, spelling out That's very spooky in my opinion. Ugh. And you move around and explore until you see the puppet. The game wants you to follow the puppet until you see the purple man, right after which the main game ends. Give Gifts, Give Life is where you play as the puppet, where you see 4 dead children and you walk up to them and give them gifts. Once you give all of the gifts, you give them life, which means you give the children the suits to inhabit. While you're giving them the suits, you start to slow down and start to hearing letters spelling something weird. After that, you get jump scared by one and only ominously treated character at the time, Golden Freddy. Take Care to the Children is, of course, you taking care of the children. You play as Freddy, and your main goal is to giving the cupcakes to the children. If you don't, they will start to cry and get angrier. But wait, there's a child outside. Then a car shows up, driving, and then we see Purple Man coming out of the car. And the child starts crying and crying and crying until it got murdered. The Purple Man escapes, and we're being greeted by a jump scare. This child will definitely, for sure, totally not going to be relevant going forward, right? Right? Foxy Go 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 is where you play as Foxy, and the minigame wants you to run on the right side and surprise the kids. Very simple. Once you do it a few times, you see a strange purple looking guy, standing in the corner smiling. That's a totally normal thing, right? You may think so, until you actually go to meet the kids one final time, only to find nothing but the horrid corpses lying in the room. They're dead. And we've been greeted with another jump scare. In the terms of build-up and atmosphere, and the mysterious aspect of, I think it's a really effective addition to this game from a horror point of view. Upon completing Night 5, you'll be awarded with your hard-earned paycheck of $100 with 50 cents for your night shift. Yes, it's less money than the first game. After that, the game unlocks an extra difficult Night 6, just like the first one have. And if you beat Night 6, it will unlock a custom night with 10 animatronics. I've heard that it's quite difficult. I mean, ask that guy right there.
Little fat squid.
Okay, yeah, let's just leave him alone. I needed some more information about Five Nights at Freddy's 2 other than its mechanics or its gameplay in the final version, so I decided to talk about some of the unused content in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. There are also 3 unused sprites of the characters. We got a close-up similar to a frame from the puppet jump scare. The next is a full body render complete of the puppet with strings attached, and the file name is Puppet in Office. Could that be that the puppet was supposed to show up in the office or something? The final sprite is very known, and I think you have seen it before. This toy Chica image was supposed to be when you put the Freddy mask on, and she will appear at you. Just like what Toy Bonnie does in the final game, you know, with the long animation thing. Lastly, the game was supposed to have a toxic meter. The toxic meter was supposed to be a way to avoid the player keeping the Freddy mask on for too long, but it was scrapped for a good reason, I guess. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is a game that people loved and hate. They loved it because of how different it was before, and also that one character in the game that people won't shut up about. People don't like it because it's too stressful and unfair, and the gameplay loop is just, checking cam 11 all the time. Not a lot of, camera flipping. The game is not bad, it's just the flaws in this game are not very easy to ignore. My thoughts on the game are the same as what other people think, the flaws and everything. But the game is very memorable, and that's the truth about it. The character designs are good, the ambiance is good, the minigames are good, and some of the mechanics are good. It's just a gameplay loop that kinda makes things fall apart for me at least, all things considered. And that was Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
FNAF 3 is one of the more controversial games in the series. Some people love it, some people absolutely hate it. They say, oh, it's the worst game ever. Oh, it's not scary at all. No one likes it. Well, today I'm here to give you a breakdown of one of my favorite games. Not my favorite, that's Security Breach, but one of my favorite games. So, without further ado, let's get this started. We start out the game by being greeted by the main menu. You instantly feel that sense of fear as you boot up the game to the soundtrack playing. We hear what sounds like a sort of glitching system with occasional piano notes being played, backed up by the ambience of what you typically hear in a haunted location. The pace then begins to build up, hinting at something big about to come. Or should I say something back to haunt us from the past? I don't know, maybe. But in the newer console ports, however, the menu soundtrack is different, and it's an original composition by our favourite Leon Riskin. The visuals on the main menu show a dark rabbit staring at you with piercing white eyes. The rabbit twitches, akin to previous title screens like FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, giving that classic FNAF feel of dread. Then we start the game. We're greeted by the 12 AM first night title screen, while a loud sound plays. Now, I'll admit, my first time playing this game, it scared the daylights out of me and got me on my toes for even more sudden sounds and jump scares, adding to the uneasiness. Now, the interesting thing about this game is its location. It glows a revolting green colour, the colour linked to that of sickness and rotting. The colour of green, which is all around the place, can't stop me from thinking of, mould and being abandoned. The building of Fazbear's Fright is filled with the many relics and items that were once in the beloved Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, like arcades, animatronic shells, and posters. It sort of links back to your childhood, but can't help but give you an uneasy feeling. Another quite interesting thing to point out, design-wise, is the big glaring exit sign that can be seen through camera 10 and camera 1. It's showing you how you can leave, but the game won't let you, helplessly trapping you in a way. Another key factor within the gameplay is the entire ambience and sound design. There are many panic-inducing sounds, like the alarms when there are ventilation problems, the overall ambience, and the sound that is made when Afton dismembers the animatronics in the minigames, which I'll get to later on. Mostly loud and sudden, which really made me jump. The jump scare sound, although not really popular, I quite like, as it's got a nice screeching sound to it, akin to traditional ghost noises. Now, my favourite part about FNAF 3 is the phone calls that we get. It's basically telling you the story of the game in real time. Springtrap's discovery and rise is indirectly being told via the phone guy, who is the mouthpiece here. The best part about this is when he realizes that he found a whole animatronic and that they brought it to Fazbear's Fright, and then abruptly hanging up on the player. The guy just leaves us with no assistance to survive against this mummy of a killer, contrast to the previous night, which was relatively smooth. Now, a very key part of this game is none other than the Phantoms. Now, the Phantoms consist of Phantom Freddy, Chica, Foxy, Balloon Boy, Mangle, and the puppets. No Bonnie in this one. I guess he's been replaced by Springtrap. Now, Phantom means a spirit of a dead person, believed by some to visit the living as a pale, almost transparent form of a person, animal, or other object. A spirit of the dead. In this case, since all the phantoms are that of the mascots, it may represent the spirit of Fazbear Entertainment that lingers in the halls of Fazbear Frights. Maybe I'm looking too deep into this, but it could be the remains of Freddy's coming back to haunt the player, metaphorically of course. Now, I did say my favourite thing was the phone calls, but the minigames have to take the cake here. I love them. The light-hearted tunes being played on an eerie music box in the background are a good contrast. It's like a distant, missing piece of one's childhood, and it always gives me goosebumps whenever listening to them. The best theme in my opinion is Shadow Bonnie's theme, one of the only ones in a minor key which conveys some sort of sadness and mystery. Now, I don't know what the minigames represent, as I lost track of the lore years ago, but all I know is that they seem very nostalgic and remind you of childhood games, in an eerie way. Fun, but mysterious. Now there's more minigames too, being the end of night ones, which just like the phone calls, tell us the story of the game, although in this case the story being told happens before the events of the gameplay, but again it links to the rise of Springtrap. Guess who's back? It's none other than good old Billy Afton, here to destroy the animatronics for whatever twisted reason he's got. Some think it's to extract the remnant from them and put them into the fun times. I think that sounds plausible, but I'm going to stay out to the lore. One by one, a weird, shadowy Freddy, who initially seems to be the animatronics' friends, lures them towards William to get them dismantled. Now, little does old Billy know that this will trigger his own demise. The spirits, unbeknownst to Afton, get out of the suits and chase him into the Spring Bonnie suit, where, due to the rain, crushes our British friend to death. Oh well, karma, I guess. Now, the main attraction of this game is none other than guess who? That's right, William Afton, but in a weird mummified rabbit form. Bulging eyes with piercing white pupils, as if he's staring into your soul. A wide grin on the rabbit, which I'm sure is the opposite of how he's feeling, is terrifying. This is probably the most graphic thing in the entire series, as we see the poor guy's organs sticking out, and once his mask comes off, you can see his face, which looks like he's screaming in pure pain. To be honest, it's well deserved. It's quite ironic. He killed the kids and bound them for eternity to the animatronics, and the same thing has now happened to him. Karma really did bite back on this guy. He also manages to blend in quite well throughout the attraction, only being able to be seen very barely through his piercing white eyes throughout the cameras, giving you quite the shock. And let's not forget when he stares down at you through the office window, you're face to face with the man who started it all. Just an emotionless, cold-hearted killer, staring his next prey down. Now, I'll be honest, his jump scare is quite underwhelming, but I can see and understand what Scott was going for. A slow, clanky jump scare, signifying that this is a zombie trapped in a mechanical suit, and a heavy one for that matter. Another quite interesting thing is the mechanic where we use the Balloon Boy voice to deter Springtrap. Now, when the Balloon Boy voice plays, Springtrap goes towards the Balloon Boy voice, even though Afton doesn't want it to. Now, it's because the Spring Bonnie suit was designed so that it goes towards the sound of children just to, keep them company and to keep them safe back when Fredbear's was open. But this is still applying to Springtrap as it's the Spring Bonnie suit. And it's quite interesting because even though William doesn't want to go there, the suit won't let him do anything else. It's fitting how he's become part of what he helped create. He's, in a way, the head of the Fazbear family now. Now, there are explicitly two endings to this game, a good ending and a bad ending. In the bad ending, the animatronics' heads appear all on the ground with Golden Freddy far at the back, and they all have lights on in their heads. This is to show the players that the spirits of the children are still trapped in the animatronics, and they're not free. In the good ending, the masks are no longer illuminated, showing that the souls have been set free. There's also an appropriate change in music. The bad ending has a sad music box playing, whereas the good ending has a sad yet impactful piano tune, signifying the end, seemingly, with them being freed. However, at the end of the game, we see a newspaper which is titled It Burns, reporting how the Fazbear Frights attraction was burnt to the ground by someone, this being either the protagonist, likely Michael Afton, or William Afton. Now, this is most likely Michael than William, as, there's no reason for William to set it on fire. Probably Michael to, kill William. Now, if you brighten up the newspaper, you see an image of Springtrap's head. This clearly shows that the fire wasn't enough for old Billy, and that he will come back, hinting at the future of the series. He always comes back. Overall, it's a pretty solid game. I know I made a 30-minute video on it once explaining why it's the best in the series, but I no longer share that opinion. Once you replay the game, it becomes quite predictable, and the jump scares and mechanics could certainly be better. However, it's still quite high up for me in the list. I hope you enjoyed this segment, and on to FNAF 4.
Have you ever had a nightmare so vivid you couldn't wake up ever? Nightmares of your father's creation, or nightmares caused by the death of your brother? Maybe it was all a hallucination. FNAF 4 tells multiple stories all at the same time through horrific nightmares and minigames. Let's look at what entertained this cruel idea. Before FNAF 4, the original end to FNAF was supposed to be FNAF 3, as FNAF was supposed to be a trilogy of FNAF 1, 2, and 3. However, due to Springtrap's jump scare being a casual greeting, people complained about the lack of horror, and rightfully so. In response, Scott wanted to give the fans something to cry about, leading to FNAF 4 being born and the birth of 10 special teasers. Among these teasers, 4 of them relate to the Bite of A7, which FNAF 4 revolves around. The Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy teaser have the text, "Was it me? Was it me? Or me?" respectively. These texts could be talking about who did the bite. Then we are presented with a black and white Fredbear poster with no text and the only color emitting from the bow tie. The lack of text with the jaw visible in the shot shows that Fredbear was responsible for the bite, which is proven to be true in the minigame after Night 5. When brightened, we find secret messages left by Scott, possibly revealing the plot of FNAF 4. Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy all show the word nightmare, emphasizing the horror of the game and the plot of the game. Foxy displays a strange message, however, that being out of order. This could be a reference to Foxy from FNAF 1, as Pirate's Cove has the out of order sign, and Foxy is considered to be out of order, as his endoskeleton is twitchy and glitchy. This will support a theory about the lore that we will come on to later. The last two important teasers show an empty spotlight and a lone hat and bow tie, identical to the hat and bow tie of the Fredbear plush we see in-game. These relate to the death of Evan at the end of the 6 nights, as we see a cutscene in-game of Evan fading away and the Fredbear plush fading away, with the teaser showing what is left. The remaining 3 teasers are nothing impressive, with one of them teasing the introduction of Plushtrap and the rest of them thanking the player for sticking around. These last 2 teasers could be showing Scott's wish to simply end the series after FNAF 4, as FNAF 4 at the time was considered to be the final chapter. Little did he know, overall the teasers do a great job of giving fans a taste of the story and ending that is to come through strange teasers, along with a taste of both the gameplay and horror through the nightmare animatronics and Plushtrap. The teasers only show a fraction of the horror, however. The real horror is found in the bedroom. For gameplay purposes, we will say that we play as Evan in a bedroom, Bonnie and Chica attack from the left and right doors respectively, Foxy attacks from the closet, and Freddy attacks from the bed behind you. This design makes the player feel powerless, as we must manage 4 aspects at the same time with only a flashlight and the ability to hold one door and the closet door shut at a time to keep you safe. Because the player is stripped of powerful defense items and due to actions being slow, the idea of being jump scared is always at the back of players' minds throughout the night. Even when you are safe, you still feel a jump scare is close. Due to the lack of a camera system, the player must now rely on their audio senses more so than the previous 3 games, except for FNAF 3 since your cameras are broken half the time. This introduces a steep skill ceiling, as the player must learn how to use a minor game mechanic as a major game mechanic. This is only worsened by the need to listen to the breathing of the animatronics at each door, that compared to the ambient sound of the house is not loud. The grandfather clock chiming, the grasshoppers chirping, and the eerie silence of the bedroom distracts and confuses the player. Is this sound dangerous? Should I respond to it? However, the audio aspect of the game can be very beneficial, as without having to look, the player can recognize when a threat is moving down the hallway, filling the bed, or entering the closet, allowing skilled players to quickly plan out a strategy to eliminate any threats without seeing them. The audio is so useful that FNAF 4 is the only FNAF game where you can officially beat it blindfolded, as there is a challenge that breaks your monitor. The only negative about this gameplay mechanic is that the constant jump scares will make you deaf over time. Let's look at the technical side now. At the start of every night, Bonnie and Chica start in the living room at the opposite end of the playable map. They have a movement opportunity every 5 seconds, meaning that they can move anywhere every 5 seconds. This can be prevented in 4 ways: listening to the respective door, keeping a door shut even after clearing a hallway, causing both Bonnie and Chica to remain still, keeping a door shut while Bonnie or Chica respectively are in their far hallway, causing both to jump to your door but failing their next movement opportunity, and keeping a hallway lit since the animatronics have no movement animations. In this case, they will still move, but they won't enter their respective hallway that is lit. So basically, you restrict their movement rather than preventing it. However, these are ineffective strategies, especially on the late nights, as you will just die to Freddy. Talking about Freddy, there is a weird glitch on the console port of FNAF 4 involving him. Sometimes when you arrive at a door, your entire screen will just go black, causing you to become invincible for the rest of the night, allowing you to skip the night entirely. You will get jump scared once, but will remain in the game despite being dead. I'm not sure how this works, however my best guess is it happens when you reach a door as soon as Freddy spawns in, causing the game's code to become confused on whether you should be dead or alive. I have used this glitch in the past to beat 420, but since I have no footage, here's a clip from Poison Platinum's video where he got FNAF 4's Platinum Trophy.
My screen just went dark. Bro, I'm being serious, my screen just went dark.
Foxy, along with Bonnie and Chica, start in the living room and can move to any side he wishes, working off a movement opportunity every 5 seconds. He uses a similar sound to your own, so if you thought your game was broken due to hearing yourself constantly moving like a maniac, you can sleep peacefully at night now. Once Foxy moves to a hallway and you check the opposite hallway, that's when he will move into your closet, moving through different phases until he eventually jumps you. By the way, Foxy can't arrive at your door at all, remaining in the far hallway waiting to be lit up. Now, for the love of God, please do not let Foxy come out the closet by slamming the door in his stupid face, reducing him to a plush. Now, with Foxy out the way, you may think you can sleep peacefully now, right? Wrong, since we now have to deal with Nightmare Freddy. Every 4 seconds, Freddy adds his current AI level for the night to his progression bar. At progression level 10, 20, and 30, you will see 1, 2, and 3 Freddles respectively, until progress level 60, where Freddy will just straight up kill you. To save yourself from Freddy FNAF himself, let there be light, and you will decrease his progress progress bar 20 times a second. His mechanic may seem simple, but will wreak havoc on you if you neglect him, as especially on later nights his children spawn in so quickly, requiring you to check the bed after every door or closet check. Nightmare Fredbear and Nightmare use the same idea of audio-based gameplay, but take it to the extreme, as your flashlight is almost useless against these two. Nightmare Freddy replaces the main cast on night 5, serving as a boss battle. He has a movement opportunity every 3 seconds and could go literally anywhere he wants. Hallway, closet, bed, your mom's house, if it exists, there's a way for this guy. Since Fredbear hates the lights, prolonged use of your flashlight will cause him to speedrun down the hallway towards you, ending your night. You instead need to listen to his footsteps until they stop to determine which hallway he will attack from. Quickly confirm his position with the flashlight and close the door, causing him to audibly leave. Along with stealing Bonnie and Chica's mechanic, he will also take Foxy's and Freddy's role. If you check the opposite hallway to which he is in, he will silently teleport to either your closet or your bed. He will also do this whenever he wants, indicated by a laugh, which for some reason has a 10% chance of being fake. What was the need, scum? Think about the people who still play your ancient game. Nightmare is basically Fredbear if Fredbear had 10 cups of coffee. Nightmare does everything that Fredbear does, but he does it a second faster, as he has a movement opportunity every 2 seconds. Plus, he will move faster than Fredbear under the influence of light. He appears at the start of 4 AM at night 6, 7, and 8. Good luck with this guy. Finally, Springtrap makes a return through the form of Glitchtrap for some reason, because screw the lore, I guess. After every night until night 5, you play a minigame where you must get Glitchtrap onto an X in front of you using your flashlight, skipping the first 2 hours of the next night. There are 4 available rooms for Glitchtrap to move to, making slow footstep sounds followed by a running sound effect. To beat this rat, let him move twice, then once you hear the slow footsteps for the 3rd time, use your flashlight as fast as you can. Look at you go, already a professional. Now, with every masterpiece comes this cheap copy, that being Nightmare Balloon Boy in this case, who was added with the release of the Halloween DLC. He's pretty much the same as Glitchtrap, except he is more aggressive than Glitchtrap and only removes 1 hour of the nightmare and challenge mode at night. Can't be getting away with 4 hours on a challenge mode, can we now? If you thought the gameplay of FNAF 4 was cruel, wait until you hear the lore of this game. The surface level story of FNAF 4 follows a kid called Evan, or Crying Child, on the countdown to his birthday party. After each night, we see how Michael mistreats his brother, leading to Michael and his bully bros placing Evan's head into Fredbear's mouth, causing the bite of 83. After spending 6 nights at Freddy's, we see a cutscene of Evan, the Fredbear plush, and the rest of Evan's plushies fading away, showing the death of the protagonist, or is he? His death is supported by the occasional appearance of either an IV drop or a ball of pills near his bed. We also hear the faint sound of a heartbeat monitor flatlining during this cutscene. All of this could support the idea that we are dying in hospital, having nightmares of the animatronics. Upon spending 7 nights at Freddy's, we are presented with a locked box with the text, "Perhaps some things are best left forgotten." For now. I'm guessing Reactive is locked in there so we can make endless FNAF content. In addition, the death of William Afton's son Evan could have led to the missing children incident, as William Afton started his murders about 2 years after Evan's death. Also, throughout the books, it is thought that William Afton purposely made his son scared of the robots to keep him safe, maybe even encouraging Michael to scare Evan as a way of keeping Evan away from the robots. Finally, we have a reason to why Michael is such an asshole. This would be the end of my lore section if it wasn't for this FNAF book, which tells a completely different story about FNAF 4. We are introduced to a kid named Rory who lives a similar life to Evan, at least at night, as he has continuous nightmares about the nightmare animatronics in a bedroom that is described to be the bedroom we see in FNAF 4. One day he wakes up for school, but he cannot find the exit to his house. He goes back to his bed, which is described to emit a hissing sound. He sleeps, repeating the cycle 2 more times until the sound of an engine behind his wall goes quiet. He again goes to bed without any nightmares. Again, very weird. Why would his nightmares stop as soon as the sound of an engine stops? Does the engine scare him at night? Upon waking up, Rory is shocked by what he finds. The scary robots are still there, but less scary this time. And looking inside the fridge reveals that he has been eating nutrient-dense wafers this entire time. He finds his way through the fridge, finding himself in the sister location bunker, which on the sister location breaker room map, we see that the FNAF 4 house is connected to the private room. room. In this place, he finds gas canisters among other things. Using these objects, he finds out that he has been the subject of experiments, where his house has been filled with hallucinogenic gas, causing him to have these recurring nightmares. He finds his old childhood walkie-talkie, which he uses to contact his old friend Wade, who calls the police. Before Rory can use a generator he found to power an inactive elevator to escape, he is abruptly stopped by the sound of a tape recorder, which convinces him to re-enter his nightmares, as this has been the only thing keeping him safe this entire time. The fact that this story accurately describes both the sister location bunker and the FNAF 4 house goes to show that FNAF 4 is a game where we play as Rory having recurring nightmares due to being under the influence of hallucinogenic gas. Or are we? Throughout the nights, the game implies that we may be playing through the eyes of Evan's brother Michael, as we hear the faint sound of the FNAF 1 phone call in reverse. Which only Michael would know, not Evan, since Michael worked at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. This also could be a parallel with the Mike we see in the FNAF movie, as both have recurring nightmares about their brother, but that's for another day. Before finishing off the lore section, I do want to take a moment to talk about this Fredbear plush that has followed us around in-game. The same Fredbear plush we see in the private room minigame in Sister Location, accompanied by a walkie-talkie. Since we play as Michael in Sister Location, Michael may have been the one talking with us throughout the game and in our death, maintaining our fear of the animatronics. But if this is true, it completely derails the theory of Michael being the playable character of FNAF 4. Michael Afton could have also been the one communicating with us throughout the game. Instead, since he created the Sister Location bunker, leading to him placing the walkie-talkie and the Fredbear plush in the private room. If so, this supports the fact that Michael Afton purposely made his son scared of his robots, as in each minigame before the bite of A3, the Fredbear plush feeds into Evan's fears of the robots with quotes like, "You know what will happen if he catches you, and don't you remember what you saw?" During Evan's death, we see the Fredbear plush comforting Evan by saying that he is there for him and I will put you back together, showing William Afton's care for his son, despite the usual depiction of him being a horrible person. Before ending off, I should note that the Halloween DLC is pretty much the same as the base FNAF 4 game, except for the fact that it does not add to lore in any way, shape or form. The game is a little bit harder as animatronics move faster and their behaviors are a little bit less predictable, and many of the characters have their base skin reskinned into their Halloween counterpart.
FNAF was always my #1 franchise, mainly for the games and characters. But despite my preference, I do find the large abundance of the FNAF books interesting to an extent for their ability to introduce anything that Scott wants to create without it actually screwing up the storyline in general. Until this happened, and now we're all in confusion and endless debate. But before everything was complicated as it is now, there was a time of peace. There was a time of less confusion, that being the original FNAF book trilogy. By far one of the greatest line of graphic novels I ever read in my life, and while yes, the novels are different from the graphic novels, just know that overall the stories are somewhat the same, so I'm gonna sit down and take my time to tell you all about the FNAF book trilogy, starting with The Silver Eyes. It was my early days in high school, which are the days I hated.
What's up, guys?
I noticed the Silver Eyes graphic novel within the library. I rented it, and after reading it, I couldn't help but enjoy how it handled an alternative timeline of the series. FNAF Silver Eyes not only gave us an original cast of characters to fill up the empty space in the initial narrative, but it also gave us the best version of William Afton that the franchise has ever seen, Mr. Dave. While you can argue that Matthew Lillard's William Afton is superior, I find Mr. Dave far more interesting for his complex character and pure unhinged faces he pulls, letting you know that this guy is insane and loves what he does, while Steve Rogan and William Afton just acted natural and then angry. So with that box checked, let's not talk about how this story plays out from start to finish. The story begins with a foreshadow of Foxy finding Charlie. Charlie is the daughter of Henry in this universe, and she makes her way to her old home and says hello to some old friends, Stanley the horse, Ella the doll, and Theodore, a talking purple rabbit that records messages. All these toys are from her childhood, and they no longer work as well since her home was abandoned ever since her dad's death, which was caused by his depression that drives him to create a suicidal endoskeleton to take his life for him. Why he was depressed, though, is something that we will discuss later, however, as Charlie meets all of her friends at a diner. After a while of them discussing future decisions and their memories of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza back when it was in business, they realized that Ness, aka Matthew Patrick, was not going to show up to take their orders, so they all left and had to talk about a ceremony at their school, reminding them of the loss of their childhood friend, Michael. After that happened, they wanted to investigate Freddy Fazbear's Pizza as a token of happy memories. They find a mall that was run down and out of business, but they went underneath to find that it was built on top of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, with the animatronic band, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, all seeming like they haven't changed one bit. Before they uncovered Pirate's Cove to check on Foxy, a loud crash causes them to panic and leave for the night. Marla and her little brother Jason come over to spend the night. The next day, they all officially go to the ceremony of Michael's disappearance. The night following, they all went back, and John tried to play hide-and-seek with Charlie as she accidentally caused her arm to get cut by Foxy, as one of the gang decides to mess with the control panel under the stage. They leave for the night once more. The next day, Charlie remembers that her and her brother went to Fredbear's family diner when they were kids. John drives Charlie there to investigate. The animatronics were nowhere to be found, and when Charlie continues searching, she remembers her and her little brother playing until Spring Bonnie steps into the room and reaches for them, which implies that William Afton kidnapped Charlie's brother. Once Charlie remembers, they leave to join the group and investigate Freddy's a third time, until they are cut off by the security guard named Mr. Dave, who agrees to give the teens a tour of the place while explaining that after Freddy's went out of business, a mall was built on top. The feeling the mall gave off thanks to Freddy's being underneath caused people to close shops early, and have customers driven off. Mr. Dave exclaims it is a mystical energy as he shows how to properly program the animatronics until when Bonnie looks at Mr. Dave, he twitches and turns like something is terribly wrong, and disturbs the group as Mr. Dave disappears to find a Spring Bonnie costume in his closet. I think we already know where this is going. Carlton pulls a prank on Jason, which leads to Spring Bonnie kidnapping Carlton, terrifying Jason to the point they leave for the police station. Carlton's dad happened to be the chief, as he says that Carlton is just pulling a prank and explains the missing children's incident, where he arrested someone, but was quickly let go due to the lack of evidence. In the morning, Carlton still didn't return as he went to send over an officer to investigate. However, Dave was prepared and kills the officer. Charlie and John look over pictures to find that Charlie's dad, Henry, had a partner who was Mr. Dave within the Spring Bonnie suit. All this is cut short as Marla exclaims as Jason snuck back to Freddy's. We see Carlton waking up in a storage room where he has an old Springlock suit around his body. Then Mr. Dave arrives as Spring Bonnie as he takes off the mask. He warns Carlton not to speak or move as to not trigger the spring locks. Now, I would talk about this, but I'll just let the dub handle it instead since the voice actor for William did a good job in this bit.
I told you not to speak. It's not an order, it's a friendly reminder. Do you know what I've put you inside?
Your girlfriend.
You're amusing. But no, you're not wearing a costume. These suits were designed for two purposes. To be worn by men like me, and to be used as working animatronics, like the ones you can see on stage. Understand? You see, all of the animatronic parts in this suit are still in it. They are simply held back by spring locks. Like this. These are spring locks. Watch. You can trip those spring locks very, very easily. It takes almost no movement at all. That's a very old costume. One of the first ones Henry made.
Henry? Who's Henry?
Henry, your friend Charlie's father. Did you not know that he made the place? Well, that's one of his first suits, and if you trigger those spring locks, two things will happen. First, the locks themselves will snap right into you, making deep cuts all over your body. And then, a split second later, all the animatronic parts, all that sharp steel and hard plastic will be instantly driven into your body. You will die, but it will be slow. You'll feel your organs punctured. The suit will grow wet with your blood, and you will know you are dying for a long, long time. You'll try to scream, but you'll be unable to. Your vocal cords will be severed, and your lungs will fill with your own blood until you drown in it.
How do you know that?
How do you think? Don't move.
The group rush over to Freddy's to find Jason as Jason makes it back to the group. Carlton notices the camera and scooches over to the viewpoint as he turns his head to find Golden Freddy, saying, "It's me," over and over. Charlie finds Carlton and helps him escape the suit. Carlton explains that Mr. Dave was the man behind the missing children's incident, and that Michael is in Golden Freddy. Mr. Dave makes it back to the room and gets knocked out. The gang wake him up and interrogate him. He has a cold, blank expression over him and doesn't say a word until Charlie puts his mask on his head. This amazing speech was delivered in the following segment. When Charlie asked what he did to his father, William responded, "I helped him create. We both wanted to love. Your father loved, and now I have loved. They're home with me, their happiest day." Charlie asks how they leave. William says there isn't a way out anymore. All that's left is family. "Oh, you're something beautiful, aren't you?" is what he asks Charlie. John threatens that he's trapped and can't escape. William responds with, "I don't have to. When it gets dark, they will awaken. The children's spirits will rise. They will kill you. I'll just walk out in the morning, stepping over your corpses one by one." And John asks what makes him think they won't kill him. And William said, "Because I am one of them." The teens try to escape while the animatronics attack. Golden Freddy shows up and makes peace with them. Carlton's dad shows up and tries to get them to leave. Dave comes back to catch Charlie from behind, but before he can make demands, Charlie forces the spring locks to unwind as the animatronics drag him away. Everyone escapes and the story fades off with Charlie having a happy memory with her dad. This book was by far one of the best stories this series has to offer. The amount of charm that was added onto William gave us a whole new perspective of the character, as he continues to be my most favorite version of William Afton in the franchise. And the story itself is nice and well contained. And unfortunately, this story doesn't get any better in the future installments.
2016 marks the release of Five Nights at Freddy's World, and it is definitely one of the FNAF games of all time. And not so surprisingly, it had a very mixed reception at launch. Some people loved the goofy R animatronics, and some people were genuinely worried that this was the new way forward for the FNAF as a whole. So let's dive into the wacky world of FNAF World and talk about why, even though it's not the best game ever, it does have some cool features and surprisingly introduced quite a few things to the FNAF series. So let's start things off with talking about what FNAF World brought to the series as a whole. Now, to start things off, one of the biggest features FNAF World brought to the series is voice acting, which many people believe started in Sister Location. FNAF World has a huge variety of voices, such as terrifying Foxy.exe, a really annoying toy Chica, and a literal rainbow. This definitely gave the game some needed character, as this was only added in the 2.0 update to the game, and pretty much completely changed FNAF, as every subsequent FNAF game has had voice acting.
Exotic Butters.
Also, I do know that there was voice acting in the first 4 games, but I meant people who aren't just Scott Cawthon. FNAF World also introduced a lot of fan-favourite characters that were original to the game, such as Lolbit and Coffee Mug. And we also got to see other characters that weren't seen very often in FNAF, such as Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie. And in the 2.0 update, you could even play as a purple guy. And when it comes to what I think of FNAF World, personally I'd say it's pretty alright. Fredbear being really dumb looking and sounding is probably the best feature, to be honest, and I do like that Scott went back to his roots making an RPG style game. However, although the game is quite funky and has cool art style, I do think that there are many problems with the game. For example, it can be quite hard to actually know what you're doing sometimes, which does make sense since this game is supposed to throw puzzles at you whenever it can, but it's sometimes really damn annoying, especially when you're just trying to make your way through an area, but you keep getting attacked every 2 seconds by very easy to kill smaller enemies. And although the game can be confusing, I do like the addition of the flip side, which is like a series of tunnels/layers of the game that you can use to teleport to new areas. And although the game isn't perfect, it's quite a fun game, and definitely one everyone should check out, considering it's free now, unlike on launch day, where the game actually costed money, and it was a really ass-looking 2D instead of 3D. But now let's move on to how the gameplay of FNAF World even works in the first place. FNAF World is, believe it or not a horror game at all, but it's actually an RPG fighting game based on the wacky cast of FNAF up until that point in the series. The goal of the game is to complete various puzzles to unlock new areas, defeat a ton of unique bosses, and explore the flipside tunnels in order to travel to new areas. You'll also find many things in the world, such as new characters you have to defeat to add to your party, random enemy encounters, and these items known as chips and bytes, which are various little floating characters and various buffs for your fighting team that will help you along your journey, with the main person guiding you being Fredbear himself. And if I'm being honest, I do think it's a really cool idea for a game. Now don't get me wrong, there are a few small problems like I said before, like getting lost, but to be honest that might just be a me problem because I have a solid 2 brain cells and they're both fighting for 3rd place. But overall, I think this is a good attempt at a FNAF game RPG and these problems can be easily overlooked. The 2.0 update was absolutely huge for FNAF World. It brought not only tons of new characters like the literal purple guy, but it also brought some new areas and 4 new minigames. These being Freddy In Space, which is now basically a mini-series within FNAF, Foxy.exe, which is made to poke fun at all the awful.exe games that were released at the time, Foxy Fighters, which was a retro-styled game where you and 3 of our animatronics fight enemies alongside you, and also where Toy Chica says her iconic lines. And last but not least, Chica's Magic Rainbow, which is just an awful rage game, and I hate it. I hate it so damn much. Destroy it now. Destroy the child. Anyway, the 2.0 update ended with the death of some random yee-ass guy at a desk, and then showed the first trailer for the next game in the series, that being Sister Location. However, if you didn't see this when beating the game, then you may have got one of the many other endings in FNAF World. For example, if you beat the game on hard mode, you can literally obliterate Scott Cawthon himself. Or if you're brave enough to go more than 3 layers down on the flip side, you'll be able to see the 4th glitch ending, where you meet the mysterious character known as Old Man Consequences. And you can get another secret ending from this ending by drowning Freddy. Another one of the endings in FNAF World is the Universe End ending. And to get this ending, you must meet up with the Fredbear NPC whilst playing as Fredbear. And this literally blows up the fucking universe. And all that's left at the end of it is Dorka. There's also the Chipper's Revenge ending, which, yeah, that's a thing. And one of the most mysterious endings in the game is the clock ending, which you get in the 2.0 update by gathering a bunch of clock pieces. And it's a pretty weird ending. And the ending that everyone should be getting is Chica's Magic Rainbow, because screw that rainbow. Kill it. Kill it now. Talking about FNAF World lore is kind of confusing, because I have no clue on whether it is actually important to FNAF lore as a whole. But from what I can tell, people do not consider FNAF lore when speaking about the lore of FNAF as a whole. But there are some specific things that are worth mentioning. For example, that yee-ass guy at the desk I was talking about earlier is believed to be Scott Cawthon, which I don't really understand why it's Scott Cawthon or why he's at the desk. But I mean, yeah, it's kind of an interesting fact. There's also some other theories that I've also seen online, stating that this is a continuation of Five Nights at Freddy's 4, as the main NPC of FNAF 4 talking to us is Fredbear, and the main NPC talking to you in FNAF 4 is Golden Freddy. Now, do I think FNAF World is a continuation of FNAF 4? Not really, not necessarily, but I can see where people are coming from, and it is quite an interesting theory to think about. And also the fact that this game directly teases Sister Location would kind of suggest that this game is at least slightly relevant to the FNAF lore as a whole. One last thing worth mentioning is that in FNAF World, one of the endings includes you meeting Old Man Consequences near a fishing lake. And in this ending, you're actually able to sink within that pond by jiggling Freddy's fat gyat left and right. But one thing that really connects this to the FNAF lore is the fact that you can do this exact same thing in Ultimate Custom Night. Now again, I'm not really too sure as to what this actually means, but the fact that you can do this in FNAF World and then directly do the same thing in UCN is quite an interesting feature. But overall, I think that FNAF World is just a game that Scott Cawthon made for fun, and then he ended up adding some lore elements for people to find and to have fun discovering. But I really don't think that Scott genuinely intended for it to be super important for the series as a whole. But yeah guys, that about wraps everything up for FNAF World, which is definitely one of the weirdest times for the FNAF franchise. But despite how weird it may be, I do think that people should go back and play FNAF World once again, because it's a game that's really underrated by the FNAF community. Because despite all of its problems, it is genuinely a really fun game overall. And there are quite a few moments in this game that I'm sure most FNAF players will love. But other than that guys, like I said before, that pretty much wraps everything up. But let's move on to a game that's way more important for FNAF as a whole, and has a lot of lore relevance.
There's no doubting what you've achieved on a technical level. These are clearly state-of-the-art. There are just certain design choices that were made for these robots that we don't fully understand. We were hoping that you could shed some light on those.
She can dance. She can sing. She's equipped with a built-in helium tank for inflating balloons right at her fingertips. She can take song requests. She can even dispense ice cream.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
After the release of the Silver Eyes book and the massive disappointment that was Five Nights at Freddy's World, Scott began teasing us on an upcoming game. The teasers began with just blank lines, and that was it. The community was confused as usual. Over time, these lines would reveal certain letters that would eventually spell out sister location, with the text, "There was never just one." Now for those who don't know what the definition of a sister location is, it's basically a separate location that is run by the same company. This got the community extremely excited, as it seemed like we would be getting completely new characters and possibly a new story. This teaser and the following would show off the new animatronic of Circus Baby, who we were told about in one of the endings of Five Nights at Freddy's World. Circus Baby's humanoid design drifted far from what we were used to, but people seemed to be loving this new approach. We then got the game's trailer, which really upped the ante. The trailer for the game revealed the rest of the cast, with Ballora, another humanoid animatronic that represented a ballerina, Funtime Foxy, and Funtime Freddy, new high-tech versions of the old characters. Freddy featured a Bonnie puppet, possibly hinting of a ventriloquist character, and Funtime Foxy was just very different to what we had seen before. We also got a proper look at Circus Baby, with a possible jump scare shown at the end of the trailer. People were understandably super hyped for this game. Especially with the new teaser showing off Enid with the text, "There's a little bit of me and everybody," seemingly suggesting an animatronic hybrid. It seemed this game was really going to expand on what the technology of this universe was capable of, as well as change the way the games were laid out. Further teasers indicating that we may be dealing with different characters on different nights, rather than just everyone like we were used to. However, around this time, those digging around in the source files of the scottgames.com website showed us that the company that these animatronics were under would be under the name Afton Robotics. This discovery actually divided the community a bit, as Afton was the standard name for the previously named Purple Guy, or the Child Killer. This showed that the games would be taking lore from the books, which honestly are still not looked upon fondly by everyone. A lot of people were upset that the books, which were advertised as being its own unique story, separate from the games, would now be intertwined with the games. I mean, poor MatPat. Further teasers of the game would show off the Biddy Babs and the controlled shock mechanic, as well as the mini-readers. After the voice actor cast of the game would be leaked, Scott would troll everyone with the cancelled due to leaks, which when Brighton showed it was referring to Circus Baby's party world being closed due to gas leaks. Scott, you fucking troll. We then got Enid's mask with the release date, which to the community meant nothing since Scott had never released the game on time to begin with, but this was different. And this would mark the very first time that a Five Nights at Freddy's game was released on time. Wow, Scott, you did it. Now, Sister Location was a very different game to what had come out in the previous games before it. The first 4 Five Nights at Freddy's games followed a similar formula that you were trapped in some sort of room, usually an office, and you had to defend your office against the animatronic threats that would approach. Each night, new challenges will be added to test the player's skill, as well as old mechanics being made harder to compensate. By the end of the game, the players would then be given one final test of skill, with a night that brought everything together. Five Nights at Freddy's 1 had Foxy and Freddy activated on later nights, with harder mechanics to the other 2 characters. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 introduced Foxy and tighter reactions to really test the player. And Five Nights at Freddy's 3 added the Phantoms and made Springtrap move faster. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 is the most inconsistent, but still manages to build up a skill, while not working exactly the same on Night 5 as the previous ones, manages to create a strong enough challenge from the information you learnt from the rest of the game. Now, Sister Location was different, in that there was no set gameplay loop. Instead, you had a multitude of puzzles that you had to solve over different nights. Each night offered a different challenge. Night 2, you had to silently listen for Ballora, while Night 3 you had to spot Funtime Foxy from the shadows. With Sister Location straying far from what made Five Nights at Freddy's, well, Five Nights at Freddy's, people were honestly pretty split on whether this game was good or not. A lot of people were upset that this game ended up being not what they expected, although compared to Security Breach, they would have been cheering. While a lot of other people really enjoyed the change of direction for the series, as they were getting tired from the same thing just being repeated over and over. Regardless of what people's opinions on this game were, which we will get into a bit later, one thing was for certain. This was going to be very different to what had come before it. So let's dive into the game and analyze what occurs each night. Night 1 pretty much is just a tutorial night. One thing to quickly note about this game is that it is very much a script heavy game, where a lot of the time you're just listening to the story unfold rather than playing any sort of mini game or anything like that. This game is kind of like an interactive novel, where if you mess up, you get brutally jump scared. But on night 1, none of that happens. We ride down an elevator where a hand unit greets us, voiced by Andy Field. We introduce ourselves as Eggs Benedict, and we crawl through a vent to get to the main control panel. Actually, quickly, let's go back to discuss something else. This was one of the first times that a Five Nights at Freddy's game had humour front and centre, as well as being used to convey the horror. What I mean by that is sometimes you will check to see if something is there and it's not, but hand unit will act like it is, which ups the tension a lot. However, there's also a lot of comedic moments where the voice changes, the voice messes up your name, and makes the moments where something does go wrong all the more tense. Anyways, once you're at the control panel, we are told to check on Ballora and Funtime Foxy, and we proceed to shock them for trying to sleep. Obviously, this is a huge tension spike, as who wants to upset these boys? Anyways, afterward we crawl into Circus Gallery, where we attempt to find Circus Baby, who doesn't appear, although the hand unit seems to think that she is. Afterwards we crawl back through the vent, which starts to rattle and shake before the night ends. Now if I'm being honest, this shaky vent section could have been a mini game, because there's literally nothing else you do on night 1 besides pressing buttons, but since it's the first night, there's not a huge issue. Night 2 has you repeating the same task as the previous nights, although when you get to the Circus Gallery, the hand unit turns off and Baby starts talking to you and tells you to hide under the desk, where you have to defend yourself against the Biddy Babs using a piece of metal. Just hold the metal in place when the Biddy Babs try to move it and you'll be fine. Afterwards, Baby tells you that when the hand unit comes back online, he will tell you to run through the Ballora Gallery, but if you do so, ye will die. She instead tells us to listen for her music and quietly crawl through. Afterwards, the hand unit does just as Baby predicted, and after crawling through some more vents, we wind up in the Ballora Gallery. This is actually my personal favourite part of the game. In this minigame, the goal is to make it to the end of the room to the door on the other side. However, Ballora is in the room with you, and will play a lullaby called Crumbling Dreams, which I personally love when she's near. The idea is to move when there's no music and stop moving when music plays. I really like this minigame, and while I wish that we got to play this minigame a few more times with additions like Ballora spitting in front of you being a mechanic instead of a scripted event, I still think this works quite well for what it is. Afterwards, we end up in the break room, where we need to reboot power to the facility using the monitor. However, Funtime Freddy is also in the room with you, and will attempt to get closer to you every time you lift the monitor. You can set back his progress by pressing the call button, where his side puppet Bon Bon will tell him to go back to sleep. Now I want to quickly use this opportunity to quickly compliment Sister Location on the jump scares. The jump scares in this game are amazing and super effective, and especially the ones present in this night specifically. Funtime Freddy and Ballora possibly have the most terrifying jump scares in the entire Five Nights at Freddy's series, and I just think that the Funtime designs go a long way in making that happen. Anyways, after you complete the breaker room section and crawl back through the Ballora Gallery, night 2 is done. Also, I forgot to mention, between the nights we get a small break watching a TV drama about a vampire and a woman fighting about if the baby that they have is his, while eating popcorn. This is a fun cutscene that throughout the night and just acts as a release of tension rather than building tension like the previous games, which is another thing that this game does differently from the others. This does actually surprisingly work for the horror in this game for me. When the tension is being built up over time, the payoff will be harder to hit compared to if the tension comes out of nowhere. This is what tends to happen in Sister Location, especially during Night 3. We now got to crawl through the Funtime Auditorium and get to the end of the hall, same as in Ballora Gallery, but this time we have to get past Funtime Foxy, who has a different mechanic to Ballora, as in this minigame is sight reliant, rather than sound reliant. You have to occasionally use a flash beacon to see if Funtime Foxy is in your way, and if they are, wait until they move. Afterwards, we have to do some maintenance on Funtime Freddy, who's chilling in parts and service. After clicking some buttons, Bon Bon hops off Freddy's hand and you have to lure him out to hit his central button. If you fail to do this, you die. Afterwards, we crawl back through the Funtime Auditorium and get a cannon jump scare. Oh my god, it's amazing, the first cannon jump scare. 4 has us trapped inside an old Springlock suit, similar to the one Springtrap was trapped in. Since we didn't finish the night and instead got jump scared, that's why we're here. After watching Ballora get bashed in front of us, we have to survive for about 3 minutes while getting attacked by mini Renus and keeping the Springlocks wound up. Now this minigame is actually home to one of the few agreed upon points in this game. and that is that this night is terrible. Like, up until this point, this game has been relatively easy, just a bunch of button clicking and walking forwards, but this comes out of nowhere and makes the difficulty curve just spiral upwards with no preparation for the player whatsoever. There's also a lack of feedback given to the player, as regardless of how you die, whether it's from a mini-arena who fully climb up the mast or a spring lock being fully unwound, you die by a mini-arena jump scare, which is nothing but confuse the hell out of the player. Not to mention the massive swarm of mini-arenas crawling into the mask. Like, who is going to look at that and think it's not linked to some sort of mechanic, especially with the lack of feedback. This night had even had to be patched on launch day because this night was too hard, which I think is absolutely hilarious. Anyways, after beating this, the night ends and you're free to go home. Night 5 is pretty much the same as night 3, but with dead guys. We crawl through the Funtime Auditorium, do some button clicking on Baby, crawl back into the Funtime Auditorium while listening to Baby's instructions, and get scooped of all our insides. The end. Now, there is a secret night that can be unlocked if you complete the Circus Baby Death minigame, which can appear when you die in this game sometimes, and doing so and ignoring Baby's instructions after finishing the parts and service tasks with her will result in you finding yourself in Ended Night. This night pretty much is the same layout as the previous Five Nights at Freddy's games, which I quite like. It kind of combines elements from the previous 4 games into it. It has the doors and power mechanic like in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, the layout which could be said to be similar to Five Nights at Freddy's 2, with 3 entry points for Enid. Enid being the only threat is reminiscent to Springtrap and Five Nights at Freddy's 3, and the night's reliance on sound is obviously from Five Nights at Freddy's 4. This night is tough, but honestly, fair. It's a very well structured night where you have to block Enid out of the room using his sound cues as to not waste so much power, which you only have so much of. Beating this night leads to a secret ending, which is honestly just the same as the one before, but anyways. Later there would also be the cast night added, which kept the office from the original Ended Night, but added a bunch of the main cast. I won't talk about this mode too much as it's pretty separate from the rest of the game, but I do want to say that this custom night probably has the best designed custom night challenge out of every single one of the Five Nights at Freddy's custom night challenges. There's little to no RNG, it's entirely skill based, all the mechanics flow right into each other, so being overwhelmed has to do with the player's ability to keep track of everyone, rather than being overwhelming for the sake of being overwhelming. And the learning curve is honestly amazing with the previous challenges. Granted, this custom night's not perfect. I mean, you can't call it a custom night if you can't customize the difficulty of everyone individually, but regardless, this custom night is actually really good, and one part of Sister Location that I would definitely recommend checking out. Granted, you have to 100% Sister Location to unlock it, but it's good, I swear. Take everything bad about Five Nights at Freddy's 2 1020 mode out, and you get this masterpiece. Anyways, that's just a quick summary of the game itself. Now, before I get into the general opinion and my own personal opinion on this game, let's quickly talk about the story of Sister Location and what it did to the lore of the overall franchise. Sister Location completely changed the way that the Five Nights at Freddy's story was looked at. This game added a lot of lore that caused it to honestly start to spiral downwards. For starters, it did something that no one wanted. It connected the games to the books. Now, this honestly wasn't terrible. Giving the child killer a name is honestly fine, although it did kill a lot of the mystery out of the missing children incident. The fact that the killer now had a name and personality was honestly kind of jarring for some people. The idea that this killer was also one of the owners of Fazbear Entertainment was even more ridiculous to some, but I digress. This was the game that really emphasized that the story was about the Afton family, which raised some eyebrows. A lot of fans, including myself, preferred the story be about the missing children that inhabit the animatronics, rather than the focus being on the family of the killer. But the real kicker to the story was the introduction of one key element that would impact the way that the story was viewed by fans for the remainder of the Five Nights at Freddy's story, and that is Remnant. For those who don't know what Remnant is, you lucky bastards, Remnant is basically soul juice of the dead kids. When this remnant is attached to metal, which in this case is the animatronics, it causes the soul to possess the animatronic due to the remnant. Now what this does is explains how the supernatural works, using a science, which is, if Star Wars has taught us anything, is that you do not want to do this when writing a supernatural plot point. The midichlorians piss everyone off. Explaining the science of how the children possess the animatronics would be like if you explain how magic worked using a science in Harry Potter. This one unnecessary detail just makes the mystery and intrigue of the possessions just vanish. Another thing that this did was change the motivation of William Afton for the worst. In the original story, you could just say that the motivation was the guy was a psychopath, he liked killing kids. Okay, easy does it. If you wanted to, you could say that after the death of his son from Fredbear, he kills the kids out of spite or from losing his mind. Okay, that makes sense. but when you say that the reason he kills the kids is so you can learn how to harvest their remnant to become immortal, you have lost me. Now the story of Sister Location in itself is pretty simple. You are playing as Michael Afton, who you're also somehow playing in the other games as well, but whatever. Anyways, Michael is William's son, and here you have to basically investigate the underground animatronic rentals facility because your younger sister, who was killed by Baby, needs to be freed. Upon meeting Circus Baby, she immediately starts to try and gain the player's trust by helping them survive all the dangerous situations. But at the end of Night 5, she manipulates the player into entering the scooping room where all the animatronics have been watching in the form of Enid. Inside to get scooped, and Enid then uses your body as a shell like some fucked up hermit crab, and you are able to escape. Now this story on its own is honestly completely fine, and I personally enjoy it a little bit, but when it comes intertwined with the rest of the series, I just get a bit lost. Also, later Enid leaves Michael Afton's body, and through the power of Remnant, he is brought back to life. How in the flying Now this game came out in 2016, so I guess that the question that is on everyone's mind is that does this game hold up after nearly 8 years? Well, it's a split issue. Personally, the game does look a bit wonky in part, and the mouse cursor is so bad. This game is definitely only decent during your first playthrough. Second or third playthroughs are rendered boring and unfun because this game lacks any type of replayability. In terms of community opinions, this game is honestly still split 50-50. Some YouTubers like have made hour-long videos ripping into this game, and everything that they hate about it, while tons of die-hard fans still defend this game to this day. Personally, I think that this game has not aged well at all, and possibly has aged worse than the original 3 games. Overall, regardless of how you feel about this game, you cannot deny that this game steered the franchise into a new direction, both for the story and to end the original style of gameplay that Five Nights at Freddy's was known for. Since Five Nights at Freddy's 4, we have never gotten a truly unique office-style game that didn't reuse characters, or had it be part of a bigger game or a DLC. Sister Location showed us that Five Nights at Freddy's was more about 5 kids being stuffed into suits. It was going to be much more, and for some, that was enough for people to start losing interest in the series. This game marks the point in the Five Nights at Freddy's story where some fans decided to leave, and for me, I was one of them too. This game was too far from what made these games great, and I couldn't stick around. But for some, this was a whole new beginning.
Now me personally, I'm a huge fan of the Silver Eyes trilogy, but especially the Twisted ones. The Silver Eyes was amazing for expanding on the lore and world of FNAF 1, but I think where the Twisted ones shines is by developing the world beyond FNAF 1, going deeper into the human relationships and creating more mystery around not only Springtrap, but around William Afton himself. And also brought up illusion discs to confuse literally everyone. But anyways, one of my favourite things about the Twisted ones is the whole notion that you can leave Freddy's, but Freddy's never really leaves you. And it's the whole idea that you can have your experience at Freddy's, whatever it is, positive or negative, but it'll bring you back in some way, which we see many times in the franchise. Characters may move on, but it doesn't mean that Freddy's has. Continuing from something I said earlier, one of the things the Twisted ones does the best, other than being the font used in every single FNAF video ever, is the emphasis on human relationships. In the games, we basically never see any human interaction, until Gregory and Vanessa and Cassie, which is why I enjoy seeing Charlie's relationships with her friends, from something as simple as going out with John, to banding with the entire group to defeat Afton once and for all. So, the beginning of the story. Charlie is currently working on these 2 animatronic heads that are learning to listen to their environment and speak according to what they hear. And you kinda get the sense that Charlie is getting a little obsessive over these robots, just like her father, tearing the head off Theodore, who she loved so much, just to see how it worked. She later meets up with John at a restaurant, and after some light-hearted conversation, the tone inevitably turns to Freddy's, where Charlie brings up this whole topic of how twins are connected, and how she can feel her brother Sammy so close yet so far, and how she feels so alone. And then she just kinda leaves. Which, you know, obviously valid considering the conversation was just around her dead brother, but poor John, man. However, jokes aside, this book is where the franchise as a whole begins to take a dark, gritty turn. We see Charlie and Burke discover the first body. Its description is brutal, mentioning the wounds and scars of the spring locks, and the bizarre nature of the body simply dumped into a field in the middle of nowhere. And this description pales in comparison to how the Twisted ones themselves are presented. Hulking masses of metal, which in reality are plain animatronics, with a pale gelatinous coating. However, with the illusion discs are made to look like monsters, rows and rows of terrifying teeth, long extending claws, and full of spikes and spring locks made to capture and kill. These animatronics add to the mysterious nature of the book, and even more so, add to the lore and mystery around Henry and William. These robots appear to be Henry creations, yet tampered with and altered to be nightmarish creatures with Afton technology. And this has sparked a lot of theories around Afton stealing things and changing them, such as FNAF's theory about Circus Baby. And these theories, regardless of how you may feel about them, were all inspired by this point in the franchise. The subtle hints placed in the books that help us understand the lore just a little better. The idea of a sibling going missing right in front of Charlie is horrifying, and secondly, gives Charlie a real motivation to do what she's doing. Because even though at times they explain her reason for her actions to just be kind of going, well, I can feel it, I guess, her past does give a true motivation to defeat Afton in any way she can. And how could I forget to mention, bringing back more double names to the franchise, let's go. Okay. So now there's Game Charlie, who dies as a kid outside Fredbear's, and then there's Book Charlie, who is much more complicated, but we'll get to that in the fourth closet. And then there's Game Michael, who may or may not be an Afton, and or the protagonist of the main games. And then there's Movie Mike, but one of my absolute favourite things about the Twisted Ones is the treatment of the main 4 animatronics. Upon the Twisted Ones released, probably for the first time in the franchise, the robots are treated like the children that they are. In FNAF 1, they're the antagonists, so we dislike them. In the Silver Eyes it's the same, but even when they help defeat Afton, they just end up being extra characters. But here, we see them for what they really are. Kids who had their lives taken from them at the hands of a monster, and trapped in prisons of metal endoskeletons, now stuck in Burke's basement, unable to help, stopping more children from ending up like them. And even though it's a bit corny when you see Foxy body slamming a giant animatronic wolf, it's helped by the fact that, for the first time, we really build a connection with these children, not just as animatronics. Anyway, Funny Bear Game. So by the end of the book, we see Springtrap, who calls himself Springtrap, which sounds really corny when he says it himself for some reason, and he gives Charlie her own backstory, which goes something like this. You stole my brother when we were kids.
No, Charlie. I stole you.
What? Yeah, so I don't get it. How didn't she know? Where's Sammy then? How is Charlie here now? And how didn't she know? Most of these things do get explained in a decently good way actually, but it definitely raises a couple questions. But I've skipped a little bit forward, let's go back a little bit. While the mystery gang is trying to hunt down these twisted animatronics, Charlie gets taken by one and is trapped inside, with the spring locks and spike constricting her. So the rest of the group gets the FNAF 1 animatronics to help them, but upon mentioning the name William Afton, sends them into a frenzy, where they lash out at anyone near them, which happens to be our group. So the group runs off. Going back to Charlie, when she eventually escapes the twisted suit, she realizes that she's been brought back to Freddy's. Walking further in, she finds this disgusting thing, which the illusion discs turn into an army of balloon boys that chase Charlie through the pizzeria. The rest of the group arrives just in time, but they get attacked by Twisted Freddy, and Burke, apparently having the aim of a god with that pistol, shoots perfectly into the illusion chip, because apparently they can be chips too now, which removes the illusion and deactivates Freddy. Soon after, Twisted Bonnie and Twisted Wolf arrive, and I'm still confused about what this thing is. In a franchise where we didn't have a single wolf until Security Breach, why did this guy exist? Anyway, they pull up with Springtrap, who literally goes, "Rah, I'm Springtrap," and everyone cringes a little bit. And Jessica's reaction to seeing the murderer who tried to kill them all, who should be dead, standing in front of them is, well, you smell terrible. Who wrote this? Afton completely ignores her and goes on a pretty epic monologue. Here's a clip from the fan dub.
Ever since Charlie remade me, set me free to my destiny, I've been master of all these creatures. See? All the animatronics are linked together. A system designed to control the choreography for the shows. Now, I control the system. I control the choreography. All this belongs to me. I owe you both another debt of gratitude as well. I was imprisoned in that tomb beneath the stage. But then, you freed me. I won't hurt your friends, but I need something from you.
You have to be kidding.
And Clay goes, "Wow, that's crazy, bro," and then just shoots him. They all run and the Twisted Ones chase them, jumping into a river and pouring gasoline into it to set them on fire. but Charlie splits off from the group, running back into Springtrap. The Twisted Ones start closing in, but the FNAF 1 animatronics arrive and defend the group, literally fighting the Twisted Ones. The group gets away, and Charlie needs answers from Springtrap, where he tells her she was the one he took, not Sammy. The building starts to collapse, and as the group runs away, Charlie senses the presence of her brother in a different direction. And even though John begs Charlie to join the group, she pursues her brother, getting grabbed by Twisted Freddy and slammed shut in the stomach hatch. So to finish up, I think the story is top tier for Five Nights at Freddy's. I loved the human interaction, I loved the animatronic lore and the characterization of the FNAF 1 animatronics. I don't know who thought these corny lines were a good idea, but all the questions that the book raises are very fun to theorize about.
Picture this. It's late 2017 and you're watching Daco's video on the newest FNAF teaser. It's been a weird year for FNAF. In early June, the fandom was thinking the 6th FNAF game would be a sister location too, since the first few teasers focused on Circus Baby. Later in June, Scott made a Steam post announcing his cancellation of FNAF 6 in favor of making a more fun and laid-back game, possibly an 8-bit Freddy's Tycoon. The October teasers on scottgames.com seemed to fit in with that aesthetic, showing Freddy from FNAF 2's Take Cake to the Children with a Nyan Cat rainbow trail. The next teasers showed 8-bit Freddy juggling pizzas. Based on these teasers, everyone assumed Scott's next game would be a small side project.
This is the FNAF Tycoon game that Scott has been hinting at. This teaser is not FNAF 6, and if it is FNAF 6, I will be absolutely mind blown and I will record a video of me doing something stupid if this teaser is to do with FNAF 6.
In late November, Scott said he was putting together something fun for all of you over the holidays. And in early December, after announcing that the game would be called Pizzeria Simulator, he said the game would be, quote, something light and without much consequence, and quote, just something to pass some time. Scott was doing everything in his power to make sure people went into this game with low expectations. And it worked.
Yes! My score isn't going up anymore.
Man, come on!
I think you failed. Oh, that was FNAF 6, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us today. Are you kidding me?
Oh! Oh, are you freaking kidding me?
I know the game is officially called Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, but it's the 6th mainline installment in the FNAF series, so we're calling it FNAF 6. Pizzeria Simulator is the name of the cheerful game it pretends to be. With this game, nothing is as it seems. After the short 8-bit section ends, we cut to this scene introducing 2 new characters right off the bat.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
The animatronic sitting in front of us is Scrap Baby, and we'll call the man speaking to us Tape Guy for now. He says a lot of things, most notably that paragraph 4 tells us which animatronics to salvage. We brought Baby here, quote, to test automated response times and reactions from vintage interactive attractions. Tape Guy plays us a few eerie sounds, instructing us to record the responses or lack thereof on the sheet in front of us. This sheet is absolutely meaningless, useless, and worthless. We'll talk more about the story implications of these sections later.
It's a new day. It's your time to shine.
Welcome to the other side of the game. These wacky little 2D cutscenes give us the real premise of the game. This is FNAF 6 and the Pizzeria Tycoon game. You play as a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee running your own little Freddy's Pizza. During the day section, you can buy and add attractions to your pizzeria and playtest some of the games. During the night section, you can do some chores in a very unsafe back room. You may have noticed that day and night are in quotation marks here. The day section, where you customize your pizzeria, is actually at night, presumably, and the night shift gameplay takes place while the restaurant is open in the day. As I said, with this game, nothing is as it seems. After your day shift gameplay, you do the thing from the intro cutscene again. You salvage another animatronic. That gives us 3 main gameplay sections: the Tycoon, the day shift, and the salvage section, which can lead to 6 different endings, making this easily the FNAF game with the most content at the time. Unlike the other games, there are a lot of different choices you can make while still succeeding in this game. So I'll briefly discuss the strategic choices you can make to earn more money for your pizzeria. Let's start with the early Tycoon section. The Tycoon section is where most of the game's content is. For the first time ever, we got to see an HD representation of what a Freddy Fazbear's pizza might look like without a murderous purple man standing in the corner. The style of this section in terms of atmosphere and art style is a nice mix between FNAF World and the more lighthearted moments in Sister Location. This was Scott having fun with his game instead of sticking strictly to horror. Scott designed an insane amount of characters and object renders that only appear in this section. There are 4 catalogs you can unlock and buy items from. You start out with a tiny floor plan and what I like to think are a floor and walls made out of dirt. I know it's probably supposed to be wood, but I always saw it as dirt. You can upgrade this floor plan later to open up more space for attractions. Speaking of attractions, let's take a look at our early options. For the low price of $10 to $15, you can have one of the members of Trash in the Gang, Bucket Bob, Number 1 Crate, Pan Stan, Mr. Can Do, or Mr. Hugs. But how are you supposed to earn money to buy things? There are 2 main ways you can actively earn money. First, you can take sponsorships, and second, you can playtest some games to increase your Faz rating. At the start of each Tycoon Night segment, you were given 10 play tokens. You can use these to playtest whatever games you have, and every 1,000 points scored in one of the games raises your Faz rating by 1,000 points, which earns you $100. You can earn a lot of money straight away if you buy the Duck Pond and Discount Ball Pit and playtest them as much as possible. If you play the Duck Pond, you can score 300 to 1,500 points depending on how lucky you get. If you want to test your skill a bit more, you should spend most of your tokens on the Ball Pit, because you can get up to $100 per play if you have really good timing and aren't afraid of watching Helpy die in front of you a few times. Once your guilt for torturing this poor soul finally gets to you, or when you run out of play tokens, you can click this Finish button to move from the fun Tycoon section to the darker side of the game. It wouldn't be FNAF 6 if we didn't have some classic office gameplay. Your office is set in a tiny maintenance room in the back of the building, with 2 giant gaping vents on either side of you. With this being the final classic FNAF game, Scott tried to combine elements from all of the previous games in this section. If you played this section before, you know you're working from a toaster in this game. If you ever turn your fan off, the temperature of the room goes from 60 to 100 degrees in about 30 seconds. I like to think of this as a mix between FNAF 1's power mechanic and the music box. You have to continually keep the temperature down, but using the fan makes noise which can attract animatronics. Etro Games made a great video comparing FNAF 1 and FNAF 6's gameplay, and he brought up that both are frightening because there's no perfect strategy for either of these games. There's never a point where you're completely safe. Your only means of defense are the flashlight in your hand and an audio lure on the computer monitor in front of you, elements from FNAF 2 and FNAF 3 respectively. Like in FNAF 4, you have no cameras, and you never fully see the animatronics as they approach you. Instead, you have to listen for noises on your left and right. The characters also speak to you as they approach you, like in Sister Location. One of the unique mechanics of this game is the motion detector. It's an infinitely worse version of a camera system, only showing you where an animatronic is in the form of a danger sign on one of the 13 boxes of the vent system. In most FNAF games, all you have to do is survive for a certain amount of time. Scott tried something different with this game though. You use the computer in front of you to do the same set of 12 tasks every night. All you have to do to complete them is click on them and wait for them to finish. But when a task is in progress, using your motion detector or silent ventilation will cancel the task and any progress made on it. But 3 of the tasks involve the printer. Doing the printer tasks is the most anxiety-inducing experience a human being can have. The sound of the printer seems deafening in comparison to the rest of the office sounds. And you know you aren't supposed to make noise, but you have to do it if you want to get out of this place. That, in my opinion, is what makes the FNAF 6 gameplay scary, and what makes it so similar to FNAF 1. In FNAF 1, you have to keep the doors shut, but you can't because you'll run out of power and lose. The game forces you to leave the doors open and put yourself in danger in order to win. In FNAF 6, you have to boot up the printer to win, because you can't leave until you get those 3 tasks done. It's even worse because the game has no time limit, giving you time to procrastinate and overthink whether or not this is the right time to do the task, or if you should just wait until the animatronic leaves your vent. Remember that part in Sister Location where Hand Unit starts loudly speaking in below a gallery, the room where you have to be quiet?
It seems you are taking a long time. Please proceed as quickly and as quietly as possible.
This game has something exactly like that. If you accept a sponsorship, a very loud ad will occasionally pop up on your monitor, completely throwing off any amount of control you may have had over the situation. The ambience in this section is really interesting as well, especially in the way it takes advantage of this segment taking place in the day. Through the winding maze of vents in which we sit at the center, we hear the chaotic sounds of an open pizzeria all around us. Loud music blares, people talk equally loudly, and there's one other sound. It's the sound of children laughing, but it could also be screaming. Because of the context, it could be either one, but any normal pizzeria goer would just assume that these are the sounds of kids having fun. Pizzeria Simulator's gameplay thrives in its ability to make you feel unsafe and uncertain, and it does a great job of producing the fear of the unknown. We'll get to some of the Office gameplay's downfalls after discussing the salvage segments.
Before you is an animatronic found in the back alley. We are unsure of its origins. It is your job to complete the maintenance checklist before claiming it as salvage. Or, if you choose to, you can throw it back into the alley where you found it and forfeit payment. Please make your choice now.
You make this decision after every office shift, and it is the most important decision in the game. If you choose to salvage the animatronic, you get the chance to earn a lot of easy money and retain the opportunity to get the true ending of the game. But, on the other hand, whether you win or lose, this animatronic will become an added threat during your office shift, and you won't get the money if you fail during the salvage process. The first animatronic we actually salvage is Molten Freddy. After Molten Freddy, we salvage Springtrap, then Scrap Baby, and then Lefty. We sit at a desk in front of the animatronic, as if we're interviewing them. We have a taser that can reset the animatronic, but each zap after the third decreases the animatronic's salvage value by 50%. Tape Guy plays 5 audio cues, and these are a great way to segue into talking about the sound design of this section. The ambience is so good here. It gives you the sense that you're all alone, except for the monster sitting in front of you. It sounds like you're sitting in a deep void, with the only real source of noise being the shoddy light bulb illuminating the animatronic. As good as the ambience is, the audio cues steal the show here. Some sound like a distorted version of the circus music from FNAF 1. And others sound like strange mechanical roaring paired with a metal saw grinding against another piece of metal. Whatever these sounds are, something about them tends to agitate the animatronics. After each audio cue, we have to flip up our sheet of paper and check yes, no, or unsure whether there was a response. This is all just a FNAF spot the difference game. If the animatronic looks different than it did before you flip the sheet of paper up, you need to zap it or you will die. You don't have to zap it right away though. Like in other FNAF games, the animatronic can almost only attack you when you're flipping the paper down. This means if the animatronic moves once, you can wait for the next audio prompt and then zap the animatronic before pulling the paper up. The animatronic can't move while you're looking at it, except for when it does. Each animatronic has a unique sound effect that occasionally plays. They can kill you without changing appearance if you don't notice this sound and zap them. Molten Freddy makes this scraping noise, Springtrap makes a heartbeat sound, Scrap Baby makes a clicking sound, and Lefty makes a winding sound. This mechanic causes me to lose some salvage sections even though I'm fully aware of it, because most of the sounds don't stand out from the ambience enough to be noticeable. As frustrating as this idea is, it's kind of cool and adds that little layer of uncertainty that makes this section so unnerving. I forgot to talk about something in the first Tycoon segment section. Every item you purchase increases one of these 5 metrics: atmosphere, health and safety, entertainment, bonus revenue, or risk, and happiness. The higher you get the first 4 metrics, the more money you'll earn from your pizzeria after each salvage section. The higher you get the last metric, the higher the chance you get hit with a lawsuit. Some items will be massively marked down, but buying such a thing adds a lot to your risk and may even add an animatronic to your office day shift gameplay. Other items like the gravity vortex, the ball pit tower, and Lefty are just naturally dangerous. One of the fun parts of this game is getting to sort of play as Fazbear Entertainment, deciding how much or little you care about your customers' safety. Let's go back to Lefty for a second. If you buy him, not only does he add 9 points to your risk, there's also 100% chance he gets into your restaurant. If an animatronic gets in before it's supposed to get in, this little thing takes their place on the desk in front of you during their salvage. This is the best example of how each decision you make in the Tycoon section can have drastic effects on the rest of the game. The second best example is the lore you can unlock by buying and playtesting certain minigames. The first and definitely the most controversial is Midnight Motorist. I'm not kidding when I tell you that there has never been an agreed upon or satisfying interpretation of this minigame. But MatPat knows what it means, and not because he solved it. He met with Scott as a part of his big retirement video, and later revealed in a Variety interview that he and Scott had a discussion about the most confusing parts of the franchise, and Midnight Motorist was on that list. MatPat, if you happen to be watching this video, you have the answers, so congratulations, I guess. As tempting as it is, I'm not going to go into every interpretation of each of these minigames, but I will give my general idea of what they all mean. This yellow guy goes home, this TV watcher tells him to go easy on someone who had a rough day. They were referring to the yellow man's son. He yells at his son for locking his door, only to find out that his window is broken, with 2 sets of footprints. One of these sets was made by a mascot costume. Yellow guy says this in response. Fruity Maze is a Pac-Man style game where you play as a little girl collecting fruit. There are dogs and yellow rabbits all over the place, and every time the screen flashes you see a little girl's face reflected in the screen. Each time you complete the game, something changes. The music becomes slowed and distorted, and the dogs become mangled and bloody, and more yellow rabbits appear, one of them not being in the game. After you complete the game twice, the third round is cut off by the blare of a car horn, and the yellow rabbit starts speaking to the girl, telling her that her dog is still alive, that he is over here, and telling her to follow him. The last game is the security puppet minigame. The game tells you to press space to stop a child. Each child has a different colored wristband, but every time you stop a child, the game ends, telling you this was not your assigned child. The third time you play the game, the music is gone. All you hear is the wind and the rain battering the outside of the building. The children laugh at the little girl that stands at the window, locked outside of the party. As she jumps at the window, we see her green wristband, green like the eyes of the puppet. This is our assigned child, but we can't get to her because someone placed a present on top of our box. We eventually get out, but it's too late. We go outside trying to save her, but we can only embrace her in one final act of protection as the rain destroys our electronic parts. What do all of these stories have in common? The incredible FNAF lore speedrun video by Gibby's Good Idea Bad Idea has my favorite take on these 3 stories. They're just the stories of 3 of Afton's victims. Fruity Maze is the story of Afton luring and killing Susie, the kid who possesses Chica. Midnight Motorist is the story of Afton taking some other kid. And Security Puppet is the story of Charlie, Emily, and how she came to possess the puppet. That's it. Or maybe it's not, I don't know. Now let's talk about the flaws of the office section gameplay. When I talked about this part of the game earlier, I was talking about how the gameplay works on night 1. Unfortunately, the gameplay kind of falls apart by the time you have 2 or more animatronics active. When there's 1 animatronic, it's already pretty challenging, because once they get to your vent, they usually stay close to it for the rest of your run. When an animatronic gets close, the only way to get rid of them is to get really quiet and shine your flashlight at them. A lot of people just turn their fan off and stare into the vent, but you can go fully silent by turning your computer off as well. Here's what the office sounds like when you have the fan and the computer on. Here's what it sounds like with the fan off. Here's what it sounds like with everything off. I show all that to say that turning the computer off makes a huge difference in the amount of noise you're making. The best way to ensure your safety is to put your audio lure on this square on one side and continually shine your flashlight into the vent on the other side. If you hear an animatronic make multiple vent sounds, turn everything off. That's it. That's the strategy. FNAF 1 is cool because you have to flick up the monitor to see where the animatronics are or check on Foxy, but there's always a chance flipping it up will get you killed. In this game, you're always staring into your room. The only time you feel exposed is when you're looking at your computer monitor in the middle, but you only have to do that long enough to click on your task, and then it's right back to staring. In FNAF 1, the information you get from exposing yourself by using the cameras is just as tempting and as important as the information you get from staying in the office. In the later nights of FNAF 6, what you see on the motion detector doesn't matter anymore. At least one animatronic is always right at your vent. You never wonder where an animatronic is because they're almost always right there. There's also the lack of cameras. Seeing the animatronics as little danger signs on a screen is cool and ominous the first time, but it would be more effective if we could see the animatronics approaching. The one time you see them is when they kill you, and when they do, you get to witness the most underwhelming jump scares in the franchise. The issue with these is that they look like green screen overlays. The FNAF 1, 3, and 4 jump scare animations are animated in the office, while these are rendered with a transparent background and slapped on top of the office along with a bad camera shake effect. I don't think this office gameplay is bad necessarily. The idea of blending elements from previous games was brilliant and the way Scott went about it was smart, but you can tell he had to compromise on this section to focus on the other ones. FNAF 6 is is the most story-driven game in the entire franchise, which makes sense because it's the last one. Scott didn't make any more games. There are definitely not 5.5 more mainline games as of writing this. What are you talking about? To get full context of the story of this game, it helps a lot to dive into the books. The biggest game lore revelation in the books is the existence of Henry Emily, the co-founder of Fazbear Entertainment along with William Afton. In the books, Henry goes insane and dies very early in the timeline, but this game, which released while the final book in the novel trilogy was being written, confirms that Henry lives a lot longer in the game timeline. That's all the book stuff for now, but the fourth closet in particular has information that is very important in understanding the canon ending to the game, but we need to get through the other endings first. If you buy the Egg Baby data archive and then turn your monitor off, click the blue button and turn it on while you're still holding it down, an audio file recorded by Tape Man plays on your monitor.
Small souls trapped in prisons of my making, now set to new purpose, and used in ways I never thought imaginable.
Tape Guy says he created the animatronics that later imprisoned the missing children, and he speaks about William as if they used to be good friends, all while showing blueprints of some of his and William's machines. This alone clearly points to Tape Man being Henry Emily. And after all of the blueprint slides are used up, some text on the monitor labels this file HRY223. The meaning of 223 is still debated, but I think we can all agree that HRY is short for Henry. We are then fired and given a certificate of insanity because we weren't supposed to see or hear any of what we just heard and saw. This is the insanity ending. If you reject salvaging an animatronic, Hand Unit will say this:
Don't forget Saturday. You want them all to be in one place.
Scott is using Tutorial Unit to tell both the real-world player and the in-universe franchisee that they're supposed to salvage every animatronic. Candy Cadet is one of the animatronics you can buy off of Stan's budget tech, and his gimmick is that he has a random chance of telling you a story. A lot of his stories share the theme of putting 5 living things together, which seems like a metaphor for what Tape Man and Tutorial Unit keep encouraging us to do. So this is a plan put together by Tape Man to get all of these souls in one place and put them to rest. That is the story of this game in a nutshell. The game gives you the option to help Tape Man achieve this or to go against his wishes. Now for the mid ending. If you disobey what Scott and Tape Man tell you to do by refusing to let all of the animatronics into your pizzeria, you get the mediocrity ending. This is the ending you get if you complete the game in the most casual way possible, but it leads to a very unsatisfying ending to the story of FNAF. You still technically beat the game, just in the most boring way possible, which, wait a second, that's what mediocre means. This is the first FNAF game you can just flat out lose. In most of the other games, you do technically cause the story to end whenever you die, but you can just retry the night with no issue. If you go bankrupt in FNAF 6, though, you just lose, and you actually have to restart the entire game. The only way to get this ending is to get sued until your bank account dips below 0. So you can only get this ending if you blow all of your money on unsafe and expensive attractions. Most of the other bad endings are all silly and meta, calling you a disappointment or sending you to a mental hospital, but the blacklisted ending requires you to play with maximum disregard for the safety of your customers. It's so confusing and hard to get that the wider community was confused about exactly how to get it until recently. Most people currently agree that you need to complete Saturday with a liability score of 50 or higher to get this ending. The completion ending of Pizzeria Simulator is the book ending of the original Five Nights at Freddy's series and what many people consider to be the best moment in the franchise to this day. You get this ending by salvaging every animatronic and completing Saturday without going bankrupt. This ending, while not as challenging as the blacklisted ending, is very hard to get because it requires you to get through the RNG slogfest that is Night 6 with all 4 animatronics. The agony most people go through to get through this challenge only makes the ending that much more satisfying though. The whole plan is revealed to you here. Henry's plan to put the souls to rest is to burn them, all of them. He reveals that Springtrap is William Afton, the one who started all of this pain, finally getting his comeuppance. The rest of the souls are in the other animatronics, and after they burn, they will all finally have the opportunity to move on from their prisons to something more peaceful. Henry also reveals that Charlie Emily, his daughter, is the one possessing the puppet. Henry makes it clear that he knows who you are, that you're connected to this group of lost souls in some way. You're a part of this picture as well, and that he suspects that you're ready to move on with them. You, the player, are Michael Afton, the main protagonist, the night guard of most of the games, and the final member of the Afton family. The Lorekeeper ending is exactly the same as the previous ending except for one thing. If you complete all phases of the Fruity Maze, Midnight Motorist, and Security Puppet minigames, you get to see this image after Henry's speech. It shows 5 graves on a grassy hill, with a 6th one looking over all of them in the distance. This gives us names for 4 of the 5 missing children and a few possibilities for the other 2 graves. Some think the distant grave is Charlie Emily's grave since the puppet's goal was always to protect and provide for the children. Others have said it is Michael Afton's grave, but I really don't think so, mainly because this would make him the only Afton in this image and the only one not murdered by William. It makes a lot more sense for the 6 graves to be Charlie's. This is like the completion ending 1.1. One interesting thing about this game is that it doesn't really have any Easter eggs. If you complete the Insanity and Lorekeeper endings, you're pretty much guaranteed to see every single lore relevant detail in the game. There are still mysteries within the minigames like the Mound of Dirt in Midnight Motorist and everything else about it, but it's pretty clear that Scott wanted there to be as few loose ends as possible in this game. It really was a perfect ending for the franchise, except for one thing. Like I've already said several times, the gameplay wasn't all that great at times, and there needed to be a custom night. So Scott decided to make a 7th game to serve as the custom night for the 6th, and it's the one FNAF game that focuses on gameplay over horror and storytelling.
Quick side note before I get into this book. I'll be using the graphic novel for the summary since it makes the book a bit more digestible for this format, since that'll be what you're seeing throughout the video anyway. If you've only read the graphic novel, I'd recommend reading the book. It gives a bit more context for things that are straight up never explained in the graphic novel. Moving on. The 4th closet picks up half a year after its predecessor, The Twisted Ones. John loses his construction job, but before he decides to leave town, Jessica asks John to come to Clay's house for a reunion with their friend group. At first, John declines, but ends up going in the end. This is where John comes face to face with Charlie for the first time since the diner all those months ago. John still doesn't believe this person is truly Charlie, and although he doesn't have any good reasoning or proof that it isn't her, he ends up being correct. Despite all that, Charlie convinces John to go on a date with her. We then get a scene between a girl in a red dress, that's painfully obvious it's Charlie, and some poor scrapyard owner, interrogating the man over what happened to the OG animatronics after the Twisted Ones, since they were transported there, even if he didn't directly know it was them. The next morning we see John talking to Theodore's head, when he accidentally pressed something on it, causing the plush to spout the same nonsense, over and over again. Shining star, silver reef. Before John can get back to the plush, Clay barges into his apartment. While John is trying to get his data tire on, Clay asks John to more or less interrogate Charlie. That's morally ambiguous. With no other options, John reluctantly agrees, despite the fact he would have done so regardless, and begins to head over to his date. Not before being startled by a group of clowns, of course. What? Since John is a little early, he checks out Circus Baby's Pizza World? This sends him straight into a Vietnam flashback as he enters the establishment. I still think the scene is funny because some employee just goes,
"Sir, are you here with children?"
Like he was preying on children. I guess they get enough of that in Hurricane with good old corpsey Afton. A little while later, Charlie meets up with Jonathan on their date locale, and they begin to make conversation. It's pretty clear from the get-go, John is just trying to get as much information out of Charlie as possible. But nothing really comes from this conversation. Charlie affirms she is real, and she was damaged from that night. John doesn't buy Charlie's explanation. After dinner, John declines a movie, probably with what happened in the Twisted Ones, honestly. He begins to head over to Clay's, but not before getting jumped by some clowns again. When John makes it to Clay's house, they briefly discuss John's date with Charlie, and quickly jump into the current missing persons case. After John leaves, he unknowingly comes face to face with Elizabeth before fleeing. The next morning, John notices Theodore's chant has become a little louder. Before John can process why this is happening, he gets a call letting him know Clay is in the hospital. When John left Clay's house the previous night, a clown-like figure busted open his reinforced oak door and mauled him like a gorilla. John rushes over to the hospital with Jessica, for some godforsaken reason, and a barely conscious Clay directs him to an envelope containing pictures of John and Charlie on their date? I'll admit, this is a first-time reader is a bit of a shock, considering Clay is such a trusted ally of the friend group throughout this trilogy, but it becomes crystal clear why Clay was stalking them. Charlie is not what she seems. She seems to distort photos for some reason. As John and Jessica exit the hospital, Theodore begins to spat his nonsense again. Jessica notes how Silver Reef is a town nearby, and they're off. When night falls, John and Jessica make it to the mysterious location and manage to find a house. When they knock on the door, Aunt Jen answers? Jen greets them and tells them they shouldn't have come. But before we can get a clear answer out of this woman, there's a loud knock on the door. As John and Jessica hide in the back room, they hear a familiar voice ring out with the familiar phrase,
Shining star. Silver Reef.
John opens the chest to discover Charlie? What is she doing here? Before the gang can process, well, any of this, Jen opens the door to freaking Charlie, and Charlie kills Aunt Jen!
Is there anything you'd like to say?
I always loved you, Charlie.
I love you too.
Talk about brutal! How she managed to follow them is unclear, but Jessica and John get out of there with their newly found Charlie. As they peel out, Jessica realizes John was right all along. When John and Jessica make it back to his apartment, John comes to a realization. Ella and a younger picture of Charlie look eerily similar. With Charlie napping on John's bed, John heads out to find some answers. As John breaks into Clay's house, Jessica notices that some of the photos of Charlie become so distorted they don't appear to look like her anymore. She almost looks like a clown robot? John arrives just in time to look at Jessica's findings and finds a familiar face lurking outside his apartment. The fake Charlie practically barges in and begins a game of cat and mouse as John tries to hide their Charlie. She checks every crevice, except behind his couch, but turns up dry. Trying to take some heat off them, John asks the Charlie imposter on a follow-up date. She excitedly says yes, and goes on her merry way. A little while later, Charlie comes to and we see John waiting for her by her side. They chat briefly before Charlie falls asleep again. This is beginning to be a common thing for Miss Emily. Meanwhile, Jessica gathers Marla and Carlton. Together, they start a stakeout for John and fake Charlie's second date. This, in my opinion, begins one of the best sequences in the whole book. Fake Charlie knows John has Charlie since, he literally drove away from Jen's house as fake Charlie was killing her after all. It all comes to a head as John threatens fake Charlie, but she kisses him on the cheek and pays for dinner? Jessica and Carlton are bewildered, but not before Carlton has to say something about the fake Charlie.
She looks hot.
She put your father in the hospital. What's wrong with you?
No, I know. Very serious.
Which was even funnier in the book.
She looks hot,
Carlton said. Jessica reared back and slapped Carlton as hard as she could.
You idiot! You're supposed to be watching his back, not watching her butt. Besides, she put your father in the hospital.
Guess Scholastic wasn't a big fan of that for the graphic novel adaptation. Carlton meets up with John to discuss what on earth just happened, only to realize Jessica didn't follow him and has seemingly vanished. We discover Jessica actually snuck into fake Charlie's car trunk as she was in the restaurant, though the book goes into much more detail. The graphic novel skips straight to the part where fake Charlie arrives at her destination and Jessica sneaks out of her trunk. Circus Baby's Pizza World. Did anyone really not see this coming? Jessica ends up getting captured and Elizabeth just monologues. But the only thing to note is that she talks about how Elizabeth, Afton's daughter, wound up being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and now they're one. Wait, hold up. This little girl robot hybrid just kissed John on the cheek. Hey yo! Charlie finally comes to, and we have a little reunion between Carlton and Marla. It gets cut short by Charlie and John nerding out about Ella having an illusion disc that makes her look like young Charlie? What the heck? So if I'm being honest, this is where the book begins to derail a little bit. As much as I love this book, it'd be unfair of me not to at least mention some of my feelings on this. This book gets insane towards the climax, especially everything pertaining to Miss Robot Girl. And especially Elizabeth. She's a little girl, robot, and a Charlie hybrid that kisses John and actually loves him, like her third closet counterpart. Anyway, just back to our scheduled programming. We go back to Jessica just to see her fighting a singing Springtrap? This book cannot get more ridiculous, can it?
Oh, Jessica's been caught, oh Jessica. She fought, but now she's going to die. Oh my.
Spoiler alert, it very much can. Afton cuts to projection, and after some inquiry from Jessica, we learn that the fake blood that Clay stumbled upon in the Twisted Ones wasn't his. I wonder who it could be. Afton proceeds to villain monologue about how he's going to use Remnant for immortality with the help of the animatronics he found at the junkyard, blah blah blah, forces Jessica to watch him get cut open by Elizabeth and have his kidney removed! We go back to the gang and discover John wants to find the faces that Charlie was experimenting with in the Twisted Ones and use them to help them make them invisible. Charlie says it's a leap, but let's be real here, who wasn't expecting it to work by this point? Carlton volunteers since he's the best character and needs more screen time and proceeds to head over. Carlton goes to Jessica's to retrieve it since fake Charlie left all her stuff with her, and stumbles upon a family photos of Jessica's. It actually looks really cool to see what her parents look like, and only wish we got more of this stuff from the others. We don't even know what the mom of the main character looks like. Carlton managed to find it, and before he can head back, he collapses from some awful noise. Gee, I wonder who that is. Elizabeth helps him up and just tries to kill him, I guess. Luckily, John's plan that apparently was a leap goes all according to plan, and Carlton manages to slip out. Charlie wakes up from a nap. Again. And Charlie asks if John said, "I love you," to her at the end of the Twisted Ones. Instead of John finally being able to confess his feelings to his longtime crush and childhood friend, he deflects everything and he says he loves her like a friend, if that friend isn't Jessica. This part has always bothered me since the books want this relationship to happen so badly and still does this anyway. God, just admit it, little bro. Also, Charlie finds out Jen dies and basically has no reaction. Typical Charlie. This officially starts the end game for this book. For this last bit of the book, I'm going to be splitting this into two sections since the book swaps between the two storylines so often. So I'm going to be following what happens with Charlie first and end it with Jessica and Carlton since that's technically the way the cookie ends up crumbling anyway. Alright, on to the two lovebirds. So they begin by driving back to Jen's, for reasons I couldn't possibly begin to tell you. And the graphic novel actually ends up mentioning Artie. This is super cool because this never actually gets mentioned in the novel. Probably one of the only reasons to read the graphic novel over the novel. So Charlie also learns her doppelganger has her car and they make it over to Jen's. Something that still bothers me about this house is that we never really learn if this is some sort of safe house or childhood home. It's just a house in the middle of nowhere Theodore happened to spout on about. Grievances aside, they make it there and John covers up Jen. They look around and manage to find a letter by Charlie's dad, which basically goes on about the fact he made a monster and how he's going to to go be with his daughter. But his daughter is right here? If you haven't been following along, this may seem to come out of nowhere, but I assure you, it'll all make sense soon. They find some schematics for people who all suspiciously look like Charlie throughout her stages of life. Then fake Charlie crashes the party. Fake Charlie, which I'll just be calling Elizabeth from now on for less confusion, tries to convince Charlie to come back to Afton. She promptly says no, and John tries to hit her with a lamp. Elizabeth promptly punches her back, grabs him, and makes out with him? What? Elizabeth then goes on to explain how she and Circus Baby became a single entity. She continues on how Henry artificially created different stages of Charlie's life that she herself will never actually get to live out since Afton killed her when she was 3. Charlie is simply a soul in a doll, and can only live on as one since the real Charlie was snuffed out by Afton. As far-fetched as this sounds, Henry's plan ends up working, and some version of Charlie that I don't think is technically her original self anymore is a living girl again. When Henry is making the last iteration of Charlie, her as an adult, Henry puts agony into her because he's still a grieving father. He tosses her to the side, saying that it's wrong, but it ends up becoming sentient. Then Elizabeth tears Ella out of Charlie's stomach, the doll with the soul. Elizabeth then goes on to talk about how she deserved the attention that Charlie got, and rants how Charlie never deserved any of those things while Elizabeth was cast aside to rot. Charlie hits Elizabeth in the face, cracking it open, and as one of the wild guesses' best themes start to play, Charlie says, "She's been doing sit-ups?" This book, I swear. And as Charlie and Elizabeth continue to duke it out, Charlie spots a familiar piece of machinery and activates it. It ends up stabbing them both, killing them together. As Elizabeth gasps for life, she begins to spout on how she never had one to begin with. Charlie holds her hand and says what John and Charlie shippers have wanted from the very beginning.
I love you too, John.
Then, lets her life slip away. The machine that killed them was the same Henry used to commit suicide. A disgruntled John finally wakes up and finds them both lifeless. Meanwhile, while that nonsense was going on, Jessica wakes up with some kids practically poking her with the stick. We learn they're Ron, Lisa, Elena, and Jacob. Not that you're gonna remember their names anyway, but we cut back to Carlton and Marla, where Carlton informs her circus baby is also this fake Charlie, and they're on their way. Did they learn nothing from the Silver Eyes in terms of not bringing backup? Anyways, Carlton and Marla make it over to Circus Baby's Pizza, where they just so happen to find comically visible footprints. I guess they find fresh footprints in the novel, but I doubt they were this obvious. Carlton then proceeds to lockpick a door, and they finally make their way inside. Not before Carlton does the funniest pose. As they're making their way through the establishment, they meet these weird little clown things that are lifeless. For now. Both make their way to a mirror maze, because Marla is good at mazes. Is every character in this godforsaken book a plot device? Anyway, they're making their way through, and oh no, it's Funtime Freddy, now they're trapped in the maze. We get back to Jessica, where she opens the door out of the room, and despite the kids begging her not to, Mangle abducts one of the kids, and the rest run away. So, we get back to Carlton and Marla leaves Carlton behind, and then Carlton accidentally runs into a mirror. So, Funtime Freddy picks up Carlton, and before he can choke the life out of him, I guess, Marla puts an earpiece on Carlton, the one from the faces, and to Mr. Fredster, he turns invisible. I get he has no feeling, but wouldn't he still be in his hands? I guess the character with actual feeling made the same mistake earlier with, Elizabeth, but I guess the book doesn't want you thinking too hard about it. Carlton and Marla finally make their escape and practically bump into the 3 remaining kids and Jessica. They reconvene just for Carlton to go on his own, because he owes it to Michael. I'm really trying to stay positive, man, but these characters are making the worst decisions humanly possible. So after the rest of the gang splits up and has a pretty inconsequential action sequence that's pretty filler, Carlton begins to look for clues when he comes face to face with Funtime Freddy again. He ends up using this conveniently placed ride to destroy Freddy. Holy crap, I guess I meant to say explode! Carlton finally stumbles upon Jacob. Unfortunately, Afton was waiting for him and injects Remnant directly into his heart. Even when Afton is in a wheelchair, he can still be an absolute menace. Carlton wakes up in some sort of limbo where he can talk to the souls that are in the amalgamation. He meets Michael, who is still just a kid, just like the rest of the souls, and doesn't understand what's going on. They see Afton as a friend. Carlton collects some papers and draws exactly what their friend did to them. He murdered them. And just as Afton is about to hurt Jacob, the amalgamation wakes up and takes Afton, submerging them all into the furnace, putting a true end to all their pain. Carlton talks to Michael one last time as all of Carlton's friends are calling out to him from the real world. He finally gives in and falls unconscious. An unknown amount of time passes and we meet the friend group at the hospital. Clay is on his feet again and Carlton is making a full recovery. Everyone seems happy, except for John. He seems distant and cold, like he was at the beginning of the book. Clay confirms Charlie is still missing and presumably her imposter as well. John leaves so he can drive to the cemetery, the memory of not being able to confess to his childhood crush still fresh. He enjoys the breeze as he makes his way towards a grave. He finally stops at one. He stands there a while before a familiar figure reaches out to him. He looks surprised, but goes with her regardless. As they walk away, we finally see the grave he was looking at. It reads Charlie Emily, 1980 to 1983, thus ending the trilogy.
FNAF, it's over. It's had its finale. Pizzeria Simulator had one hell of an ending. It was perfect. Ooh, a custom night for Pizzeria Simulator. That's gonna be really fun to play the game with custom difficulty and events. Right? You may or may not know that Ultimate Custom Night was gonna be a Pizzeria Simulator DLC. That's what originally the idea was gonna be. But as development went on, it was just getting way too big for a DLC, so Scott had to make it its own game. Hence, Ultimate Custom Night. From now on, I'm gonna say UCN for short, because saying Ultimate Custom Night multiple times is not fun. UCN is a very interesting game. We were getting so much information from Scott about this game, surprisingly. We were getting multiple teasers, multiple posts giving us information about the game, more than anything else we've gotten in previous FNAF games. Hell, even through teasers, it was going to be really interesting, because there was going to be 40 characters. 40! Well, golly gee willikers, that's going to be a little diffy. Okay, let's see here. We got FNAF 1, 2, 3, 4... basically everyone here. Wait. Phone Guy? Why does Phone Guy have a difficulty? I'm watching you. Throughout the teasers of the characters, they got switched around to fit where they should be. Oh, and 10 more characters. Oh, and later on, we gotta see that we get 8 new characters, so that makes 58 animatronics total. How? This would not only mean that this is the biggest FNAF game we would ever get at this time, but it'd be the most challenging one by far. There was also some huge hype around this time between Scott and Daco. Daco, if he lost 50-20 mode, then he would have to make a game praising Scott. And if Daco won and actually be 50-20 mode, which at the time was thought to be impossible, then Scott would be on the FNAF show. Guess who won? You got options for all difficulty levels, your office, power-ups, and challenges, how many points you have, your biggest score, how long you survived in 50-20 mode, and some other settings. Now, onto the offices. The first one is just perfect. A combination of all the games into one. You can just look at the office for a good few minutes if you took your time. The background is really nice and it doesn't give off too much attention. It's really easy on the eyes and I could just watch this for half an hour if I could. And the others are great too. The sister location focused more on it just being from that game, and same with the FNAF 3 office and 4.
Psst. Hey, over here. Get closer. Psst. Hey, over.
The office is quiet for a small bit. The sound of your fan cooling you down. Candy Cadet turns on for a second talking about something.
He pieced the remains together.
The sound of the generators echoing through the building. That's at least how it starts. Later on, you get bombarded with sounds and you have to focus on every little thing, because if you miss an audio cue, well, try again. The gameplay. Oh good lord, where do I even begin with the gameplay? Let's start with the controls. Numbers help for power, silence, the music box, and to turn everything off. C for flashlight, WASD for doors, F for vents. You also have the typical bars to either turn on the camera or put your mask on, or escape to, well, leave the level. Oh, and I cannot forget the worst character of all time for me. Funtime
How unfortunate. Uh-oh, how unfortunate. I'm gonna do a sneaky thing.
Never mind, Dee Dee. I know that's kind of like a basic character to hate on, and also that, but she really is to me the most annoying person. The cutscenes don't exactly give too much lore, not directly anyways. It has been theorized to connect to the FNAF lore for years, but it's really nothing exactly concrete other than Toy Chica is William Afton. Honestly, with how fun this game can be outside of stress later on, these are fun little cutscenes to have a laugh at and with some hidden lore, but nothing we didn't know about before. But if you get to the very end, you beat 50/20 mode, and then... You are William Afton, the murderer of many children, in an office that feels somewhat familiar but different. Almost as if every pizzeria office was combined into one. But why? When? And how did you even get here? No, that doesn't matter. You hear multiple sounds from every single location. Doors, vents, cameras. You have to try and survive, but it feels impossible. Death after death. You start to hear some voice through some of the animatronics.
Trying to release.
It's starting to make some sense. It all is why you're here. This is revenge. This is your own creations coming back to haunt you. This is your darkest pit of hell. There is something else to know about the whole lore. 2 years after UCM, there was a book that gave people a possible idea of what's going on. Fazbear Frights number 5, The Man in Room 1280. It's highly suggested that the man is William Afton, with mentions of rancid smell, smoky smell, molten steel. With this, what if William wasn't in a physical hell, but it was more of a mental hell? Hence the nightmare theory. William Afton is in a never-ending nightmare where his vengeful spirit keeps him in there, torturing him over and over and over again. This is also backed up by some of the voice clips that can be taken either way, but for this context, here.
I was the first. I have seen everything. He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
There are some other lore stuff in the game, but you have to give it a few tries sometimes. First one is Fredbear. You have to select Golden Freddy, put him at level 1, make sure no one else is on. Get the death coin, and then you get to see Golden Freddy. Welcome, Mr. Fredbear. And with that, I think that's all I have for lore. I don't think I missed anything. So how did the... What is this? Old Man Consequences. While this isn't a huge major lore, this is just a small little Easter egg that gives just a little bit more character of the two. Old Man Consequences and the Vengeful Spirit. It feels like an eternity. There's just one last thing you can do. And that's to go into the lake and go under. The fans, they loved it. For the challenge, the fun cutscenes. It was just a nice final FNAF game. Although technically it's not wrong, as this is the final FNAF game Scott made. This was one hell of a way to go for Scott's final official game. And I think I can say everyone appreciated this, especially as throughout the years multiple fan-made games would be made, ultra custom night UCM VR, and I think as this was a fun final game for Scott making himself officially, I just want to appreciate all he has done for us and that he can make himself. The fun, the horror, the storytelling, as messy as it can be. And Scott, You made one hell of a final game. Thank you. How about the next game?
With the release of Help Wanted 2 by Steelwool Studios in 2023, I thought it would be a good time to take a look at the original from 2019, and see if it holds up just as well as the sequel, and talk my personal thoughts on it. So without any further ado, let's get into it. This entry starts out with you on a moving cart as Hand Unit tells you that apparently the events of the Freddy's games that we knew of were all fake, all fabricated, all from the mind of a game developer who went rogue, because of which they even had to deal with lawsuits, some of which were still going on at the time of release. Then, of course, pulling a Fazbear Entertainment, they made light of those events as childish ghost stories by saying how they made this game to make fun of said stories to establish a new relationship with us. At the end of the ride, you are greeted by a button and words that nobody bothered to read in the first place. But if you look to your left, you will see a glitched out cassette tape. These will be important later, but for now, let's keep going. As you load into the next area, you see a monitor in front of you featuring different game modes with 7 sections to be exact, and each having up to 4 options, those being FNAFs 1, 2, 3, Dark Rooms, Night Terrors, Vent Repair, and Parts and Service. I would say it would be good to start off with the first game, which is of course a recreation of the original Five Nights at Freddy's. A lot of the community always agreed that the FNAF franchise would look so well in VR, including Markiplier.
This would be like terrifying if you controlled the cameras with like an Oculus Rift or something.
But the gameplay is still for the most part the same, minus the fact you are able to see Bonnie and Chica walk past your door, and the fact you don't have to focus on the office or the camera since the camera panel is right there. You can't infinitely stall Foxy though. Speaking of Foxy, a cool little Easter egg is that if you stick your head out, Foxy will always come running to your office. Pretty cool. Other than that, the first 4 nights are pretty much the same. However, I will say this rendition is way easier to beat than the original Five Nights one, but that's just me. So, let's move on to FNAF 2. This is another recreation of its predecessor, and just like with FNAF 1, I think it is also quite a bit easier than its original counterpart. To start, you have the camera panel on your desk just like FNAF 1, and the thing is, since the music box is winded through the camera, you can just wind the music box throughout the entire game as long as you have your finger on it. And you can also flash Foxy at the same time because of the buttons on the desk. Other than the fact the game is much easier, let's talk about the looks of the game because it does not disappoint. So first of all, you are in a wide open space contrary to FNAF 1's recreation, which had a more of a claustrophobic nature to itself, and this primarily occurs due to the large hallways and vents. And well, quick side tangent, seeing big vents like this in a 3D environment around you is a bit jarring in my opinion since you better understand how goofy and unrealistic they are. But it's not really a major nitpick or anything. The interesting thing is you are able to see the animatronics move in real time, and not to mention how it looks cool to have them just stand in front of you when you have the mask on. And also just look at Balloon Boy run out of the vent. He's so silly. Moving on to FNAF 3, this is probably my least favorite recreation out of the original 3. Not that I think it's bad, I just think that it is way too easy. I don't think I ran into an issue once, other than from getting jump scared by Balloon Boy or Phantom Mangle. Why, you may ask? It's because you're able to have the maintenance panel and the camera up. So you can just keep spamming the reset all button and watch cameras for Springtrap and be completely fine as long as you don't mess up the vent. Just keep bouncing him between cam 10 and 9 and any vent he goes in. Other than the gameplay, let's talk visuals. Honestly, I'm a huge fan of the design of Fazbear Frights. Also, I love the new models they use for this. Like, hot take, but I honestly prefer the Help Wanted Springtrap over the original Springtrap. And the Phantoms? I mean, they're alright I guess, but they're just the Phantoms, there isn't really anything special about them. Next up, let's switch to Dark Rooms, which are in my opinion the easiest out of the minigames. Other than the plush babies, they're all a breeze. And to anyone who says Plushtrap, Nightmare BB, or Funtime Foxy are difficult, you have what is called a skill issue. The strategy for Plushtrap and BB is you wait for them to appear in front of you. So let me explain. If you're in VR, you can tilt your head towards the floor and wait for Plushtrap to appear, and you know when he will because he will block the window in the back. It's so simple. Now for Funtime Foxy. I get why people find it difficult, but I have a strat that works every time. So you are going to take 7 steps forward, and you can tell by just counting or listening to your footsteps. And after you take the 7 steps, you stop moving and flash the beacon once. Wait for the exit sign to fade out, and then take another 7 steps and repeat the process until you are done. Now the last one is Plush Baby. Oh boy, this is the difficult one. And I can totally see why people find this difficult. You have to find 3 plushies in a small room before they inch closer and to kill you? That is pretty difficult, but there isn't much to say about it minus the fact you just need to learn where the plush babies spawn, and you should be good. Also, I find it neat how the longer the night goes, the more plush babies get added, starting with just the red one, then later adding a blue one and yellow ones. The only piece of advice I can give for this level is just using the flashlight for a small second on each of the spawn locations to maximize battery usage. Man, I sure rambled a lot on those, didn't I? Moving on to parts and service, these 4 games are completely original, which is nice for a change, but your goal is to fix up the core 4 animatronics. Bonnie's is pretty simple. You take his eyes out one by one, now open up his face, fix his guitar, and boom, you're done. For Chica, you have to clean her up by taking off cockroaches and pizza off her face, finding her cupcake, and feeding her some more pizza. For Freddy, you have to take out some objects and replace his music box. Pretty easy. And lastly, Foxy, you have to take out each of his batteries and replace them with new ones that are located in drawers. What I like about Foxy is the fact that you have to constantly be looking at him so he doesn't run off and end your game. But if you do manage to keep an eye on him while replacing his batteries, you should be fine. And that is all the parts and service minigames. I'm a big fan of these because you get up and close to the animatronics, but I don't like how it's really easy. And they're pretty short. But visually it looks amazing, especially Foxy with all the smoke and having him move a bunch. Easily my favorite. With all that said, why not talk about vent repair next? This section of the game only had 2 minigames, those 2 being with Mangle and Ennard respectively. Starting off with Mangle, it is split into 5 parts, one being where you have to press a button and pull a lever. The next being where you have to pull another 2 levers? How original. Next you have to pull these valves and a lever. Starting to see a pattern with vent repair. At least on the next one you have to match blinking lights to some colored buttons, which is nice. But then you pull another lever. But then the minigame finishes. And that's it for Mangle. Also, might I add, Mangle is in these vents, so you have to look at her for him to go away. Other than that, Mangle's vent repair isn't that difficult. But where it gets way more complicated is in Ennard's vent repair level. Like Mangle's, these tasks are split up into multiple parts, so I'll break it down. In the first one, you have to press buttons that correspond to the correct fuse boxes. Next, you have to press the buttons that are slightly further away from the correct fuse boxes. I see where this is going and I don't like it. After that, you get to do another puzzle that involves pressing buttons that correspond to the correct fuse boxes. But this time, the lights flicker on and off, making it harder for you to see the correct order to push the buttons. After that, you are brought to another section where you have to place gears in different spots. That open up more places for you to get more gears, and once you have all the gears, you put them in the right place and you are done. Once you complete that, you are sent to the boiler room where you have to connect the first pipe to the last pipe. You have to do this a few more times before completing the minigame. But they're pretty self-explanatory. And after that, you are done with vent repair. If I'm being honest, I'm not a big fan of vent repair. It just feels super repetitive having to press buttons and flip levers multiple times throughout the level. But what I am a big fan of are the night terrors. They're amazing and have to be my favorite parts of the game. It starts off with Funtime Freddy, and if I'm being honest, I actually don't know how to beat this one. I always use the cheese where you hug the left door and then keep flashing between the dresser and the cabinet. Then when 3 a.m. rolls around, I just go to close the closet door and repeat the process. I'm sure the game would be much more enjoyable if I did it legit, but I find it to be a lot less tedious. But moving on to something that requires skill, that being Nightmare Iona. Probably the second best night terror. This level has you pretty much constantly cycling between the roof, the bed, and the closet to prevent Nightmare Iona's tentacles from coming out, and the doors from Nightmare Iona himself. The atmosphere and tension it creates from the creepy nature of the entity of Nightmare Iona itself is a great sight to see in this horror game. This level has you focus on so many things at once, and it does the job right, with the difficulty not being too easy or too difficult, and the level looking beautiful. Now moving on to Circus Baby. This level, to be entirely honest, is not for me. But credit where credit is due, it does change up the formula from the previous ones which we've discussed about from this section. This level has you in the closet and having to close it every time baby gets close, and these plush babies in the closet tell you when you are holding the door for too long. I find this level to be super repetitive and easy, but it is scary seeing baby since she is a whopping 7'2", at least according to Sister Location's blueprints. Or, I'm just really short. Moving on to my personal favorite night terror, that being Nightmare Fredbear. Nightmare Fredbear perfectly captures the feel of FNAF 4 in VR. I love how you can see him in the hallway and he runs faster once he spots you in each door. And once he starts laughing, you should immediately check the bed for his big head, and if it is there, keep flashing and he'll go away, but if he isn't, you need to check the closet and close that. Once you get the strat down, it should be pretty easy. I love this level because it is scary, it's difficult until you get the hang of it, and the fact that it is the closest we'll get to FNAF 4 in VR. And with that being said, we are all done with all the mini-games. Wait, what was that? Hello? Oh, right. We have the hard mode levels. These are the same levels we just covered, but harder. For instance, instead of FNAF 1 being just a standard recreation of the first game, it is a recreation of the first game, but in black and white. And the doors randomly start opening and closing. I surprisingly like this mechanic, however, because it always goes back to the same state the door was in before. Say if I have the door closed with an animatronic behind it, after the animation plays, the door will go back to being closed. With FNAF 2's hard mode, to my knowledge, it is the exact same minus the fact it is just in a different color, but we also have a second option in the hard mode selection, not being a Night 6, but rather something called Withered. This game has 3 difficulties. They don't really matter because they just make the animatronics more aggressive, but this Withered mode is just the normal game, but with the Withered animatronics added, since they weren't in the first 5 nights. FNAF 3's hard mode is just your standard Night 5 with a different color effect on it. Pretty much nothing has changed, and it is as easy as always. Now parts and service. Vanny is the exact same, but just with a different color effect. Chica, however, is a whole nother story. This is the only level that I couldn't complete, because hard mode Chica has giant cockroaches circle you, and the way to complete the level is to pick multiple cockroaches off of Chica. Purely terrifying. For me at least. Anyways, moving on to something better is Freddy, because it is pretty much the same. But Foxy is the only one that actually gets more difficult. First of all, it has the color gradient, but the batteries change color, so now you have to find the color batteries that Foxy needs, and you have to search through the drawers and find the right one that changes colors. Alright, now let's move back to Dark Rooms. This time, the 2 minigames that actually got changed were Funtime Foxy and Plush Babies. Glitchtrap and BB are basically just the exact same, so they aren't important, but Plush Babies actually get way more difficult. This is the exact same as default Plush Babies, except everything is Plush Baby. Yes, you heard me. Everything is Plush Baby. You have to look for 3 different Plush Babies in a room where everything looks like Plush Baby. I mean, there's not much else to say about it, it's just more difficult, and that's about it. Anyways, Funtime Foxy is not much different either, but now it includes almost every character from Sister Location that if you run into, you will die. The only thing is, the same strat as normal mode still works. So just 7 steps forward, flash, repeat. It's not really difficult. Now moving on to the final section, the vent repairs. The only thing that changed about Mangle is the stupid color gradient like every other level. Oh my god! Entered. His level actually gets changed a bit. It's the same level, but upside down. And the color gradient, because every hard mode level has to have it for some reason. But other than that, not much has changed gameplay-wise. At least this time there are some random objects blocking the view of the fuse boxes, which makes it a little more difficult, I guess. But regardless, I'm still not a big fan of vent repair. But now we end off our journey on the final minigame, Pizza Party. This minigame is a giant maze that has pieces from all over the game, such as the FNAF 2 location for instance, the plush trap room, and so on. And even though this level is really cool, honestly, I'm not a big fan of it. It honestly just feels so annoying trying to figure out the correct path to get to the end of the game, and it ends up being so obnoxious that you just end up looking at an explanation on YouTube and wonder how you were supposed to figure that out in the first place. Or maybe, I'm just dumb. But anyways, once you complete the maze, you are greeted to the backstage of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, with your favorite characters like Bonnie, with no face, Strange Rabbit Man telling you to follow him, and my personal favorite character, Pizza. But if you decide to follow the creepy rabbit guy, you are teleported on stage where you see the credits roll, and that rabbit guy dancing where you used to be. Did I have a microphone? Wait a minute, am I Freddy Fazbear? Yes. The answer to that question is probably yes, but if you want a happier ending, or I guess a more fulfilling ending? I don't know, every ending in this game is kind of a bad ending. But if you've been paying attention to the collectibles that you find around some levels, specifically the cassette tapes, around 16 different levels that I'm not going to name. At the beginning of the game, the prize counter that you have to throw a basketball at, in the trash, in the gumball machine, in the FNAF 1 section, and find the maintenance panel in FNAF 3, to the right of you on the Plush Babies level, to the middle left of the Funtime Auditorium, in Chica's trash can, under Freddy's thigh, to the left of Foxy, behind one of the pipes on the floor in Mangle's level, in Enner's hard mode level while traveling down to the first set of puzzles in Fredbear's mouth, on the shelf behind you in Baby's level, on the toy next to the closet in Fredbear's level, and in the gallery. Just open the drawers. Now once you have all the tapes and you listen to all of them, this takes forever, once you are done you can leave the room and you are greeted by Glitchtrap, and by following the instructions given by the tape girl, if done incorrectly you two swap places, but if you do it correctly, you should be transported to a room with a lock. The lock opens to reveal Glitchtrap, and he shushes you and slowly fades away. Oh hey, right, Glitchtrap. So, what is this thing? I don't know, to be honest. Its role in Help Wanted is a bit weird to say the least, but from the majority of the interpretations about this game, it seems to me that this is an AI trying to escape the virtual world through the player by asking for help. It wants your help. Wait, help. It wants help. This entity wants your help. But with that done, that truly is the end of Help Wanted. Is what I would have said, but looks like Steelwool decided to add a little something of the base game of Help Wanted later in 2020, specifically with the game's release on mobile. This ended up being a minigame titled Princess Quest, where you, as a 16-bit princess, have to explore a castle that you somehow ended up in. In terms of visuals, it's pretty solid, and the arcade nature of it is pretty great as well. This minigame will go on to become one of this series' greatest things in storytelling, but we're getting ahead of ourselves, aren't we? With that said, the minigame ends with us fighting a massive purple blob, and then he just stares at us with an evil sight, as if the princess has fallen victim to its trap. With that said, back to the video. That truly is the end of Help Wanted. I tried to be as open-minded with the minigames, but I'm just not a huge fan of them because some of them are just easier recreations of the first 3 games, which isn't inherently bad, but it can feel a bit repetitive after a while. Regardless though, Help Wanted is still one of my favorite FNAF games. Anyways, what does this button do?
With the release of Help Wanted in 2019, came the DLC the very same year, titled The Curse of Dreadbear. This DLC is not really a focal point for most fans, not because of anything wrong that it did, but more so because of its approach towards storytelling and the time it was released at. I think it's fair to say that though Security Breach was quite a mess on launch, it almost worked as a sort of renaissance for the series where lots of new fans joined the community. This DLC, unfortunately, due to being released before that and being a relatively small experience, gets easily overshadowed and counted into Help Wanted as a side thing. Even though I think there are quite a few things it does better than the base game, perhaps enough to warrant it as being counted separately from it, like Ruin. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, aren't we? So, let's take a step one at a time, starting off with the visuals. Visually, I think the game looks wonderful. It's able to establish that Halloween atmosphere pretty effortlessly, all things considered. With the jack-o'-lanterns, the environments including the backgrounds, which we'll touch on later, the plants, etc. I think it accomplishes more than the base game in this aspect. Because sure, while base game doesn't look bad by any means, I will say that it does tend to look a bit, I don't know what's the correct term here, I suppose samey? Like, it all starts to blend together and not in an interesting way. Like, nothing really stands out there in my opinion. Meanwhile here, the Halloween aesthetic makes a clear mark on pretty much every location. And we haven't even mentioned the 2 most prominent characters of this DLC. That being Grim Foxy and, of course, Dreadbear himself. The model for Grim Foxy makes it apparent that the withered Foxy model was likely used as a base, with certain changes applied to it from Nightmare Foxy's design. Who also gets a 3D model in this entry by the way, which is utilized really well, but we'll get to that soon enough. As for Dreadbear, he's a cool Frankenstein rendition of Fredbear. I know some people will say he's quite boring in design, but personally I've always preferred the simplistic approach they took with this character. There isn't much lore behind the character, he's just there to be there. As for the environments, some of them are genuinely well made, like for example this hallway level, where your objective is to walk to the other end of the path while avoiding the horrifying nightmare animatronics. Now, looking at this, you may ask, what's so scary about this? It just looks like a normal, well-lit hallway. Well, that's the thing. The environment itself isn't too detailed, but the lighting, its lighting, is what's key, as it is used to make this level an effective horror experience to begin with. See, even though this is what you're actually walking through, this is what you actually get to see as you are doing so. Your vision is restricted by the sheer darkness of the level, making fear of the unknown a factor of utmost importance. And this is just one level. There are a plethora of other ones that use lighting to appear way more stylistic than they would be without it. Not all particularly go for a very scary experience, but they more so lean towards the fun horror aspect, with some outliers like the hallway I mentioned, Corn Maze, and the Danger Keepout levels, which go for that darker tone. That's how I divide the levels of this game. One side is the more fun and enjoyable side of horror, with levels like Trick or Treat, Dreadbear, Pirate Ride, while on the other hand, you also have some levels that go more into the scary side of horror. And that's what I also really like about this game. It gives you both perspectives of Halloween horror. But that's enough about the visuals, I feel. Let's talk about a different aspect, shall we? The gameplay is similar to Help Wanted's base game, with you having a choice to play different levels with game mechanics of their own. Some are simple, such as the previously mentioned hallway, while others are more complex, such as the Danger Keep Out levels, where it would go more into power management like a typical FNAF game would. So there isn't much to say here besides the fact that there are more levels and they all introduce new mechanics for the most part. Some noteworthy moments pertaining to this aspect can be when we're hunting for all 5 keys to discover the secret of the corn maze level, or when we're up against Dreadbear in Danger Keep Out. This expansion is more so about standalone minigames being culminated together into one package, and while they aren't cohesive in terms of plot for the most part, I think for once a FNAF game focusing more on its gameplay than its story is quite refreshing, since it harkens back to the days of FNAF 1, when Scott didn't have to worry too much about making a story and could just put in an in-universe setup for the events to come back in 2014. The series has become more and more story-centric ever since, and that, according to some, has negatively impacted the gameplay. Now, while I don't fully share the sentiment, I do feel that sometimes allowing the gameplay to breathe without being brought down too heavily by an overarching narrative is a good approach. And I think this also somewhat affects the quality of the minigames being offered here, as not only are there just scary or frustrating levels like base game, but also some fun ones such as Trick or Treat and Pirate Ride. You get the whole combination of fun, serious, and challenging minigames. My personal favorites from this DLC include Hallway and Corn Maze for the scary ones, Trick or Treat and Pirate Ride for the fun ones, and as for the challenging ones, I'm quite a fan of Danger Keep Out. Then again, they're still... Moving on. Well, as previously discussed, there really isn't much of a story here, is what would have been my reason to have left out this segment entirely, if not for recent developments in the community. So, let's touch upon the loose plot here fairly quickly. It looks to be an extra DLC pack to the in-universe existing VR game released by Fazbear Entertainment, harkening back to the days of Fall Fest, in this case Fall Fest 1983 specifically. And with recent developments in the series about Fall Fest thanks to the release of Help Wanted's sequel game last year, we know that Fall Fest was a thing since at least 1970. So perhaps it was a thing until 1983, the year Scott decided everything should go wrong in. Tangent aside, this is all more so speculation, but it does bring the thought that perhaps not all in this DLC has been solved yet. As far as Easter eggs go for solving, there are a few things, such as the It's Me Easter egg, the Helpy cutouts in Pirate Ride allowing you to access different paths, etc. So who knows, perhaps we will learn more about Fall Fest in the future that could link back to this game. Again, like the base game of Help Wanted, many sounds from the original games are reused. However, it's more so how they've been implemented that I want to focus on. And there are still new ones here and there as well. Let's take a few examples, starting with the hallway level. The footsteps of the terrified player. The rumbling thunder in the background. And a setting of rain pouring down on the windows drastically enhances the experience in my opinion. Not to mention the ominous and eerie creaking of the doors as the animatronics come through them with their bright eyes. Pirate Ride meanwhile splices fun and engaging tunes with rain sounds to make it a little mystery adventure-esque, if you will. So I do find it interesting from that perspective. Besides that though, it doesn't have too much to offer in this aspect. One more level I want to mention really quickly before moving on to the next thing is the Corn Maze level. The footsteps of the fired up Foxy are quite the unsettling addition to this level, I feel. Well, that alongside the crows that fake jump scare you, and the creaking sounds of the gates that open. So, overall, I think the game handles audio quite well as far as FNAF games are concerned. With that though, that pretty much brings us to the end of this segment. Overall, I think this is a really fun addition to the franchise that you should definitely give a try. And who knows, again, we may find secrets and Easter eggs to interpret with newly coming information from future installments perhaps, but only time will tell if so. Anyways, let's move on to 2019 was actually quite a big year for FNAF, all things considered, even though as far as major years for the franchise are concerned, the only ones usually brought up in discussion are 2015 and 2023. However, in 2019, we had 4 game releases by technicality, and the start of a short story strand of books, with the first Fazbear Frights releasing at the end of the year. However, with us already having discussed Help Wanted and Curse of Dreadbear from Steelwool Studios for earlier in the year, we're left with 2 other game launches, the former being Five Nights at Freddy's AR Special Delivery. Developed by AR technology and media company Illumix, the game was released to early access on November 23rd of 2019, before getting a full release just 2 days later on the 25th. I played the game on the 23rd as early access, and I've even posted a few videos back in the day of me playing through it.
Come on. Yes! Yes! Oh, yes!
Yeah, let's just say there are treasures in these that no one has ever seen, to say the least. So, how does it hold up as of today? It doesn't, because it's dead. No, I mean literally dead. Like, you do not have access to this game anymore. All the servers are down permanently. So I think a better approach would be to talk about the game in a deep, analytical way, while also discussing the reasons as to why the game ended up dying, in my opinion at least. On release, it was met with a more or less reserved but positive reception, with only minor criticisms on things that could be improved on. The game was teased to be in production in a mega project thread Cawthon made sometime earlier, where he announced a bunch of new projects being worked on. The teaser for this game was released on the 7th of September, with subsequent teasers following afterwards, until we got a full trailer a few days later. Something to note, of course, was that the launch trailer, which ended up being an extended version of the main trailer, featured Markiplier in its intro, which was a delight to see. After Ultimate Custom Night, when Scott announced projects like the VR game and what we're discussing now, that being the AR game, fans wondered if they were part of the same continuity and how they would fit into the story if so. After all, with the trapping of the series' then main villain William Afton in his own personal nightmare for the foreseeable future, people would think, how would the series exactly continue post those turn of events? Well, with FNAFVR we were introduced to the Glitchtrap entity, though not sure as to exactly what or who it was meant to represent. We knew that going forward, said entity would be the main villain. Therefore, it would only be natural for the game afterwards to continue off of that. If it wasn't a spin-off, of course. Well, this is where things get a bit blurry. The opening of the game very clearly shows us that not everything is how it should be, with glitches appearing here and there, which, of course, alludes to the presence of the entity we were previously introduced to. However, where the game takes a weird step, in my opinion, is how it chooses to convey the basic premise, or plot it's going for. The cinematic at the beginning notifies us about the Fazbear Funtime service, and how it works. Soon after, we realize that, as stated before, there are glitches in the system, causing the animatronics that come to your house to act aggressively and hostile towards you, the player. That's pretty much the general idea of what's going on as far as gameplay goes for the most part. There are a few other things as well, such as remnant collection and stuff, but we'll get to that soon enough. What I found confusing and a bit lacking in this game is how the story is conveyed after the intro sequence. As far as lore goes, the game mainly communicates that through emails from Fazbear Entertainment, which sure is an interesting idea on paper, but the execution I felt was not done well. Again, I'm not blaming the game for having a minimalist, bare-bones story. It's a mobile live service game after all, with the primary objective of the development team being to deliver a good experience in order to get money through microtransactions. Speaking of microtransactions, oh boy, there's a lot to unpack on that department. I think everyone would unanimously agree with me saying that FNAFVR's microtransaction system was egregious. There simply wasn't enough content to sell, or at least not at the prices they were listed at. You see, the game primarily has you buying character lures. These give you chances to encounter the particular animatronic you got it for, giving you a shot at getting that character's skin. The problem is, the game is not selling you the character. Rather, it's selling you the opportunity to get the character. Also, the packs that the game presents for you to buy don't even come with all the character items. You see, to get an animatronic in this game, You don't just need the character skin. Oh no, it's not that simple, my friends. Because you'd also need that character CPU to get said character's functionality. The problem is, the packs don't even have the CPU for the characters. It's just the skin and 2 lures. That's it. And that doesn't even begin to tackle the main issue. The microtransactions in this game are just overpriced. Let's take an example. The Dark Circus DLC released on December 14 of 2021 to a price of $20 with it later being bumped down to 13, likely due to not selling well. Now, while that may seem fine on paper, take a moment to think about how much content you're getting from this. Sure, mixed reality stuff is cool, and I would have loved to see more of that from them. But realistically, this should not take you any more from 30 minutes to an hour at max to beat if you die multiple times. Now compare that with how much playtime and content other FNAF games offer. A typical click team FNAF game, if played from start to finish with no deaths, should take you about an hour to an hour with 30 minutes, depending on the extra content post the initial 5 nights, which differs from game to game. Those games cost $8 with the exception of FNAF 1, FNAF 6 and Ultimate Custom Night, as FNAF 1 was $5 and the latter 2 were free of charge. So, those games are not only on an average taking more playtime to beat, but they're also doing that while offering a lower price. And it's not like you can argue that the Dark Circus has more content while requiring less playtime. A playthrough of it with no deaths can literally be done in under about 20 minutes. I get that mixed reality is cool, I really do, but it just doesn't offer a good value in my opinion. Even if you ignore all that and say that the AR DLC still has more content. Let's take a more recent example. Literally the last thing we talked about, the Curse of Dreadbear DLC from Steelwood Studios, which was released to a price of $10, literally half the original price of the Dark Circus DLC. I don't think anyone can argue that this mobile game expansion has more content than the console level games expansion. They'd look stupid if they tried. Point is, pretty much nothing in the shop is really good value. For instance, if they'd have gone with a price of like $6 to $7, I think I would have been a lot more forgiving and understanding of them. Another issue is that this game just didn't sell well. You see, games like this rely on people to spend tons and tons of money on them. And while I'm sure at first the revenue was great, a few months after release the game was starting to cool down within the fan base, as there was only so much content they could offer. And the hype train practically moved on to the upcoming security breach game Steve Wool and Scott had been teasing. A live service game should aim to make its user experience and gameplay fun and enticing, not frustrating and bare bones, which could, and in this case, did, turn players away from the game, causing huge losses financially. And this is where I feel the game runs into its next issue, the gameplay. The gameplay is, well, in layman's terms, kind of lackluster, to put it lightly. At best, most people will say that it's just okay. And that's really the problem, I feel. It isn't engaging and enticing enough to keep most people hooked on it for very long. On release, it was very taxing on your phone's battery, often even leading to overheating. The animatronics don't feel like they're in the room with you, like how the trailer advertised. Now, of course, I get that there will be some limitations to what you can do, considering the available hardware and scope, but the main gimmick of the game that made it seem interesting in the first place kind of fell flat. The immersion just isn't there. Unlike something like Pokemon Go, which would require you to explore and go outside, this game simply doesn't work in the same way. The gameplay loop is also fairly basic, with you having to shock the animatronics until you eventually win. With Remnant Collection, it's more or less the same. Sure, there's a cool Shadow Bonnie boss fight if you collect enough of what's known as Shadow Remnant, but besides that, from a gameplay aspect, it doesn't really have much to offer. Now, they've tried to make it more complex by adding new mechanics and countermeasures through its developmental time post-release. But even with all that, it hasn't really amounted to much. There was also a system in place for you to design animatronics of your own, and send them to your friends in the game. However, this wasn't really executed well either in retrospect. And this brings us to the next major issue, that being the bugs. Oh god, the bugs. To say this game was janky on release would be a complete understatement. I think when I reinstalled the game right after the announcement of its shutdown, it took me about 4 times of rebooting the app for it to finally get past the loading screen and boot up. And that doesn't even begin to cover all the other times where I had to reboot the app, either because of a button not responding or just the app freezing. And those are the only instances I found when playing the game for less than 30 minutes at a time. It's just a really frustrating experience that can be broken very easily. Heck, even Security Breach, which was janky on release, has over time been updated to be playable, at least as long as you're not intentionally trying to break the game. But these devs at Illumix have had this game up since 2019, and you're telling me in 2024 it's still this bad of an experience for the user? That is simply unacceptable. And you can argue that they quit development at the end of 2021 and all that. But that's still 2 years. How long did it take for SB to be at the bare minimum playable? A few months, maximum a year? And that's still, for the record, a way bigger game than this. So I think you can see why this game was not super talked about in the community, even by people like MacPat, who would go in depth on anything from the official slates. But those are not the main reason for this game's downfall, in my opinion. No. I think what truly led to FNAF AR failing was their character release plan. Or more accurately, their character skin release plan. See, the thing is, they'd release skins for characters far more frequently than actual new characters. And sure, that may seem alright on paper since new characters with new mechanics will take more time to develop than simply throwing on a new coat of paint on an existing character, but the times between character releases got so bad that people just couldn't bother sticking around. And some characters never even made it into the game for this reason, like Lefty for instance, who we know for a fact was planned to be in it, or even the Glamrock animatronics. And some of the skins were just too ridiculous of a concept, like Liberty Chica, Flamethrower Barendo, like what is this? And well, we know the rest from there. The game and the studio just went silent after the last update to FNAF AR on December 14, 2021, with the Dark Circus DLC just 2 days before the launch date of Security Breach. And yeah, that's pretty much FNAF AR in a nutshell. But before we go over the next major series title, there are a few other things to discuss, starting with
When FNAF World was released in 2015, it was met with harsh criticism, and I don't really blame people for not jiving with it at the time. Before its release, there were several teasers that seemed to hint at another dark, spooky game like the ones that came before it. So when it actually was announced and the illusion was shattered, people were kind of disappointed. Nowadays, though, we can look at FNAF World as the solid, fun game it is. It still has a few flaws, but if you can stomach those, it's an absolute blast of a time. Yet still, after its release, Scott went back to the spooky games he was now known for, at least for a time. Freddy In Space 2 shocked the FNAF fanbase when it was announced, just like FNAF World had before it, only this time it shocked us in a good way. By now we had grown to love FNAF World, and many of us, myself included, even wanted to see another similar game in the future, one that was just meant to be silly and fun. And that's exactly what we got. Freddy In Space 2 was a sequel to the original Freddy In Space, which was a minigame from FNAF World several years ago. And this sequel was so much more expansive and polished. It was also designed for Game Theory's charity stream for St. Jude in 2019, so this game's existence was simultaneously raising awareness for a good cause. The basic story is that Freddy is coasting through space when he gets a transmission from his son, who says that their base has been taken over by LOL's hacks and that he's trapped outside the base. His oxygen is going to run out soon if Freddy doesn't save him. And so, Freddy runs through various space-themed levels and fights his old friends who have been taken over by LOL's hacks. After fighting each one, they are back on his side and you can play as them through the rest of the game. Freddy is also able to collect money as he goes through the levels. For you playing this game at home, that money doesn't have any real-world value, but when they played this game on that charity stream I mentioned earlier, this number represented the amount of money Scott himself was going to donate to St. Jude once they beat the game. There was a total of $500,000 hidden within the game, and they ended up finding $450,000 of it, but Scott ended up donating the full amount anyway because either he has no idea how much money that actually is, or he's just really cool. It was great to have Freddy In Space return for a second installment, one that we never expected, since it had been 4 years since the first one. Fazbear Frights, one of the most interesting parts of the FNAF series. My personal theory about it is that Scott Cawthon just really wanted to add a time-traveling ball pit to the FNAF series, and that's the whole reason he made Fazbear Frights in the first place, just to put some of his weirdest ideas on the page. In 2019, we got our first look at a new FNAF book series as information slowly started to get out to the public. Pretty quickly, we realized that it was going to be a short story collection, which was a really cool idea. I mean, at this point, FNAF has to have had hundreds of characters, so there's a lot of potential for all kinds of short stories taking place in its universe. And who knows, some of these stories might even give us information about the overall lore of the franchise, answering questions that we've had for years. Maybe one of these stories will even have a time-traveling ball pit. That'd be awesome. By the time the series was complete, it had 11 main books and 1 bonus book of cut stories that didn't make it into the main series, which adds up to a total of 36 stories. And I'm supposed to talk about all these in 10 minutes, so we'd better get started. If you're considering reading all these books, this should be a super helpful way for you to get started. In retrospect, I can tell you that not all of them are super important to read, since a lot of these stories are shockingly similar to each other, but as we go, I'll let you know which stories I think are worth reading and why, starting with the very first book, Into the Pit. Honestly, in this first book, I would say you should read each of these 3 stories. The first one has that weird time-traveling ball pit I mentioned earlier, and if you thought that was a joke, you'd be dead wrong. This is a great story to introduce you to the weirdness of this book series, and trust me, it gets even weirder than this. The second story in this book is To Be Beautiful, and honestly, I would say you can skip this one except for one very important detail that we'll talk about in a second. Otherwise, this story is basically, girl thinks she's ugly, girl decides not to be ugly, girl dies because thinking you are ugly is bad. That's the whole thing. The third story, Count the Ways, is kind of the same deal. You should probably read it for one reason that we'll talk about in a moment, but otherwise it's basically, girl is angsty teenager, girl decides she hates Christmas and her family, girl dies because being an angsty teenager and hating Christmas and your family is bad. This one does have Funtime Freddy though, so if you like him, you might like this one. Now, the one reason you might want to read both of these last 2 stories has to do with what you can find at the end of each Fazbear Frights book. See, each one of these ends with a weird section full of black pages that tells a story that slowly connects to multiple other stories in the series, drawing little details from each one to create an insane crossover that I think is super cool. And each story in this first book is connected to this overarching story in some way. So if that's important to you, you should read them all, because this crossover story is really weird, but I think it's also really fun, and if you like the rest of the series, you'll definitely like it too. On to the second book, Fetch. This one's title story is pretty good and very reminiscent of Goosebumps. The only downside is that one of the characters says the words, "That's Gucci," which makes me want to claw my eyes out. But it has a dog animatronic, so if you think that's cool, have at it. The second story is Lonely Freddy, and it's more sad than scary, and it's really sad. The story has a lot of build up to the climax, but I think it's worth it. The last story, Out of Stock, is also pretty scary, and it's about Plushtrap, though this story's version of him has a few gimmicks that I think are really cool. You'll probably like this one, it's just generally thrilling. Overall, I think the second book is better than the first one. All 3 of these stories are also connected to the overarching story I mentioned earlier, though Lonely Freddy is only loosely connected. The third book, 1:35 AM, is pretty good too. The title story is an interesting psychological thriller which, while not as violent as some other stories, was scarier than most of them in my opinion. The villain of this story is Ella from the main novels. Room for One More is the next story and one of the shortest in the series. It's quite good though. It has a plot twist that you can predict, but I personally definitely didn't. It's a wonderful little story. The villains here are the Mini-Renas. The last story here is weird. It's called The New Kid, and there's definitely lore here. I'm just not sure what the lore is exactly, since it's just weird. See for yourself. The villain here is Golden Freddy, and I'll just say that this is the first story in the series where the gruesome details truly shocked me. The next book is Step Closer. The title story is a great psychological thriller that, while starting off kind of cheesy, gets really frightening by the end. The villain here is Foxy. The next story is Dance With Me, and it's so bland and boring that it's not even worth discussing. Moving on, Coming Home is the next story. This one's fantastic. It's more sad than anything else, like Lonely Freddy, and it's got a ton of lore implications too, surrounding questions about what happens when the clocks turn to 6 AM in the FNAF games and the animatronics stop attacking you. Where do those souls go? This story answers that. Also, the main character's name is Susie, so yeah, definitely lore here. The villain here is Chica. In this entire book, I don't think any of these stories are directly connected to the crossover story we mentioned earlier, but that's fine. The next book is Bunny Call, and all of these stories are worth reading for different reasons. The title story has a brand new antagonist we've never seen before, and actually feels like a FNAF game in terms of how the action is done. Very cool. In the Flesh is the second story, and this one is great because it involves a dude giving birth to a rabbit. Sorry, I just spoiled the whole thing, but it's still worth reading. Just check it out. The last story here is The Man in Room 1280, and again, worth reading for the lore implications alone. It's kind of a mystery, I guess. If you don't care about the lore, don't read this, but if you do, there's lots to dig into. This story is the only one in this book directly connected to the crossover story at the end of these books, by the way. Okay, we're getting behind schedule here, so we've got to hurry. Book 6 is Blackbird. It's a fun psychological thriller, but 1:35 AM did it better. It's got an original villain, though, so that's cool. Next is The Real Jake. Huge lore importance, including a huge connection to the crossover story at the end of each book. Beyond that, it's just a sad story like Lonely Freddy or Coming Home, and has a twist ending that makes no sense without context. The last story here, Hide and Seek, also has a twist ending, but it comes out of nowhere, and I'm not a huge fan of it. The villain here is Shadow Bonnie, probably not worth reading. Book 7 is The Cliffs. It also has a twist ending, but it's not too exciting. The second story here is The Breaking Wheel, one of the most gruesome stories in the series. If you like messed up stories, this is maybe the one for you. The third story is He Told Me Everything, and it's weird. It doesn't have much lore implications or connections to the overarching crossover at the end of each book, but the villain here does appear again later in stories in this series, for better or for worse. Most people aren't fans of this one, but it's really just as weird as a time-traveling ball pit or a dude giving birth to a rabbit, so who cares? The third book is Gumdrop Angel, and the plot twist of this one is literally on the cover. A girl gets turned into candy and eaten. Nice. Next is Sergio's Lucky Day. This one's pretty gruesome and has Balloon Boy as the villain. Very cool. Last one in this book is What We Found. It has some lore implications, probably, and is the second story with Springtrap. The first one is the pregnancy one, so if you want a more normal Springtrap story, although not much more normal, here you go. Book 9 is The Puppet Carver. The title story feels like two stories put together, and one of them was a sequel to He Told Me Everything for some reason, which no one was asking for. Kinda mid. Next is Jump for Tickets. The villain here is one of those clowns from FNAF 6, sort of, I think. It's a clown anyway, and a lot of build up for a climax that's not even as gruesome as some of the other stories we've talked about already. Lastly in this book is Pizza Kit, where a girl is turned into a pizza and her friend has to eat her. It gets weirder than that, but that's the gist. Next is Book 10, Friendly Face. The title story is about a cat with a human face, and it chases a dude around for a while, which is like a worse version of 1:35 AM. Next is C. Bonnie's. Lastly here we have Together Forever, which is pretty gruesome, but honestly the main characters were so cartoonishly evil that they did have it coming. The villain is pretty much Pig Patch or Pork Patch or whatever this thing's name is from FNAF 6. Next is Book 11 and the last main book in the series. This one has the conclusion to the crossover story we'll talk about in a bit, and it's called Prankster. The title story is about a dude who gets pranked at the game studio he works at, but the prank goes a little too far. Not really worth reading, kind of forgettable. Next is Kids at Play, where the villain is one of those child-shaped road signs. That's all you need to know. And the last story of the series, Find Player 2, is actually pretty good in my opinion. The series has definitely declined in quality after hitting the second half, as you can tell by my thoughts on it, but this one's pretty good. It's kind of a mystery, which I like, so I recommend checking this one out if you're into that. The last book is the one with all the scrapped stories, Felix the Shark, and honestly, this one's pretty good too. I don't know why they scrapped these and decided to go with all the mediocre stories for the main series, but whatever, at least we got these eventually. The title story is pretty decent, nothing special, but it's got a mystery element just like the last story, and I found that kind of interesting personally. Next is The Scoop. This story was so good, it actually caused a real-life scavenger hunt that ended up getting people doxxed and harassed. Oh no. Still a good story though, about internet theorizing, even if the moral of the story went over everyone's heads. It's another story with a bit of a mystery element. And the last story here is You're the Band, the last story in the whole series. It's got lore implications, it's got some spooky moments, it's got some cameos from some seriously important characters to the lore. Definitely worth checking out, even if you don't read most of the other stories. And that's the whole series. The only thing we haven't mentioned is the crossover stories at the end of each book, which are kinda cool. They all connect together and tell a massive connected story involving lots of familiar characters from both the main series and Fazbear Frights specifically. They don't seem to tie into the lore of the main series directly, but there's little hints of things that might be important for the main series lore, just nothing that's explicitly told to us. Wow, that was kind of a lot. I sure hope Scott doesn't release another series of short stories, or I might just lose it. Well, I guess the only way to find out is to keep watching the video.
Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach Fury's Rage is one of Scott's Game Jolt games he released before Security Breach. It was released because Scott had to delay Security Breach, but wanted to give everyone something to tide them over in the meantime. In the game, you can play as one of the Glamrocks, and you go down multiple different paths, killing weird variations of characters from throughout the series, including ones from FNAFVR. The game begins with a cutscene of Scott thinking about how upset his fans would be if he had to delay the game, and then he comes up with the brilliant idea to make this game. When you get past the beginning cutscene, you can select different Glamrock characters to play as. The Glamrocks also have different skill sets. Glamrock Freddy has maximum stamina and very low special ability. We'll get into the movesets soon, and then that'll make more sense. Power and luck are around the same, being average. Monty has maximum power, which makes sense because he's the strong masculine person of the band. He has very low luck, average stamina, and average special. Roxanne Wolf has extremely high luck, jiggle physics, low stamina, average power, and average special. And Chica is probably the worst of the four, having high special but low power, average stamina, and average luck. Now, getting into the game, it's an old arcade-style fighting game where you go through multiple different levels and fight people, and at the end of each level there's a boss. Your moves are as follows: punch, block, jump attack, and special. The special is a move you can use with limited stamina that allows you to do more damage, lets you be invulnerable for a short amount of time, and knocks everyone you touch over. This stamina can be regenerated using chocolate you can pick up. Other items you can pick up include 2 different kinds of chicken, a necklace, gold, coins, and Scott Cawthon. Yes, you can pick up Scott Cawthon. What Scott does is, if you have one of him, you can press enter and summon a giant Scott Cawthon to help you fight. He's fairly powerful, keeping most of the enemies off of you and lasting a while. This is why luck is an important trait. Luck determines what items you get from killing enemies or breaking boxes. Now that we're pretty much done going over the gameplay, let's go over the levels. The first level has you in a city area going down a road, and in the background there's a few buildings like an arcade, animatronic restrooms, and parts and service building. There's a few cars, but it is quite literally just a street. The first enemy you'll encounter here is Poison Foxy, which some people think this is a remake of Radioactive Foxy from FNAFVR, and they're probably correct. The next enemy is Thug Life Chipper, which is a gangster version of the Chipper from the game Scott made before FNAF. He's probably the most common enemy in the entire game. Thug Chica is your next enemy, being a bigger Chica and following after the design of Thug Life Chipper. And the final level of this enemy is Punk Mangle, being a, believe it or not, intact version of the Mangle that admittedly does have some endoskeleton parts showing, but it seems to be intentional. There's one last enemy in this level, but it's a boss, so I count it separately from the base enemies. The boss is VR Sisters, which are neon people wearing VR headsets, and they come from opposite sides and try to get the player bamboozled since they can only look one way at a time. They don't appear to reference anything, but if I had to make a guess, I'd think they are referencing the playtesters for Help Wanted, being Vanessa and Tape Girl. That's all for the first level, so let's move on to the next. The next level has more to talk about background-wise, being an abandoned city or town with a circus in the background. This level appears to have a lot of FNAF 6 memorabilia, having a poster of one of the ads, literal scrap just laying around on the ground, a poster of a clown possibly referencing the one in the office in FNAF 6, and some more we'll get into when we talk about enemies. This place appears to have a functioning circus in the background, although you can't really see much of it. You'd think that if it wasn't functioning, maybe it'd have holes in the roof or something. But I'm probably just looking too much into it. There's graffiti everywhere, and it almost appears apocalyptic. Anyway, let's get into the enemies. The first enemy is one that will bombard you with tons of them, and it's Fire Girl, which is just Broiler Baby from FNAFVR. But it's surprising she doesn't have the word baby in her actual name. She actually attacks you using her shovel, but she's pretty easy to kill. The next enemy is yet another familiar face from FNAFVR, being Clown Springtrap. He has more health than a good bit of the other characters, but that's all he really has going for him. Oh, also, his name in this game is Trap, which is cool because it sounds like it'd be an actual clown's name. Those are the only new 2 enemies for this level, because a lot returned from the first level. The boss of this level is Soul Brawler, who is a giant robot that tries to electrically shock the player. But he's pretty easy to fight if you can handle the other enemies coming in from the sides. He originally showed up in FNAF World under the name Soul Dozer, and he's a boss in that game too. That's all there is for the second level, so let's get into the third. This level doesn't have a lot going for it design-wise, just appearing to be a Pizzaplex. However, not being the same one as in Security Breach. This level, strangely enough, brings back the VR Sisters, but as a normal enemy instead of a boss. It introduces one new enemy, that being Marionette, which surprisingly keeps its actual name and doesn't have a new one. This enemy is super weak and easy to kill, usually only taking 1 hit. The boss of this level is Mega Brow, who appears to be a giant sumo wrestler, being a redesign of Brow Boy from FNAF World. He also appears to be another member of the circus, having a clown nose and juggling balls. Stage 4, however, is more important. It appears to be an area where animatronics are assembled, having a version of Freddy, possibly Lefty, hidden in the background, as well as a circus baby-like figure, possibly Scrap Baby, or maybe it could be Eleanor from the Fazbear Frights books. It does actually really resemble her. This level introduces one new enemy, that being Ice Freddy, also known as Fazbear from FNAFVR, which is one of the most well-known characters from that game. That's the final new enemy type in the game. However, the boss in this level is Vanny herself, appearing different from Security Breach, although she is still Vanny, so you can't really mess that up. This is where the game ends, showing you on an ending screen of 4 Glamrocks looking off into the city with an inspirational nothing burger quote. But at the end, it strangely enough says, "To be continued." Okay, hi, it's me again. Turns out that isn't everything in this game. Not many people have found this by themselves, but there actually is another stage hidden at the end of hard mode. The final stage puts you in a spaceship with the background wavy and almost hard to look at. This setting could be a reference to Freddy in Space, which is most likely, but could also just be another space setting for no reason. This level breaks from the same format as the previous levels, because there are no enemies to fight at the beginning. Instead, the boss immediately comes in, that being Dreamgeist. This character is the embodiment of FNAF 4 theories, having eyes of an alarm clock, an actual grandfather clock in its head, a toy of Toy Chica, but even a box and a key inside, referencing the locked up box that theorists can never crack. Its original name was supposed to be the Meshionette, which means it could be a variant of the marionette. This is supported by the abundance of marionettes actually in this level fighting alongside it. After completing the final level, you can unlock a cutscene of Scott putting a sign outside his front door. This sign reads, "I'm sorry," serving as a final sorry for delaying Security Breach once again. This unlocks you the 2nd star, and the 3rd star is unlocked by beating the game without using any Scots. Anyway, speaking of Security Breach, that's what's next, so enjoy that. I've been Ultbee. Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Fazbear Entertainment would like you to put your hands together for the one, the only, Freddy Fazbear.
Ah yes, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, perhaps the most controversial release of a game in the franchise to this date. Why? Well,
even if we are spotted, you are safe with me.
What am I
She would
seeing?
never suspect we are traveling together. However, we should
What?
still...
What? What happened to the lighting? How did I get up here?
released on December 16th of 2021, this game came out to perhaps the worst reviews ever made by a FNAF game launch, besides maybe FNAF World. The game has had updates ever since the broken version released on day 1, so while it is definitely playable now, whether it's a good story or how good the game itself is, what we'll be going over today. So with that said, let's proceed. Visually, this game can be both absolutely beautiful and also god-awfully ugly at the same time. If you're playing on a good PC or a PS5, most instances it's gonna look great. Anything other than that, and the game can start to look a little iffy in some situations. As for the switchboard though, that one is just down horrendous. The game features a bunch of different types of environments. Some that are very bright and colorful, such as the main atrium, or Phaser Blast, the lobby, while also having some darker areas as well, such as the Endo Daycare, the sewer areas, the suspicious old elevator that totally doesn't lead to an old Freddy's location. Tangent aside, does this game do a good enough job to satisfactorily blend these together? No. No, it does not. Unfortunately, this game fails to be what it's advertised to be. A horror game. Most of the locations here really aren't so scary per se. Now sure, they could be made to look scary through some lighting tweaks like I had done during my playthrough, but on default settings, the ones most people play on, it straight up cannot provide an atmosphere where it can make someone feel even remotely scared, except at best 1 or 2 areas. It's just too bright. And the animatronic designs certainly don't help with this, as they are just as colorful and vibrant as an in-universe brightly lit neon Pizzaplex would require them to be. Now sure, there are exceptions as always, but generally speaking the designs really aren't scary, and that is perhaps its biggest blunder in this aspect. Aesthetically, the Mega Pizzaplex looks stunningly beautiful, but if it's advertised as a horror game, it has to be rated with that in mind. Something else I should also bring up regarding this is how much worse the game looked on launch compared to the trailers. Now sure, we all know games always end up looking a little worse on the final release than how they look in trailers, but even then, just look at the differences in fidelity between them. It is kind of insane when you think about it. And why is this the case? Well, that brings us to the next aspect. This game. There are so many words I could use to describe the performance, but maybe even that won't be satisfying enough to cover this topic. It is perhaps one of the most god-awfully built games ever made. The number of stutters in this game are just straight up insane, and that's just the PC version, by the way. This game is so horrible at its asset loading and decompressing that if you play on anything besides a PC or a latest gen console, be prepared for load screens literally every door you pass. Yes, you heard me correctly, folks. A $40 game has to implement loading screens into an explorative experience because it cannot load assets fast enough. You wanna know how I know? I think judging by my playtime on this game, you'd understand I spent a long time going through the game. I did a few playthroughs, a few speedrun attempts, but that's besides the point. Oftentimes I was just messing around and flying across locations and seeing how the inner workings of this game worked. And yeah, that absolutely confirmed to me that this game sucks at asset allocation. Just by going at the file size of nearly 90 goddamn gigabytes for a game with a main campaign of about 4 to 6 hours at most, you can tell this was not a well-made game, not by a long shot. For a light comparison, Bendy and the Dark Revival, another horror game made by an indie studio, which also has a campaign about 4-ish or about 6-ish hours, did not have the same issue. You wanna guess how big that game was? 50, 30, 25? Nope, 10. Yes, just a measly 10 gigabytes. That's all it needed. And you know why? It's because they actually had good compression in mind before releasing the game to the masses. So, where did it all go wrong for Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach? Well, that brings us to the next point, that being, to say this game's development was an absolute mess would be a complete understatement. Many people may not remember this, but the game was originally supposed to release in 2020, a whole year before it came out, which was because it was originally planned with a much smaller scope in mind. However, ambition doing what it usually does allowed for this game to become larger and larger and larger, until the developers practically bit off more than they could chew. Even with the delays up until late 2021, it was simply not enough to finish a game of this scale, with a team as small as they had. YouTube content creator Fiznum, though he doesn't associate himself with the franchise anymore, said this on the game's release.
You guys made a game. You're an indie team. If you're an indie team, you're not supposed to make a game of the size if you're an indie team. I understand you're very passionate. I understand you have big dreams of making a super polished, gigantic game that you're going to love and you're going to support for the future, but get your shit together. You're an indie team. You can't just make this in 2 years. This is not possible. Of course it's gonna be a mess. I'm sorry, you should have planned this out better. Just because you have passion and love for this franchise, it's not gonna result automatically in a quality product. You need to be smart about what you're doing and recognize that you're not capable of creating this. At least for now. You're not... It's not possible with the size of the team that you have. You should have made this smaller. You should have kept humble. You should have done it like Scott did. Scott recognizes his own limitations as a lone game developer and created one of the best horror games of 2014 because he knew what he was capable of and worked with his limitations to make one of the best games and one of the games that I love the most and that I've spent 7 years on. You're not capable of making this game, and the entire development went to shit after you decided to expand it 10 times the size that you originally thought it was going to be. You should have lowered down your scope. You should have lowered down the size of this. This is not okay. I mean, you're going to fix it in the future, sure, but you made a hell of a first impression as the people that are going to be carrying this franchise forward.
Perfect.
I feel really sorry. Yeah, they definitely had passion. Look at this! Kane, look at this. Look at this gigantic area. No shit they had passion for this. Are you kidding me? Of course they had. They just didn't have a brain. You need to have heart to make a game, but you need to have brain to understand how to do shit correctly. Otherwise, you can have as much passion as you want and you can make a piece of shit game that nobody's going to like or can even play. It's not about the passion. It's not about the love. It's about knowing your limitations and working with them. Not trying to go past your limitations and trying to fix it afterwards after you fuck up.
So, while I wouldn't use words so harshly to describe the flaws of the development cycle, overall I have to agree. The game is just too big for its own good. And you can see this being the case, even if you choose to ignore the horrible performance, like, for example, the endings. Why are 5 out of 6 of them not 3D animated? Why did they go with a comic strip style instead? And why was the one ending that had a 3D cutscene ultimately not even the canonical one? These are only a few signs that point to the rushed nature of the game. I remember Scott saying when the game was originally delayed to early 2021, where he used the analogy of baking a cake, that they were going to take more time to bake a larger cake even though they had a solid small one by then. And that ultimately led to the game's downfall. As Fiznam said, every individual working on this project from the Steamwool team had passion for it, but due to the horrible planning of the development combined with the effect of the pandemic, which many people forget to bring up, which could have hampered development too since people would have to work from home for a year or so. The game just didn't have a strong pair of legs to stand on. They had the ideas, they built all the decorations and everything, but what they failed to properly do was building a solid base, which in the end led to the horrible launch on that day of 16th December 2021. The story, I would say, also suffered somewhat from the development cycle. Quite a lot of things just felt like unfinished trails for a mystery, which only made it worse for the lore decoders. That's an alternative name for theorists, I suppose, but tangent aside, it just made the community so much more confused about what was even happening. Let me give you a few examples so you can understand. Why were Scrap Baby and Lefty on some of the arcades? Is it a parody of FNAF 6? Are they making fun of their own past selves? Or was that an in-universe game by the rogue indie game developer we had heard about in Help Wanted? What's the deal with the Glitchtrap Chaser also having an arcade? Are the books canonical to the games? If not, do they exist as reading material in-universe? What about the Tangle? Where would it get all the parts of the old animatronics? Are these the FNAFVR versions of them? If so, why would they be in the Pizzaplex? And why do some of them have red eyes while others have theirs blacked out? What is Springtrap? Is William back, or is this some sort of AI mimicking his actions? Are Vanessa and Vanny the same person? I mean, the answer to some of these are clear now, but back then we had absolutely zero clue about any of these, which of course led to fandom debates. Some that were respectful, and others that simply caused more divide in the community. So, really not a great thing overall. Alright, massive rant aside, the basic plot is a boy named Gregory gets stuck in the Pizzaplex after failing to escape because the place went on lockdown as it's supposed to after 12 AM. So he has to survive the night with a friendly bear and avoid quite a bunch of threats here and there. especially this night guard who totally is not suspicious, but therein lies the next problem. We barely get to know anything about her. Why? Because she pretty much almost never shows up in the game. Same as Vanny. Huh. Maybe that's why they're the same person. Point is, characters like Vanessa and Vanny are barely in the game. Vanny was supposed to be the next main antagonist, if not for the next couple of installments, then at least for this game, but even that wasn't done properly. I think she might even have less of a presence in the actual game than the Endos, because the Endos, even if their sections are pretty short, actually do something interesting, unlike her, who just chases you every now and then, and that's basically it. Now, what I will say, however, is that I like the interactions between Gregory and Freddy. That was the one thing that was done nicely, even if the beginning was quite rocky and sudden. Characters like Monty and Chica are interesting on their own and are a solid addition, but they don't add much depth to the story in my opinion. Roxy does a little better in this aspect with the decommissioning mission, but nothing to write home about either. The vague nature of some of the plotlines here are a mix of interesting and unfinished things, because some might actually lead us to an answer, while others feel like a trail that was put together last minute without much thought put into it, or something that was initially planned that lost interest from the developers over time as they were focusing on other things. Like, for example, the sticky note room. To this day, no one has been able to conclusively prove what exactly this room is trying to tell us. Sure, some people have gotten close maybe, but due to the vague nature of mysteries in this franchise, we will perhaps never figure them out. Because the clues put there lead you into multiple possibilities, and when you dive into the concept of multiple possibilities, not only do you have to think about the likely sequence of events, but you also have to think about what was intended by the creators. And due to Scott no longer being the primary decision maker, even if his decision is the ultimate say, the number of intended scenarios just increases more and more, creating more and more confusion amongst the fans, which is why the story of this game was so divisive in the first place. We had one half of the community that believed that William was indeed back into the series, while another half believed that it was not him, rather, it was an AI mimicking him, but we did not get any clear hints to that until months, if not a year or two afterward. So, while the general plot is decent, the lore was just all over the place, which should be noted considering we still, to this day, have not figured out everything in this game. Like, sure, even for games like FNAF 4 or FNAF 6, we aren't sure on certain things, but at least for those projects, we could come up with explanations that worked at the time that can eventually be reworked into a different context if we later find out that our original analysis wasn't what was intended. But in this case, we can't even come to a basic understanding of everything that's in the game from a lore standpoint. How can we come to an understanding on a general timeline of events at all then? We can't. Logistically speaking, the clues are so vague and scattered, and maybe even somewhat contradictory, that it really isn't possible to come to one general interpretation. And while that in and of itself isn't a bad thing, it isn't a great thing when your fanbase starts arguing over this stuff and takes things a little too far when somebody doesn't agree with it. Ultimately, it damages the fandom, something no one wants. Now that we have talked about all of that, let's actually discuss what the experience itself is like. You get to explore a massive building known as the Mega Pizzaplex, where your objective is to survive till 6 AM and not get killed, I guess. You primarily get to use a flashlight, a blaster that can stun an animatronic, and a cam that can stun multiple within a range at the same time. You also get to use Freddy as a suit, although he does have a battery, meaning you have to keep recharging him, or else eventually the Princess Quest minigames present here are also a nice addition. There are 3 of them, with the first one, which is a repeat of the one from the Help Wanted 1 mobile port. These 3 pretty much go over the story of Glitchtrap's rise and ultimate fall. In the first Princess Quest, as previously mentioned, the protagonist character seems to be a powerless princess roaming this castle with possessed entities out to consume her, with the minigame ending as she ultimately comes under the influence of Glitchtrap. In the sequel, she is given the opportunity to fight back using a golden sword that she is able to get. Using this, you can now destroy the entities that you would once have to avoid and run away from. This rendition comes to an end when she finds herself at a location quite familiar to us. Princess Quest 3 picks up from this moment. It seems to be just like we thought, the FNAF 1 office. In fact, after going across the whole area outside the room, you'll realize the similarity it shares with both the FNAF 1 location as well as the Help Wanted Hub area location, while still being different from both of them. There are two primary objectives, one where you have to collect the Glitchtrap blush and the other where you have to play an 8-bit version of Corn Maze from Dreadbear to receive the Vanny mask. Doing them both will allow you to get a key that is supposed to give you access to the final chamber, where Glitchtrap is supposedly brought to its demise. I think the explorative nature is what makes it solid. The game can be fun in some instances, such as Fazbear, but it can also be a boring, buggy, and miserable experience. It's just like a friend of mine once said, everybody has a personalized copy of Security Breach.
Tales from the Pizzaplex. If you thought Fazbear Frights wasn't interesting enough, boy have I got some news for you. This new FNAF book series is very similar to that series, and I personally just kind of see it as Fazbear Frights Season 2. It's got 24 new short stories and a new overarching story across all 8 books, which we'll talk about after going through all the main stories. It started on July 19th, 2022 with the release of Book 1, Lally's Game, and ended on October 3rd, 2023, over a year later. Now, there was apparently a 9th book also planned, but we just kind of never got any information about it, and then the release date came and went, and either it was never actually meant to be, or it was just scrapped. Either way, the first book is Lally's Game, with the first story, Frailty, being an interesting one. It works as a standalone story, but there's a certain item that was also seen in one of the first Fazbear Frights stories, and some interesting parallels to that story too, so I have no idea what to make of that. I'd say this one isn't really scary, but it's still worth reading. Next is this book's title story, which is definitely a strange one. It's got some great twists and turns, even if they aren't always fully explained, and it's certainly disturbing. I'd say this one's also unique enough to warrant reading. Lastly, in this book is Under Construction, and if you thought some of the Fazbear Frights stories were weird, you haven't seen anything yet. Skip ahead if you don't want spoilers, but this one involves a worldwide cancer epidemic and jello baby blob things. But also, it's all in the head. Book 2 has some wild stories too. The first story is called Help Wanted, but don't confuse it with the game Help Wanted, it's entirely different. Sorta. It is about a game developer though, so maybe it's connected? You definitely won't see this one's plot twist coming. Now, that doesn't mean it's good, but it's unpredictable for sure. I just wish it made a little more sense. The next story is the title story of this book, Haps, and it's perfect if you want a story about 2 guys crawling through plastic tubes for 70 pages while being chased by whatever this thing is. Lastly in this book is B7. This is similar to Frailty or Lally's Game in that it's not really scary, it's just a little disturbing in concept. A little boy starts to believe he's a robot and things quickly spiral out of control. It's a tragic story for sure, and one of the only stories in this series that has a second part later on, which we'll talk about. Next is Book 3, Somnophobia. The title story is actually the first story where the antagonist is a character we know from the games, and not some new antagonist entirely. It's Moon from Security Breach, and most of the recurring villains in this series will also be from Security Breach, since, you know, the name of the series, Tales from the Pizzaplex, it kind of makes sense. This story's pretty good, but once again, the ending feels like it comes out of left field. Specifically the whole dog thing? Like, am I the only one who felt that that was a bit random? So, spoilers obviously, but the story is about dreams, and this guy gets haunted through his dreams by Moon, but then all of a sudden the story ends with his dog eating his face while he sleeps, I guess. Next is Pressure. I never see anyone talking about this story, but it's pretty good. The antagonist is kind of Springtrap, but not really. It's complicated. The story is told from Springtrap's point of view, and I'm definitely clickbaiting you with that since it's not completely true, but either way, the story is really good, and if you want grisly details on what it's like to be spring-locked, this story might just be for you. Next is the book's last story, Clythrophobia. This one is shockingly gruesome as well, but honestly mostly not because of the actual villain, Ballora. The real danger here is the absolutely horrible safety regulations when you're working at a Freddy Fazbear establishment. If you ever want to know just how poorly managed Fazbear Entertainment is, even down to the lowliest employees, this story will show you. It'll also show you a lot of other things. Book 4 is Submechanophobia. Are you noticing the trend in these stories' titles yet? A good chunk of them are named after phobias. I don't know why, that's just neat, I guess. The little story here is a neat murder mystery, and I enjoyed it enough to warrant it worth reading, so there's my glowing recommendation. Next is Animatronic Apocalypse. It's not as cool as it sounds. It's about a school club that gets a little weird. Spoilers, they eat bugs and think the world is ending, and also it's kind of a cult, so if you like the weirder stories, this one's probably for you. Last is Bobby Dots Part 1. This is a two-parter like B7, and it's a little slow-paced, but I enjoyed it. Plenty of twists and turns, and it's a little creepy until it starts to get a bit fantastical in the climax, but I don't know, fantastical is still fun. Now, by covering the Bobby Dots story, we've already talked about the conclusion to it, which is in the next book, Book 5, and Book 5 is titled The Bobby Dots Conclusion, which makes sense, and the other two stories in that book are firstly GGY, which is a very important story for the lore of Security Breach for some reason, but honestly it's a fun mystery on its own too. I saw the ending coming a mile away though, honestly. It is weird how there's so many mystery type stories in this series where there's some kind of investigation going on, but I digress. The other story in this book is The Storyteller, which is also very good for lore. Specifically, it's very illuminating about topics like the animatronics in Security Breach and what's wrong with them. Like, it used to be that all the animatronics were possessed and that was just kind of the way it was, but with Security Breach it's been a lot less clear. I like how in Help Wanted 2, when you're talking to Glamrock Freddy, he has his excuse for why he might jump scare you, and the excuse is basically that he's too cold. So we've moved on from ghost kids to help, I'm too cold so I might attack you. Also, the corporate side of Fazbear Entertainment in this story is also kind of elaborated upon, revealing the horrible management that exists in the realm of the FNAF universe. Also, one of the characters is called Mr. Burrows, so of course everyone thinks he's William Afton in disguise or something. I don't even know. Next is Book 6, Nexi. The title story is pretty good. It's gruesome, it's got a nice twist. Although this is another one that I personally saw coming, I still think it's worth reading. It's just a very solid short story, and I felt bad for quite a few characters by the end of it, which isn't usually the case with these stories, but I guess I care about some of the characters in this story. Even me, with my cold, blackened heart. Next is Drowning, and this one's pretty good, even if it's a bit drawn out. It feels kind of surreal at times, and certain details remind me of liminal spaces, actually, because of the nature of the game the main protagonist ends up playing in this story. That being said, this type of concept was done way better in Junji Ito's story, Long Dream, so honestly, just read that instead. Next is The Mimic, and oh, I guess we should probably talk about the epilogues now. So, the epilogues in this series aren't as good as the ones in Fazbear Frights, in my opinion, but they are certainly more connected to the games. They're about this creature called the Mimic, who you've probably heard about from the Security Breach Ruin game. The epilogues don't really explain all that much about it, and they're mostly just about it terrorizing a group of workers and then terrorizing a group of teenagers. That's what the entire novel-length story is about. Mind you, it's told in pieces across 8 books, but that's still a long time for one story like this. But the last story in Book 5 actually gives us a proper backstory for this thing, and it's pretty cool. I like this story a lot because it allows us to reinterpret the Mimic's future actions in completely different ways by giving us the context for what it's trying to do. It's not necessarily trying to be a killer, it's just trying to play a game and do what it was programmed to do. As for the details about the tragic story of how this thing was created, I'll let you read the story for yourself to find out. It's interesting how the Mimic has a lot of parallels to the Stitch Wraith, the main monster in the Fazbear Frights epilogues. They're both killers, but also both very misunderstood. Neither one really wants to do harm. The Mimic's just following flawed programming, and the Stitch Wraith is just, spoilers, 2 kids who are lost and confused. Next is Book 7, Tiger Rock. After this story, you'll have lots of questions like, what was the deal with that tree that keeps showing up in these stories? Or that owl thing? Or that entire ending scene where Tiger Rock, spoilers, rips this guy's arms out of his sockets and just kind of casually walks away? Some of these questions will be answered, and some of them never will. Next is Monty Within. This one's trying to be disturbing and tense, but it's really just funny. Sorry, Monty Gator fans, but a character with this voice, welcome to Monty's Gator Dog, will never be scary. Lastly is Bleeding Heart, and the concept for this story is definitely very out there, but it's executed pretty well, and I thought it was intriguing, so I don't mind that much. The ending is particularly cool, even if it's kind of wacky. It's still disturbing, which is something that stupid last story could never say. Okay, last book. This is B7-2, and the title story is obviously the sequel to B7, so just as obviously, there will be spoilers here for that story. So in the last story, Billy was trying to become a robot, something that he wanted to do ever since he was a kid. Billy seemingly died at the end of part 1, there was was no hint at any second part, so we all just kind of assumed that was the end. I don't know if this second part was planned all along, but I do kind of doubt it. This second part turns the story into more of a typical Fazbear Frights type story, which I don't mind. I thought it was cool that Billy could have a second chance at some kind of happy ending. This story has another example of a weird ending, though that felt kind of contrived. I don't know, is it just me? Maybe it's just me. The whole, spoilers, grandma fight scene seemed a little weird. Next is Alone Together. This is pretty similar to the story Drowning, where you should probably just watch something else that is very similar that I'll mention in a second. On its own, this is another mystery type story. I'm not complaining, I love these, and this one's pretty fun. The plot twist is great, and even though I totally should have seen it coming, I didn't. Props to the story for that. But yeah, I'd honestly just recommend watching The Sixth Sense instead. It's like the story, but better and with less weird plot hole thingies. That doesn't mean the story is bad though. The final story in this series is another phobia story, this time being called Dittophobia, and boy, this one's wild. It has some scary scenes and another mystery to dig through and some huge lore implications, like wow. Especially if you're confused about, say, FNAF 4. Read this, because either it'll make you more confused or it'll solve everything for you. Either way, I'm happy with it, and I think it's told very well and really kept me engaged the whole time. Some scenes were definitely repetitive and could be cut out, but that's my biggest complaint. Overall, I thought that once this one got going, it really got going. And that's all of Tales from the Pizzaplex. Overall, I think this series was better than Fazbear Frights, at least if we're taking the weaker second half of that series into consideration. This series has pretty consistent quality all the way through, and I certainly enjoyed reading almost all of it.
Ruin is the DLC for Security Breach. Released on July 25th of 2023, it's almost 2 years old, and we still don't have a release date for it. Originally cheesed as Chica Chowder, the first teaser came out on March 26, 2022 during a Daco charity stream. However, due to the file names, people knew of a DLC's existence for a lot longer. With the full teaser coming out on the 22nd of May, people knew that they would have to wait longer for the DLC because it was coming almost an entire year later. It would eventually release on July 25th of 2023. Speculation for this game's story was wild thanks to the Tales from the Pizzaplex series. People were certain that a certain mimicky character would appear, and on 25th of July, we finally got to play it. Here's a brief rundown of what happened. If you want a full playthrough experience, you should check out my stream on the game. Ha ha ha, shit myself look. Yeah. So in the game, you play as Cassie, a young girl who came to the Pizzaplex looking for her missing friend Gregory, who was the protagonist of the main game. Upon entering the atrium, she finds a a walkie-talkie with the image of Roxy on it. Tongue twister.
I'm trapped. Gregory? I got your message. Where are you?
Help! Something grabbed me! It won't let me go! You have to find me! I'm trapped in the sinkhole under the raceway!
Oh?
Under Roxy Racers? That's all the way on the other side. I'm not even close.
Roxy
Then get walking!
Walkie-talkie of my favorite character, okay.
Oh, she's one of those people.
Over the comm, she hears a familiar voice. It's Gregory. He's calling for her to come rescue him because he is trapped. Cassie decides to venture into the ruined Pizzaplex to save her friend. While exploring, Cassie is attacked by a ruined Chica and finds the Faz wrench. She comments that it's just like the one her dad used to use. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Theorist, do you get this? Theorist, look at this! Anyway, after using the rat wrench to unlock a door, she's attacked by a ruined Monty and falls down a pipe. Oh. Oh my gosh!
Whoa!
Where are we?
Monty said hi.
Yeah, Monty said hi.
Ooh. I will say the only thing is that I feel like the jump scares don't really have a lot of build up to them.
Which I think is good.
Well, I think a good jump scare takes advantage of the atmospheric tension around you already.
And then...
Ow.
And then goes, but then...
Where'd that freaky Monty thing go?
When it just comes out of nowhere, it doesn't really have room to build up.
I guess. She lands in Gator Golf where she finds a security mask. The VANNI mask allows someone to see into the AR world. This part gets a little confusing, so the way I interpret it is, in the world of FNAF, if your mind perceives something one way, it is that way. For example, if your brain sees a wall, When you try to touch it, it's real, even if it's a fake wall. When you put the mask on, you can see that the wall isn't real, because your mind understands that you can walk through the wall. It doesn't make much sense, but you know what? It's FNAF, so who really cares? The fact that Fazbear Entertainment can do this and has this level of technology is astounding. Cassie continues until Gregory tells her that she needs to deactivate a security node. These nodes are keeping him trapped. When Cassie tries to deactivate it, the main threat appears, a glitchy blue and black rabbit, but it's not Glitchtrap, it's Nexus.
Sorry.
I just can't. Be careful to cross.
Interesting.
Oh. Wait, what? A minute.
Oh my gosh.
Oh!
Oh, I think you have to connect the cupcake to the... yeah. No, I don't think that was super unwarranted. That was kind of unclear. Apparently, we've already missed out on an alternate ending. Like, that's fine, I guess.
Oh my gosh!
Stay away from that thing. It's sending out some sort of distress signal, and Monty is responding.
Oh.
There he is!
Hello there.
Look at his eyes!
Oh gosh, he's coming!
What is he? Don't answer that, but what is he? Oh. So we've got our... Oh, really? Interesting.
What? Okay, what?
I think
do I
it
just
could be
avoid him?
Dominic.
Helpy, stop speaking in Animal Crossing.
Oh,
so that...
oh, he's there!
Hello. So can he just not do anything when you're not in AR?
I don't know. Oh, look at him!
Yeah,
What a strange fella. Let's not find out what happens.
It won't let me take it. It won't let me take it off. It won't let me take it off.
It won't let you take it off.
I adore his design, by the way.
Yeah, he looks pretty cool.
Oh gosh.
So wait, so he just calls Monty to your location? Is that what it was?
Yeah, but I think it's like...
Okay, if so, that's just like the literal, like, just better version of the security bots in the base game.
True. Look at...
Oh yeah.
Nexus is explained to be a security program designed to prevent the nodes from being deactivated. It appears when Cassie wears a security mask for too long. Cassie is able to avoid it and the ruined Monty and escape into the daycare. That is the basic loop of gameplay loop of Ruin. Unlike Security Breach, Ruin is much more linear. The main gameplay is going to new, well, technically they're old, areas and avoiding the threat of Nexus and the animatronics with him and disabling all the security nodes. Cassie goes into the daycare where she faces off against Moon. However, when a light is flashed on him, Sun appears to break through. Cassie's new job is to turn on the generators to stop Moon. She does this and is able to use her Faz wrench to reset the animatronic. Suddenly, he takes on a whole new personality and becomes Eclipse. Alright, let's reboot him. Oh!
He's gonna be just fine. Oh.
Happy birthday!
Wait.
Warning! Child in danger! Safety mode active.
That's like...
Girl, you can't be in here. It's dangerous. I need to clean up before we can open it.
He's like, is that like a new voice? Because that's not how Sun sounded either, right?
This is Eclipse.
Back soon and have a Fazerific day.
So that's just how he's supposed to be.
Is this how you're supposed to be?
Oh.
Yeah, I like it.
Wait!
It's nice.
Are we gonna go... Eclipse takes Cassie out of the daycare and Cassie makes her way to the theater. She escapes and finds herself in the catwalks above Gator Gulch.
Okay, so there's nothing there.
And now we can walk. And now we're in a tunnel.
What the frick?
On sunshine.
Oh gosh!
Oh! What?
What?
Oh.
Whoa! Look at him.
Entity.
I took care of it. The area is safe now.
Help me! Animal Crossing help me just rolled in.
I am there to help you with the signal jammer. That rabbit thing won't bother you anymore.
How did you know about it, Gregory?
I love Healthy. It's great.
Anyways, yeah, we just walked.
We need to get back on the Gator gondola and go to the maintenance room.
Yeah. How does that work? Exactly?
Inky, do you like that?
How does that work?
There I am.
Do you not like that?
Well, okay, so it's not a matter of... AR can't create things in a physical reality that, like it's just an illusion, really.
Yeah.
Doesn't look quite real.
So how do you physically teleport and
I
walk
missed
on
the jump.
things
Oh,
my
come
gosh.
on! Cassie is successful in turning off the 4 smaller nodes to get to the security node and finds a weird AR tunnel. She finds herself in Chica's bakery. Here she sees Nexus activate a tower, which is known as an AR inhibitor, which disables the security mask, but when it's on, the mask is stuck on. Cassie has to avoid Chica in the bakery and continue onwards. She finds herself in the maintenance room. She's unable to take the mask off as she walks to a weird AR server room. She's told that Nexus can't get in here, but he makes it there anyway. She's attacked and barely makes it out.
Okay, buddy. Okay, healthy. Over there. Wait, it was there. The previous.
No, we have to do them in order.
Oh, right. I, for some reason, thought the guitar was next. It's, yeah. Go. Wow, okay. That was weird.
After making it through the bakery, she makes it to Roxy Raceway. She's very close to Gregory now. Roxy is repeatedly stated to be Cassie's favorite character, and Cassie is visibly upset to see ruined Roxy. Gregory comes over with the Roxy talkie, and Roxy storms out in rage trying to find the kid that did this to her. Cassie does her thing, disables the nodes, and makes her way to Bonnie Bowl. Just be careful of, a certain thing.
Well, what was that? What's that note? What was that note?
Oh, hi, Monty.
Bozo. Yeah, why'd you say something?
He's in the water.
Oh, that's good. He's a gator.
Oh, and there's one other thing you should be careful about. What?
Did you just get hit by a car?
Vehicular manslaughter? Oh my gosh, this game. Oh, we got hit by a truck.
The chat, wouldn't it be hilarious if Gregory really was here trapped in the whole game? Everyone's just going on about how fake he is. That would be really funny. Like, he's just lost it alone and he's trapped here and there's nothing suspicious at all, but we're like, what a bozo, he's trying to trick us.
Bonnie Bowl is overrun with mini music men, and Cassie has to use music to distract them to get to the nodes. Rinse and repeat the previous sections. Cassie then makes it to Bonnie's green room, where it's confirmed that Freddy and Bonnie were obviously gay lovers.
Ed.
Oh!
No.
Freddy!
Oh.
Whoa! That's the Princess Quest noise!
You're right.
This is so crazy. Oh!
Whoa. What the heck happened? What? That is wild.
Oh!
I think that proves it. The princess has prevailed.
Cassie then goes down the AR slide and finds herself in Fazbear. She's in the Vanny room, and we'll come back to this part in a bit. After exploring Fazbear, she finds a ruined Freddy. This Freddy stands up and chases her. Cassie's able to escape, and if she's caught, she'll be stuffed in a Freddy's stomach hatch, killing her. Cassie makes it out and starts getting closer to Gregory.
Oh my gosh.
Princess Quest is canon! I called it!
That is insane. It's him. It's him.
Freddy! Freddy? Are you okay? Please be functional.
Whoa, his legs like snapping into place. Wow.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
That's
I want to get the jump scare actually. And there's a present inside of him.
That is wild.
That is so cool. As she gets closer, his voices get weirder and more broken. She finds Roxy and is told that she's the last security node. In a sad moment, Roxy is turned off and dies. 9 a.m. Oh.
Roxy.
Oh, they're just gonna make you do it.
You remember?
They're gonna try and make it emotional. Do it. Kill her.
No, I don't wanna. I refuse. Nope, not doing
Kill the garbage animatronic. This might be like an ending thing, like a split decision.
Your special day. I remember. Your special day. Do you still like carrot cake?
Do I use it?
It has been some time since I saw you last. If I remember correctly, it is on the 11th. I remember because you are number 1. Twice. Have you booked your party?
Man, that's kind of sad.
Show up this time.
This time. Oh! Okay, I hate Roxy and it's starting to.
Cassie, what are you doing?
I like how she's just silent through all of it. You can really
escape.
Oh, man.
Oh wait, what? Oh. Cassie, now heartbroken, heads to where the elevator was in Security Breach. She makes it down to the caves and finds the area where Springtrap was. She finally makes it to the lowest part. She fully disables Nexus and opens the door. Inside, she finds...
I don't like this.
Wait, R toggle mask. It won't let me toggle mask. I can't get out of this. I guess I have to. It won't let me out.
Oh boy.
NXE. Wait, NXES.
So you know how Vanny escaped, right? I think Glitchtrap needs a new person.
Gregory! Are you in there?
Wait, no, it's just Gregory.
Well,
Gregory is the replacement.
Like someone poured concrete over the door?
Someone poured concrete over the door!
What? No!
You're rid of concrete.
Someone poured
I am...
Someone poured concrete over the door.
You've got to be absolutely kidding me! No way!
Gregory, you okay?
Uh-oh. Whoa. No mask allowed.
You saved me. You saved me.
Oh, this is not good.
I'm Gregory.
Gregbot! No way! Oh, wait, no, that's what Gregory said.
Not Gregory.
It's the mimic.
What are you?
It's the mimic.
I'm Gregory.
It's the mimic. It has to be.
Cassie, get out of here!
What?
Oh my gosh, we're going deeper?
It's gotta be the mimic.
It's gotta be the mimic.
Cassie, can you hear me?
Gregory? Is that really you? I mean, really you?
I've been trying to reach you all night. I'm not at the Pizzaplex. Something's trying to trick you.
You're late.
Gregory got out.
Being in the basement sounds just like you. How do I know this is you for real?
Is there another option? You need to get out of there now.
How?
My friend has access to the building now.
Freddy!
Freddy.
Follow Static's instructions? Uh-oh.
The mimic.
Look at him. It's not Gregory, it's the mimic! Cassie is saved by Roxy and runs into the cave. Cassie runs towards an elevator. She gets in, the mimic tries to reach her, but its arm gets cut off. Then, what seems to be the real Gregory comes over the elevator microphone, where... Go, Cassie! That kind of looks like Baby's head.
It's me. I think I need to explain a few things. You were never supposed to go to the Pizzaplex. That thing in the sinkhole tricked you. I really don't know what it is, but it's been trapped down here a really long time. The Mex's security program was designed to keep it hidden. But you shut down the security. And now it's free. It's not your fault. I know you did it for me. To save me. But we can't risk being followed. I'm sorry.
Gregory? No!
Wait. Gregory betrayed her after all that?
No way, that's the end. No way, this is hold these skip for credits. No way.
Oh my gosh.
That's it?
Oh my gosh.
With that, Cassie plunges into the depths, the end. However, there are a few secret endings. One part of Ruin I brushed over was using the camera station. While using them, you can find 4 secret cameras, and looking at all of them will open up the doors needed to get the first secret ending. In this one, Cassie will run into a room and... The funny thing is that the fake Gregory uses voice lines that Grimmick in the file. That are named Grimmick in the files. Okay, that's funny. Grimmick. It's Freddy Fazbear's Grimmick Shake. Drink it and you die.
It's right behind you! Keep going!
Go to Brazil!
Go right!
We gotta go to Brazil, man.
Hurry!
Turn left, man. Dude, it would be really funny. So what happened to the alternate path? Now with the elevator, does that just disappear?
I don't know.
Look around the room a little bit.
Yeah, I will.
Alright, you don't have enough time. Wait,
Yeah,
where is... Yeah, you do. He's not even there. What?
So, will Cassie just leave after this? And okay, let's see here. I mean, it has orange eyes and the mimic voice and wears costume too. Look at that thing! I tried the Grimmick Shake and it tastes meh. Drink it and you become possessed. And there we go. I'm pretty sure all the main secrets in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach Ruin. This is the scooper ending. In the last ending, Cassie runs into a section of the cave that allows her to put her mask on. Those are all the endings of Ruin. Now, a few things of note to go over. There are some arcade games that were supposed to be in the base Security Breach, such as Monty Golf, Holes 10 through 18, and Chica's Feeding Frenzy. The game is split up into 9 chapters, each one going over a different section of the Pizzaplex. There are 2 types of collectibles in this game, real presents and AR presents, which are called NFTs. Not really, but that's the joke. Cassie speaks to a digital companion throughout the game, Helpy, but at some points it's implied that he gets taken over by the Mimic. Lastly, I want to talk about what ending this follows from Security Breach. I believe the most obvious answer is that it follows the Princess Quest ending. One of the things you can find throughout the Pizzaplex are drawings of the other endings of Security Breach, which implies they weren't real. In the Vanny room, we see that a yellow sword has pierced the Princess Quest 3 cabinet. Lastly, we see our Freddy just right in the Fazblast area. Some people say it's not our Freddy, but that's easily disproven. For one, the prototype text on his foot means that it was painted over and is faded with time. The box in his chest is just another present from Freddy. At the beginning of Security Breach, Gregory's inside Freddy before Gregory has the Fazwatch, so this shows that Freddy can have multiple things inside him at once. Therefore, saying that the box means it's not our Freddy is wrong. Cough, cough. Lastly, when he catches Cassie, he tries to put her inside the stomach hatch, which is what he did with Gregory throughout Security Breach to keep him safe. This means he's most likely isn't trying to kill her, as many think. That's pretty much all I have in Ruin. It's by far one of my most favorite things that come out of the FNAF series in recent memory. And yeah, thanks to Sawyer for letting me hop on for a bit.
FNAF, the movie, the game. No one saw this coming, and upon downloading it and hitting play, it was Freddy in Space 3 all along. Only this time, it's Chica in space, because girls get it done. and somehow this one was even crazier than the ones before it. There were all kinds of bizarre memes and references, and this game, more than any other, feels like a celebration of the weird community FNAF has. To give you an idea, there are levels in this game called Merch Cemetery, Meme Cavern, NSFW Island, and Quiz Time with Monty, and all of these are exactly what they sound like. And finally, after beating this game by fighting Scott, which is becoming a tradition for this series at this point, you are treated to an exclusive teaser for the FNAF movie, one that feels very reminiscent of the gameplay of the very first FNAF game. And by that I mean, you watch cameras. Like, that's what this teaser is, watching cameras, and it's super cool. I guess if you think about it, every movie and stuff is watching cameras, because you're watching the stuff that the cameras filmed, and so that's kind of always what a movie is. Anyway, stuff like Freddy In Space is what I love most about the FNAF series. I haven't found it particularly scary in a while, but it still manages to surprise me with weird little things like this that I absolutely love. And now that it's been established that we get a new Freddy In Space game every 4 years, I expect to see another one in 2027. I'll be waiting.
And now, it's finally time that we talk about what perhaps a lot of you have been waiting for. The Five Nights at Freddy's movie.
The FNAF movie!
The FNAF movie, you say?
You said the FNAF movie?
The Spooky Bear Game movie?
Who just said the FNAF movie?
Guys, too soon. We'll get to that soon enough. As I was saying, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie released on October 27th, 2023 to immense success, making over 10 times its budget at the box office, even though it was released on Peacock the same day. The fan response was for the most part overwhelmingly positive, as indicative of the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. Is that the score of 87? However, the critical response on the other hand was nothing short of abysmal, to say the least. This was basically the Mario movie situation dialed up to 1100. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of things, I want to make it abundantly clear that if you have a differing opinion, that's perfectly fine, as long as you don't force it on others, of course. While most of the FNAF fanbase has given this film unanimous praise, there are certain people who have also pointed out its very existent and noteworthy flaws, which I think should also be properly taken into account. Without any further ado, let's dive into it. The film opens with a security guard at the pizzeria who is terrified and trying to escape for his life. He gets to the exit, however, he finds that it's locked, and before he can find a different way to get away, he's caught by a curious Foxy before being violently unalived by a sawing machine. Speaking of which, what do we exactly call this? Sawbear? Sawtrap? Freddy Fazsaw? I guess I'm gonna stick with Sawbear for now. I think this sequence overall does a pretty good job in establishing the threat of the animatronics. Interestingly enough, Kellen Goff is actually a part of this movie by being Foxy's voice actor. And in my opinion, as usual, he knocks it out of the park with this performance. Going off of that though, the film then introduces us to an 8-bit styled intro sequence, like how it's typically done in the game series. It depicts the events of the infamous Missing Children's Incident, or MCI, where 5 kids were lured into a back room by a man wearing a bunny costume, and were killed off one by one. Their bodies were then stuffed into the animatronic mascot suits of Freddy Fazbears, named Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and whatever this yellow bear is. We're then introduced to the film's protagonist, Mike, as he gets up from bed in the morning for work. He's looking after his little sister Abby, as both of his parents were no longer there to do so. We see how early into the film the concept of dream theory is referenced, and while it is important to the movie's plot, longtime fans know dream theory in a completely different light, of course. So I think it was a clever addition to the script. Shortly after, we see how Mike, as a mall security guard, sees a child who seems to be lost. Right after which, we see how someone grabs him and walks away from there. Mike assumed this as a kidnapping of sorts, so he quickly rushes over to them before outright tackling and beating the crap out of the guy who was taking the child with him. The other guard had to stop him from this, after which it is evident to both Mike and the audience that the person was actually the kid's father. We are then introduced to the peculiarly natured character of Steve Raglan, played by actor Matthew Lillard, who seems to be a career counselor. Interestingly enough, when he takes a look at Mike's record, at first he talks about how Mike's been fired at his previous jobs quite a bit, before then pausing on his full name.
Mr. Michaels.
Almost as if he has had some form of association with it. More on that later. He then bluntly tells Mike that he doesn't really have much options when it comes to jobs, before then informing him about this restaurant named Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which required a nighttime security position, as the owner still wanted to keep the place well, even though the place had shut down quite a while back. At first, however, Mike rejects this offer, as he says,
"I can't do nights."
Don't worry, we all know what's bound to happen soon enough. What also should be noted is the reason Mike ends up taking the job at Freddy's ultimately. If he is not able to hold on a job, then Abby's custody will be transferred over to their Aunt Jen, who is quite the unlikable persona as depicted in the film. Before we scurry on over to the actual pizzeria, however, there is something important that shouldn't be glossed over, that being Mike's first dream sequence. As stated by him, he regularly has dreams of a certain moment from his life, a certain moment where things were great, until they weren't. One day, during Mike's childhood, his family went out to Nebraska for what seems to be a trip. They were enjoying their time while the sun was still out. At least, until Mike's little brother Garrett ended up being abducted in a car. Garrett! It should be fairly apparent that even after all those years, not only is he still haunted by these memories, but it's like he wants to keep going back to that moment. That one moment where he could have made a choice that ultimately would have saved Garrett, but didn't. He keeps going back to it to figure out who the person was behind the sack. He's gone through it hundreds, if not thousands of times, trying to piece something together from any clue he's missed, anything that he hadn't noticed earlier, but it all seemed to lead to a dead end, unfortunately. Due to his desperation to keep Abby under his custody, he decides to take up Steve's offer for the job at Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. The film takes a nice way to introduce Mike to the inner workings of the place, the pizzeria, with Steve acting as the phone guy from the actual first game, at least for the starting bit. The major information isn't just laid out, rather it's explored through the characters and events of the plot. Regardless, design-wise, the pizzeria looks great in my opinion. They honestly nailed that 80s look. Now, you will notice changes from the original FNAF 1 location, but I think that is an intentional change. And not just a couple of rooms having their positions and stuff move around, but entirely new rooms as well. It is just a bigger location than what we saw in the first game. The second act is supposed to be the longest part of a film. Unfortunately, I think the weakest part of this film is the second act. It has a good setup, but this is where the film really starts to show some of its flaws. The plotline about the aunt trying to make Mike look bad in court is solid but not really executed well in my opinion. And the animatronics being able to move after 6 AM when the people broke in was confusing, weird and contradictory to the lore of the universe itself. The scenes at Freddy's were interesting for sure, and while the sequence where they killed the people who broke in was a nice addition, you could tell that the 13+ rating was showing. Now, I'm not saying this movie should have been 18+, but there were instances where I could tell that the censorship was doing its job. So for me, that was a little distracting, but that is more so a subjective thing, so I won't really touch on that too much. I also won't touch on the second act for too long since I found it to be the weakest and most boring part of the film, but Vanessa's introduction was solid and she's a well-utilized character, I suppose. This is the film's climax, where everything culminates together for a finale. The characters that appeared friendly and accommodating in the second act now look far more sinister than ever. They manipulate Mike to let Abby become one of them, as if she was never happy under his care. Especially after him thinking about leaving her under Aunt Jen's care for the hours he was at Freddy's, because Vanessa basically threatened Mike that she would shoot him if he ever brought Abby back there again. It was a short but interesting contrast between the two acts that contributes to the emotional depth of the film, even if it is a fairly surface level thing for the most part. The setup to Spring Bonnie's appearance was perhaps the greatest part of the film. The slow build-up with the reveal that Vanessa knew about Mike's brother, that she was the daughter of the Yellow Rabbit named William Afton, until ultimately we come to learn the fact that it was none other than the career counselor named Steve Raglan from earlier in the film. Now, the reveal itself is a little weak, considering it was already announced months back that Matthew Lillard would be playing William Afton.
Matthew is playing William Afton in the FNAF movie.
But even overlooking that, Steve Raglan was the only other important adult character in the film, so while the build-up was good, there wasn't much thought put into the actual reveal in and of itself. The Springlock scene, meanwhile, is a bit of a mixed bag. On the one hand, Matthew Lillard's performance here is great, but on the other hand, it's the cupcake of all things that causes the Springlock failure. And separately, on one hand, seeing the murderer of 5 children finally getting what it deserves is enacted well, but this certain line drop from him saying, "I always come back," sticks out like a sore thumb. Not only because contextually it makes no sense, but also because the delivery of the line itself seems a bit off. Almost as if its only purpose in the story is to reference the games, which feels a little cheap, especially considering the weight the scene is supposed to have. It is the climax of the movie after all. Speaking of which, the next sequence is very similar to the Silver Eyes, with the animatronics dragging Afton away as the main gang that escape out of the crumbling place. The ending of the film is a little tame in my opinion, but it does leave the door open for many options in future installments. And with that comes the end of my own analysis. So I thought we should get a few people here and get to know their opinion on this movie as well.
When I initially heard about the movie when I was getting into the franchise, I had expected it to sorta just be the FNAF the game, the movie, with more plot stuff happening outside of the nights. But fortunately, that's not what we got. While the premise was taken from the games, elements of other continuities like the Silver Eyes and new characters were brought in to help add to the story in really cool ways. I personally enjoyed the movie quite a bit, both in terms of entertainment and for some of the potential lore hints we got from it.
A film rated 15 in the UK that a toddler could watch. In my opinion, this film was more of a comedy film rather than a horror film, due to its lack of suspenseful scenes, jump scares, and creepy character design. The plot does make up for this, as it is both interesting and non-confusing, and the fact that there was a Springlock scene had me pogging IRL in the cinema. Overall, definitely a great movie to start off the FNAF movie trilogy, but the age rating was way too high.
Well, overall, I thought it was pretty good. It was far from perfect, but it was definitely more of a treat for diehard fans than anything else, and as a veteran FNAF fan, I enjoyed my theater experience with the movie. The way that I see it, as long as you like the movie, how other people feel about it really shouldn't matter, and I think we should all be grateful that we even got a movie in the first place.
To be honest, the longer I sit with this movie, the more I love it and hate it at the same time. The animatronics look phenomenal, but the movie never really tries to make them intimidating by hiding them in shadows. Golden Freddy has turned into what is basically a joke character, and Spring Bonnie's dialogue is not great. But at the same time, it puts an interesting spin on the family trauma side of the story and surprises even longtime fans with the revelation that the animatronics actually want to hurt Abby. But at the same time, it's an actual FNAF movie, so I can't help but love the fact that it exists and have a great time watching it.
I think the FNAF movie is a fantastic film if you're a FNAF fan. If you're not, you're going to be confused by a lot of things, like what's this yellow bear, and why is the cupcake possessed? Actually, that one's confusing, even if you are a fan of the series, but if you're a fan, it's a great time. Those are my general thoughts on it.
Honestly, the FNAF movie was definitely worth the wait. From the amazing animatronic work of Jim Henson's to the long script writing process from Scott, everything about the movie was amazing, and I don't think they could have or even needed to make it any better than they did. Seeing that movie as not exactly an OG fan, but a diehard nonetheless, was mind-blowing, and I don't think I would have had it any other way. My experience going to that movie gave me a huge opportunity to meet tons of amazing people and do so many amazing things, and that's something I'd never take back.
And with that done, let's move on to the next section. So, It's 2022 with the last game entry of your series being a disastrous launch, with tons of video essays bashing the hell out of the game and people straight up leaving the fanbase due to the poor quality of the content. What do you do in such a case? Well, you skip a full year and drop a few books here and there that may or may not be important, take heavy criticism over the span of that time while not putting too much time into fixing up your $40 disaster, and then you drop 2 bombshells the year after. One that we've already discussed, which was teased the year prior, and one other announcement that dropped out of nowhere on the 25th of May on a PlayStation State of Play livestream, and, well, I'll just show you what happened.
I'm gonna find Overlord. There were no other applicants. So strap yourself in and get motivated to an appropriate degree.
Is it VR?
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Hand? I don't know! Find us a freeze! Oh! Help 1.2! Help 1.2! Help 1.2! Oh my god! What? No! Balora! The what?
So yeah, Help Wanted 2, everybody. The sequel game to the well-regarded Help Wanted from 2019 was slated for release the same year, meaning we were going to be getting both the Ruin DLC and the Help Wanted sequel the same year. We've already discussed Ruin earlier in the video, so I believe it's time we discuss Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2. Alright, aesthetically speaking, the game has a load of different styled environments to offer. Dark cold rooms, a restaurant in a bright neon lit mall, a broken down salon, a medic station, and more. In terms of visual cohesion, I don't think the game does a great job in mashing all the different styles together as well as it could have been done. But it's still enough to bring a sense of connectedness between the various parts of the game. Graphically, the game is quite the step up from the first Help Wanted, which is to be expected considering better hardware is now available in VR. Thus, many returning characters have newer, more polished models, such as Funtime Freddy, for example, who looks way more shiny and reflective compared to his Help Wanted 1 counterpart, which has often been compared to looking like cardboard, at least texture-wise. I wouldn't go as far as to say it's quite on the level of Security Breach, considering VR headsets on their own aren't on par with a full-on beast of a PC, and even if they are, you'd still have to maintain a minimum of 90 frames per second to be an experience that isn't nausea-inducing, which is not an easy task, but it's good enough to where the game looks appealing when being played, so pretty solid overall. As far as some of the levels themselves go, it features the Balora Gallery, which I think is actually improved over the original in some ways, the Bonnie Bowl levels, the Music Man Arcade, a rusty old carousel, so really just a culmination of fun and scary minigames all over the board. Now, what I will say, however, is that unlike the Dreadbear DLC, it doesn't quite achieve the same level of balance between fun and terror. Sure, some stuff is better, such as the Log Ride, which is practically a sequel to Pirate Ride from Dreadbear. It actually has some light but solid horror moments spliced throughout it, but when taking everything into consideration, I don't think there is enough horror in Help Wanted 2. I think the first game does that way better, and Dreadbear achieves a better balance in this regard. And that's not a terrible thing, but after the era of Security Breach, we thought we would start seeing the series steering back towards the direction of horror. And while they have somewhat done so with the Ruin DLC and even this game, they haven't committed to it entirely from what I can tell. In an interview of J-Top, creative director of Steelwood Studios, hosted by John, the host of YouTube channel FNAF, we came to learn more about their design approach towards the games after the first Help Wanted released.
How do you feel about audience feedback? Like specifically when it comes to the story you're telling, does audience feedback ever persuade you to do differently, or do you usually stick to what you have?
So I'll answer one outside of story.
Okay, yeah, that's
right. Audience feedback from Help Wanted 1. One of the things that we got, you know, nobody would ever know, right? But one of the bits of feedback that we were seeing or we were experiencing was, it's too scary.
Really?
It's too scary. This is too intense. This is too scary.
Really?
Yeah. And like, you know, we would see it and we laugh and we have so much fun with like, hey, put your mom in the headset and show your dad and show your friends. And they're like, oh my God, everybody's freaking out. You know, hey, let's bring in someone new to watch.
So there are a lot of problems with this, but I think it's best saved for another part. Regardless, I think areas of the game like the Jacko Moon section from Log Ride look quite appealing visually. This game is much more consistent in the sense that nothing is horribly bad to look at, but nothing is visually spectacular either. It does its job and that is perfectly fine enough. With that said, however, let's move to another aspect. In this aspect, the game both shines as one of the best playing experiences while simultaneously being considered as one of the most tame FNAF games ever. Why? Well, first off, I believe that because this game released on VR first, and even to this day, VR isn't quite mainstream, the best most of us could do is watch playthroughs instead of playing it ourselves on release. And I also believe this is where the game runs into a bit of a dilemma, because I genuinely think this is perhaps the first FNAF game that's more fun to play than to watch. So that in turn made viewers believe this entry to be quite a tame addition to the series, even though after playing it myself I believe it to be quite the contrary. This game is both very fun and even scary at certain parts. Even playing in flat mode this time, unlike in Help Wanted 1 base game, was a good experience. Perhaps because flat mode was kept in mind while this game was being made in the first place, unlike the original Help Wanted 1 back in 2019. A slight note on flat mode real quick. It's actually a solid experience, nearly not as bad as Help Wanted 1's flat mode, that's for sure. Tangent aside, where I feel this game runs into issues is the very principle they followed when making this game. As I showed in the clip earlier, they started to lean more into fun rather than horror because Help Wanted 1 was apparently too scary. This is a horror game series, it's supposed to be scary, that is the entire point. And while I'm okay with some fun here and there, like I was with Dreadbear, it should not overshadow the dread and fear that a horror game typically should go for. Now, while this balance isn't nearly as god-awful as in Security Breach, it still could have been better than what we got. Now, I am not saying we need stuff like gore in FNAF, that is a whole other discussion for another day. But I do wish they leaned more into horror than they ended up doing. Levels like Food Prep, Helping Helpy, DJ Music Band and Fazcade, while they are interesting and fun, weren't as scary as they should have been, I feel. With all that said though, there are definitely positives to talk about here. As I said, this game is very fun, so it keeps you invested fairly easily. I liked the management nature of the levels like Carousel, Food Prep, while also enjoying the other types of levels such as Bowling and the Music Man stages. So overall, while I would have preferred a more scary approach to the game, I still think it's a good experience in this aspect. With that, let's move to... Oh yeah, Princess Quest 4, the supposed ending to the Princess Quest series of minigames. Until we get a new one. This one is quite different from the previous three. Not only does it use a different OST, but it's also titled Princess Quest Alpha. Alpha meaning an early build of the game, perhaps signaling that this is both the beginning and the end, due to it being the fourth entry, a theme the series regularly seems to go for. The game isn't unlockable until you get this totally not suspicious purple coin from Mystic Hippo, a character that is mostly present in the PlayStation version of the game, but still an important character in the Steam release nonetheless. It opens with you inside a room, playing the game on an arcade machine. Continuing from where Princess Quest 3 ended off at, Old Man Consequences states, "You are one, and you remain. What is left that is hidden? Now, go to the next room." In the Steel Wool interview, it was stated that the grammar was picked specifically for a reason. Now, what that reason is, we currently have no idea. Moving on, this version also functions differently with a new feature, being able to teleport. Now, at first you may ask, why was this game design put in place? Sure, while playing in VR, you'd teleport to move around. Wait. That's right. You are now the wielder of the sword. You are now the one leading the charge against a piece of code just barely hanging on to the thread of existence. Glitchtrap. It's interesting to note that several characters ask you the question,
what makes you so special?
What makes you so special?
What makes you so special?
Perhaps hinting at this very event. What makes you special enough to play this minigame and bring the end of Glitchtrap, the end of the infection still living in the Pizzaplex? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this before, but this is happening likely somewhere in the Mega Pizzaplex. Likely because you go to several locations we have come to recognize, such as Roxy's hair salon, the daycare, L-Chips, and more. This could be the FNAF 6 Pizzeria location, however, while some details are quite similar, not only is the place much smaller than how we see it in Security Breach, but many details are also changed, so that's really up to you to determine. Now, back to the video. This is where we start entering into lore territory, but we're really not going to touch on that too much in this video, as there's still a ton of questions left unsolved to this day. So let's just finish up on Princess Quest. The next 5 to 10 minutes of this game is perhaps one of the greatest moments from the series. Getting to be in the world of Princess Quest in the third dimension for the first time, instead of just playing it on an arcade machine with 2D style graphics, is quite the impactful change, I would say. It's not a particularly long segment, but it is a necessary and great one in my opinion. With that said, let's briefly touch on the story without getting too much into the complications. It is made fairly apparent by the levels and tools present here that this game takes place after the events of base game Security Breach, but before the events of the Ruin DLC, so like a prequel in a sense, since Ruin obviously came out before. So it has the liberty to answer certain questions from the Ruin DLC that we did not have answers to, like, what's the significance of Mask Bomb? Why does it look different in AR than any of the other ones? Why does Roxy's face design look inconsistent compared to Security Breach base game? And a few others of the sort. I think that's what the game does really well. It answers questions while also leaving the door open for more mysteries, like, oh yeah, what's Fall Fest? Why has it been continuously getting teased in Steelwool projects? What's the deal with the plush babies? So, I do appreciate the game for that, but overall there isn't really too much of a story here except for a small glimpse for the setup of Ruin, I suppose. To finish up on this minigame though, you are able to get a Bonnie mask here, which may or may not have immense lore implications, but I think the ending is pretty short but well made, where Old Man Consequences ends up trading the Vanny mask with the Glitchtrap plush. The same plush we end up having to give away to Vanny herself, who ultimately crushes the final remains of Glitchtrap, ending his reign on the series.
this where you wanted to be? I just don't get it. For so long you've had to stay.